Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter became guard at Haunted Freddy's house? Part 2. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. There was a pop and everyone leaned back as there was a small creature there. Mr. Harry Potter, sir, calls on Dobby. Bonnie blinked before he got down to Dobby's level as the small house elf stared back at him. Meanwhile, Harry coughed into his fist. Ah, Dobby? What are you doing here? With a blink of his large eyes, Dobby tilted his head some. Dobby be hearing the great Mr. Harry Potter, sir, call on Dobby for help and be needing it. So Dobby says to himself, Dobby, the great Mr. Harry Potter, sir, be needing you, so you should go to him. So Dobby come, coughing into his fist to cover his surprise. Harry glanced around. Right, well, Dobby, these are my friends. He did a quick introduction of the animatronics there before he got down to Dobby's level and gestured around them. Do you think that you could somehow get all this into the truck for transport? Or, better yet, transport them to the Freddy Fazbear's Family Pizzeria in Little Whinging, so that we don't need to make multiple trips back and forth? As he nodded his head so fast it looked like it could fall off, Dobby smiled. Dobby can's be doing that for you, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby do it all right now. When Erica asked him if Harry could get in trouble, Dobby shook his head. Oh noes. Dobby can make sure that Ministry not be knowing about magic being used so that the great Mr. Harry Potter, sir, not be getting into trouble. Once more, Harry coughed as he looked around. Right then. It was then that he noticed that Spring Foxy was nowhere in sight and frowned. While you're doing that, I need to check on something. Mind giving me a hand, Aunt Rose? The golden animatronic shook off its surprise and nodded a bit. Of course, let's go and handle whatever it is that you need. With a nod, Harry walked back toward the stairwell and stopped at the bottom where Jessie was propped up against the wall. Hey, Jessie, was it? Blinking, the wolf animatronic nodded a bit. Have you seen Spring Foxy around here anywhere? She blinked for a moment before she gestured up the stairs. Yeah, saw her come by a few minutes ago lugging a black foxy costume up the stairs for some odd reason. She was mumbling and everything. Why? As his eyes widened a bit and things clicked into place, Harry gave her a slightly shaky smile. Oh, just wondering where she had gone off to is all. Hey, Aunt Rose, we got to go have a talk with her. Confused, Rose nodded and waited until they were at the top of the stairs before she turned to her nephew. You know something, Spill? There was a grimace on his face as he started to walk through the pizzeria, glancing at the map in his hands to tell him where the back room was. I think that I know what she's about to do, though I'm not sure if I want to stop her or not. Soon enough, they reached the room in question and found debris scattered in front of it from where they had been thrown before they entered. Harry then saw Spring Foxy sitting in front of a wrapped bundle with a black foxy suit close by. Hey, however, Spring Foxy barely moved. I thought for a bit there that I could, I really did, but I don't know if I should, even if it worked. I've already desecrated his grave, would this be right? To pull him from his rest? Sniffles escaped her as she closed her eyes and shook. After what you told me, I just want to hold him in my arms again. To tell him that I'll love him and how sorry I am. Is that so wrong? Taking a shuddering breath, Harry took a few steps forward before he kneeled down and hugged her as she shook and sobbed. Shoo, shhh. A few minutes passed as Harry gently held the sobbing animatronic before they slowly subsided. I'm sorry about this. It's just, I really don't know what to do. Not really saying much for a few moments, Harry slowly blinked as he knew that his aunt was within grabbing distance as he looked at the bundle of rags. Through a small gap he could see what looked like bone. So, that's Eric then. Slowly, Spring Foxy nodded as she stared off into space. Yes, that's my son. Her eyes blinked as she let out a soft sigh. He was such a beautiful little boy. Eric, my baby, had the most wonderful smile and laugh. Always laughing and smiling at every little thing. Enjoying what life gave him. As Spring Foxy continued, she pulled her knees up against her chest. We used to go to a park nearby and he would run and play in the grass. Then bring me flowers. For a moment, Harry was silent before he nodded. Sounds like he was a wonderful child. With another sob, Spring Foxy shifted a bit. Eric was a gift to me and I... Another sob escaped her as she leaned against Harry. I miss him so much. I know that I am dead and my heart is, but it hurts. It hurts so much. I want him back and in my arms, laughing and smiling again so much that I would do almost anything just to give him a second chance. But doing this is... Harry let out a sigh as he ran his hand through his hair. I won't judge you one way or the other. Merlin only knows. Part of him considered that his aunt could hear his every word. But there was a bit of him who said it needed to be said. Merlin only knows that since I found out the truth that I have wondered if I could do something similar with my parents. If I could just place them inside a suit and try to bring them back even if for only a little time. If he had expected Spring Foxy to say anything, it certainly was not what she did. They would be proud. At his confused expression, she reached up with her paw and gently stroked his hair. Your parents, you said that they had died? Speaking as a mother, I can only say that they would probably be proud of their son. Despite me attacking you like some mad beast, you comforted me and still are. Blinking away some tears, Harry softly smiled. Maybe he then shook his head. Thanks. Her head tilting a bit, Spring Foxy sighed. Veronica. My name is Veronica. A smile answered her as Harry gave a nod. Veronica, thank you. When she asked what was to happen, Harry frowned a bit. Well, once we have all the spare parts and such from here, we'll bring you all back to the pizzeria in Little Whinging. Erica needs to sort through things and get ready, so it will be some time before everything is fixed. Though she'll be fixing Jessie up first as she's the most damaged. There was silence before Veronica tilted her head back to stare at the ceiling, there being some small snapping and cracking sounds from within the suit. That's good. They all deserve a second chance. With his eyebrow raised, Harry turned to her. What do you mean by, they? You all deserve a second chance. He rolled his eyes as she whipped her head around with a crack as her jaw dropped. Harry did hold back a wince, though, as he could see her rotting jaw inside the spring suits at the back. What? Shaking her head, she stared at him. You think that I deserve a second chance? Looking away, Veronica hung her head. After all that I have done, it wasn't Harry that answered her though, but Rose. Of course you do. If those of us in the Little Whinging branch are getting a second chance, then so do you. The Golden Freddy sat down on her opposite side. Besides, we could use your help. Knowing that she had her interest, Rose continued. We need an adult figure in our lives, one who knows what we've gone through. Unsure, Veronica looked around the room. I'm not sure that I should. Perhaps it would be best to leave Emmy here. A moment later, she was stunned as Rose grabbed her and shoved her face into Veronica's. Don't you dare. You want to redeem yourself? Rose waited until she nodded and growled. Then you're coming with us when we leave this place. If you want to redeem yourself, then you can do so alongside us. Everything echoed around in Veronica's head as she thought it over. They're children, but... She looked at Rose for a moment and then turned toward Harry. But what? I'm an adult and a mother. Could I just leave children to be alone and... Her gaze then passed over the bundle that contained her son and she felt something deep inside shift. That's right. I'm a mother and... I became an entertainer to make children smile and laugh. How could I turn my back on children when I promised Eric to help others? Not knowing of her decision, Harry reached up and laid a hand on her shoulder. Hey, for a moment Veronica didn't move before she turned her head. If you want me to come to then I guess that I can. The fox animatronic then looked at her son's remains. I'm still not sure. But if I don't then, could you help me? Harry slowly nodded. Find a spot for him to be buried again? At her nod, he smiled with watery eyes. Sure, I don't think that would be much of an issue. Slightly smiling, Harry walked around the back of the moving van, making sure that the animatronics were all secured as were the boxes. With one last yank on the straps that held Jessie in place, Harry nodded. Okay, that looks like everything. He then glanced at his watch and felt his eyebrow raise a bit. And we're ahead of schedule to boot, huh? From where he was leaning next to Veronica, who cradled a bundle to her chest, Foxy grinned. Well, matey, 'tis has been quite the adventure, but I be agreeing that it be time to sail home, Sparing a glance for the Shadow Foxy costume, Bonnie nodded. It'll be nice to get back to the restaurant and wash off all this gunk. Yuck. There were nods and sounds of agreement from the others. In fact, Opal looked herself over with a frown. I've forgotten what it feels like to be clean, it's been so long. As she stood with her arms crossed just outside, Erica chuckled. No kidding. First thing that I'm doing after I finish up getting you guys home is going to be taking a nice, long, and hot shower. I'll probably be looking like a lobster by the time I'm done. She waved to Harry and he walked out before closing the moving van door and securing it. Well, that's that, I suppose. With a nod, Harry clapped his hands together. Tell me about it. He then yawned a bit and stretched as he looked at the night sky. You think that there's any coffee shops open still? Because I could go for something. Suddenly he blinked as he could hear Aya's voice. Coffee and pastries. Could you get a pastry as well? It's been so long. However, that just caused Harry to blink for a moment before he raised his eyebrow and spoke up just before Erica could say something. Wait, how would you even eat anything, Aya? Having noticed Erica's confused expression, he shrugged. She wants me to get a pastry as well. Erica only stared at that. How, she's a ghost, right? It was then that Aya grinned as Harry could feel her arms encircle him. I can eat through you, Harry, and taste what you taste. After he passed on what she had said, Erica grimaced a bit. Well, that's certainly not the least bit creepy. Nope, not at all. She shook it off though as both her and Harry began to walk toward the cab of the moving van after closing and securing the trailer door. Anyways, we'll be able to find a place this time of night. Maybe some place where truckers visit. Before Harry could comment, both of them were blinded by a car's headlights. Just as he realized what was in front of him, the car's doors opened and out stepped two police officers. After they walked up, he gave them a nod. Good morning, officers. How can we help you? One of them shined a flashlight onto the moving van with a frown while the younger one stopped in front of Harry. Would you mind telling us what two teens are doing in front of an abandoned building this early with a moving van? Also, could you identify yourselves? The two shared a look before they did so. Harry, not noticing the younger officer's eyes narrowed at his name. As to what we're doing, we were retrieving some animatronics that had been left behind along with some parts when the pizzeria closed. We're doing it at night as we don't want to attract media attention with what has happened recently. Just as the elder police officer was about to nod, the younger one grunted. Likely story. Now open up the back. Even his partner was taken a bit aback. John, however, he was shot a look. I know all about this kid, Walter. My sister lives on the same street as his aunt and uncle, and apparently he's a troublemaker. Heard it myself directly from his relatives. John ignored his partner speaking on the radio as gestured with his head at the moving van. So then, mind opening her up so that we can see? Harry had an annoyed expression on his face as he internally swore about his relatives managing to cause him grief even when they weren't there. With a sigh, he ran his hand through his hair. Mind if I show you our paperwork as well? After the elder officer nodded, he opened the cab door and slowly reached for a folder which he brought out and handed to them. It's all there and cleared up. Scowling, John looked through it before he closed it and passed it to his partner, who also looked through it. However, he nodded. Seems all in order. John wasn't satisfied though and tapped the side of the moving van. Now open up. Now worried and annoyed, Harry walked to the back and opened up to reveal the animatronics, who stood where they were still as statues. Both Rose and Veronica had their eyes closed and jaws firmly shut. See, nothing to worry about. Internally, he was relieved. Wonder where they put Eric though, suspicious. John clambered up now to the annoyance and exasperation of Walter. John, there's nothing there. Let's let them go on their way and continue our patrol. Walking around, the officer shined his lights at the animatronics and shuddered. Then he grimaced at a smell. Ugh, smells like something died in here. Erica gestured at Theodore and the others. Well, they have been sitting abandoned for 20 years back there. Their costumes are rotting, and it would not surprise me if there were some dead rats in there. Finally, John had enough and left the back of the moving van before he scowled. Seems that this time you're above the line. Just don't go causing trouble around here. And with that, He stalked off, not having noticed Walter scowl at him before the apologetic officer turned to Harry and Erica as they once more closed the back of the moving van. "I'm sorry about this, John is usually more even-tempered." However, Harry just shrugged. "I'm used to it thanks to my uncle." Slowly shaking his head, Walter walked back to the police car and got in. After a moment, he turned to John and glared. "Mind telling me what that was all about, John? There was no need of that, and you should not have been pushing so much. I even had to call in for a check, and you know what? Kid has no criminal record. You better hope that nothing comes from this." Surprised, John turned to him. "No criminal record? But he goes to St. Brutus Secure Center for incurably criminal boys, according to his relatives." There was silence before Walter reached up and pinched his nose. "St. Brutus, I know about that place, and I can say that you have been hoodwinked. Want to know why?" Getting a nod as they pulled out, Walter sighed. "Because it closed down about a decade ago. There's no way that kid goes there at all." All John could do was grit his teeth as he realized he got lied to before he realized something else. Anything in his record about his parents? Walter just shrugged as he looked in the rear-view mirror to see the moving van pull out of the parking lot and head in the opposite direction. Just that they were found dead, murdered, their cottage. One of those unsolved cases really that happened back then. However, he missed the silent snarl on John's face as the police officer's face turned red from anger and embarrassment. "Not a car accident then. No one makes a fool out of me." Finally, the moving van came to a stop in front of Freddy's and Harry got out. With an exhausted sigh, he walked over to the door and knocked. About a minute later, Michelle opened the door and blinked at him before her face lit up in a smile. "Harry." Despite the tiredness, he felt down to his bones. Harry's lips turned upwards into a smile. "Hey Michelle, how were they?" With a chuckle, she shrugged. "They were good." It was then that she took in his tired expression and dirty clothing. "What the heck happened to you?" She then looked at Erica and her eyes nearly popped out of her head. "What the heck happened to both of you?" The two shared a similar look and then sighed as they answered at the same time. "It's a long story." Erica then walked over to the moving van door and opened it to reveal not just Foxy, Bonnie, Rose, Laika, and Vicky, but the others as well. For a few moments, Michelle stared as she was joined by the animatronics that had stayed behind. Then she raised a finger and pointed at them. "You found more?" The FFF with a blink. Michelle took in the glare from Erica as said young woman gestured with her head at Olive. "Freaking heck," as she rubbed one, thankfully cleaned and scrubbed hand thanks to a gas station they stopped at. Erica shook her head. The place had them in it, and it seems that they had been there for more than a decade without maintenance. However, Chica only clapped her hands and smiled. "Oh good. That means that Chelsea and me should go and bake some more pizzas." While the others slowly stepped off the moving van, Harry shook his head a bit. "Actually, I got a surprise for you all on the way back. Freddy, mind giving me a hand?" Confused, the bear walked up next to him and waited as he opened the driver's door before his eyes widened. Harry then placed several trays of cups in his hands as he grabbed some boxes and closed the door with his shoulder. After he looked it over, Freddy raised a eyebrow. "What are these now?" All Harry did was smile and chuckle. "Well, the cups are hot chocolate, and these are some bakery treats that we got on the way back." Her eyes wide, Chica stepped forward excitedly. "Oh, yummy, what did you get?" Setting the box of bakery treats down on the hood of Michelle's car, he took the topmost tray alongside Erica and began to pass out the cups. A nice little selection there in the topmost box because, well, he glanced over at the animatronics at the London location who seemed confused. Chica looked herself and then nodded. "I suppose that makes sense." She then held out the open box to them with a smile. "Well, go on and choose something." Theodore looked into the box and then back at the smiling Chica before he blinked. We're animatronics, we don't eat." Slowly, Chica raised an eyebrow and pointed behind them, and they turned to see Erica give an excited Olive a cup of hot chocolate, which the little animatronic drank from. She also hopped from one paw to another as her tail swished back and forth before she took a bite from the eclair her mother gave her. "Yummy." For a few moments the animatronics from the London location stared in shock before they turned back to the amused Chica. Then, as if he was not sure, Jessie reached over from where she hung on her brother's shoulders and took a donut which she bit into. Silence descended for a moment as she chewed before she closed her eyes and had a little bit of cleaning fluid drip from behind her eyelids. It's so good. Not even a moment later, the others grabbed some items themselves as they tasted food for the first time in almost 15 years. They also grabbed the hot chocolates they were given and began gratefully take sips as they enjoyed themselves. Meanwhile, someone else was also enjoying eating. Oh yes, like that, Harry, like that, right there. Don't stop. Don't stop. Oh God, that's SOSOUHHHHHH. With a blink, Michelle noticed that Harry had stopped eating and was utterly red with a horrified expression on his face. Something the matter, Harry? Harry turned to her and she had to blink at how one eye was black with a white pupil. It's Aya. At Michelle's raised eyebrow to continue, he did so. She, can taste food if she's partially possessing me if I'm eating it, and she really likes the pastries. Utterly confused, Michelle shrugged. Okay, that may be a bit creepy and all, but whatever. Doesn't explain your expression. However, Harry just gave her a look which after a moment Michelle deciphered. Oh, her face then reddened. Oh, the young wizard just nodded while he could hear Aya shout at him in his head. Yes, that's lovely and all, but please, I want. Oh, yes. Needless to say, it was so hard for Harry not to choke as he continued to eat, though his face felt like it was on fire as for the first time in years. Aya actually tasted pastries like she loved in life. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans. Hello? Phone guy. Dear Harry. Writing. Hey there, Harry. Aya. Veronica sat in the darkness of the basement of Freddy's next to a crate which had the Shadow Foxy within it. She could remember the conversation the night before regarding it. That in turn brought up that the decision was taken from her when the police officers showed up and she had to hide her son's remains in the animatronic, lest they be found and Harry get in trouble. A moment later, she shook off her thoughts. It's now done and over with, there's only waiting. Now, suddenly, she could hear the door upstairs open up and felt her eyes widen as she heard the sounds of a young woman. Auntie, why do you need to come down here? Another, older female voice spoke up. Someone could be hiding magic down here. Susan. I've detected something before here, and the fact that there are what seems to be blood protection here makes me very antsy. Confused, the younger voice mumbled. Blood protections? Here? There was silence for a few seconds before she spoke up. And what's that in your hands? Auntie? There was a chuckle before the older voice spoke up. It is a special device. Can sense dark magic and, Sue? Would you mind going back upstairs to watch? With a frown on her face, Veronica could hear the hesitation in the younger voice. Auntie, did you find something? There was then a sigh before the younger voice spoke up again. Auntie? Slowly, the first voice spoke up. Susan, there is something down here that is sending the readings off the scale. Without the interference upstairs due to the protections, it's much clearer, so I need you to leave just in case it's dangerous. Now go. Once more, there was hesitation in the younger voice as it answered. Okay. Ouchie. Footsteps faded away into the distance. But there was another set that seemed to be walking with purpose toward where Veronica hid. Now what could this be? I wonder, it seems to be skirting dark magic according to this. Maybe, if Veronica's heart could still beat, it would have been pounding in her chest as the footsteps continued to navigate through the maze of crates, boxes, and other items in the basement. Her eyes then slowly drifted to the crate next to her, which she slowly, quietly, and gently pulled to her. I can't get caught here, not now. Suddenly, she remembered what Rose had explained about her teleportation and frowned as she searched for the connection that she spoke of. Where is it? Then she could feel it and, like Rose had suggested, metaphorically grabbed it and yanked. Moments later, Amelia Bones rounded the last group of crates and found an empty alcove there, much to her confusion. That's rather odd. She then looked down at the compass-like instrument with a scowl. Whatever it was tracking seems to have disappeared, but where? With one last look, Amelia turned and began to make her way back. For Veronica, it was as if time had disappeared as she found herself in what Rose had termed the in-between. She could feel frost starting to flash appear on her body. At the same time, she was surrounded by an impenetrable darkness that not even her eyes could see in. Part of her mind realized that there was no air, no sound, and no sense of up or down. Besides the frost, the only thing that she could feel was the crate not clutched to her body as she continued to coast along the connection. Complete and utter sensory deprivation for almost everything. At the same time, though, she could somehow hear whispers, the feather-light touches of something. But she also knew that they did not exist at all and was not even in her mind, but somehow in her soul. Veronica could tell that only seconds had passed, but it seemed like ages. Then she felt as the crate shudder, as if it was hit everywhere all at once, and she nearly lost her hold. Then there was light as she found herself falling to her knees in a bedroom. For several moments she slumped there as the frost that coated her vanished. While that happened, the Fox animatronic shuddered as she could feel a field of energy on the surface of her suit slowly dissipate. Whatever the energy was, it had sapped her own. Some minutes passed before she was able to move again, and Veronica raised her head to look around. The first thing that she noticed was how the room was gloomy due to the curtains in front of the window. While she frowned, she noted that the room also had a lot of broken toys laying around. It was then that Veronica noted the body under the small covers on the bed and got to her feet as she ignored the owl and walked toward the bed. "Harry?" Suddenly she started as she heard a voice hiss at her. "What are you doing here? You should be back at Freddy's." After she blinked, Veronica could see the shadowy being that laid beside Harry, curled up against him as it glared at her. "Aya," I presume, getting a grunt in return, she sat down cross-legged next to the bed. "There was a woman in the basement looking for me, I think. She got too close and I needed to escape, so I remembered what Rose told me and left." Aya considered that for a few moments before she looked at the crate. "And that? Why did you bring that along?" With a shrug, Veronica closed her eyes as she felt peace descend upon her soul. "I was not going to leave Eric there to be found." The spirit accepted that with a nod, only for Veronica to open her eyes again and look around as well as the small cot. "This is not a room for a child." Slowly, Aya's skull-like rictus grin widened. "On that we agree. Still, it is better than what they have given him before." Despite the narrowed gaze, Aya did not say any more than that. "But you may stay, I suppose. However, you shall have to explain what you are doing here." The Fox animatronic only nodded in agreement at that. Yawning, Harry sat up in bed and stretched. About a minute later, he blinked as he noticed that Veronica's face was inches from his own. Only experience with similar situations prevented him from jumping. "Yeah." Inside his head, he could hear snickers from Aya as he felt her arms encircle him. She arrived around noon. Apparently that Susan girl's aunt was in the basement snooping around for something, which she thinks was herself. So she somehow teleported herself here to get away before she was discovered, and she brought Eric along with her. A glance showed Harry the crate where he knew that the Shadow Foxy costume that had Eric in it was located. "Right?" With a sigh he rubbed his nose. "So, are you able to return to the pizzeria the same way?" For a moment, Veronica blinked before her expression changed to the most sheepish one that she could manage. "No." Harry just slowly blinked before he closed his eyes and grimaced. "Right, well," a look at his alarm clock told him that he had to be at work in about an hour, which caused him to nod. "I guess that you can just come with me then so that you don't get lost. Just please keep out of sight of anyone." The young wizard got up and grabbed some clothes as he headed out of the room. "Just what I need." After some moments, he reopened the door and gestured into the room into which Aya slunk in before he turned away. "I deal with ghosts spying on me enough in Hogwarts." That caused Aya to whip around and glare at the door. There is a ghost spying on him in Hogwarts. From where she was, Veronica looked at the door in confusion. Suddenly, she heard Vernon shouting at Harry and growled lowly. Once Harry returned, he sat down on the bed and began to tie his shoes. "I have a question for you, Veronica. Could you leap out the window here? That way my relatives don't see you and give them a reason to be angry?" As she frowned in thought, Veronica walked over and opened the window before she poked her head out. She tested the width of the window and then nodded. "Eric and I can get out this way, and there should not be too much issue with leaping out." Smiling, Harry just nodded. Of course, about 15 minutes later when she leapt out, Veronica did not notice that she had nearly landed on a dozing and drunk Mundungus head, nearly giving the poor order member a heart attack. Then she began to run across the lawn before she jumped over the fence in one leap as Mundungus clutched at his chest in fright. Taking a deep breath of the night air, Harry walked alongside the park. However, the peacefulness was not to last as Aya whispered to him. "Incoming idiots!" Not even a moment later, a familiar voice shouted out, "Oh, freak, we got a bone to pick with you." Closing his eyes in annoyance, Harry sighed internally. "Piers, just go the bloody away to one of your tea parties that you keep telling your parents you hold." All of Dudley's gang, sans the young Dursley himself, were there with sneers on their faces as the weasel-faced Piers took a step forward. "Shut your mouth, Potter." He then grinned as he punched his palm. "How about you run? Make it more fun when we catch up with you." Suddenly a twig snapped in the woods next to the sidewalk and caused them to turn toward the park for a moment before they turned back to Harry. However, Harry noticed movement in the darkness in the form of a large, vulpine shadow that slowly began to move out of the trees. Part of him considered shaking his head or waving her off, but decided not to as that would draw attention. "You know, I'm surprised that Dudders is not with you. But tell you what, I'm in a rather good mood and would rather just head to work. So if you guys leave now, nothing will happen." The group was confused and looked at each other as none of them noticed Veronica behind them, having left the crate in the bushes. Shaking it off, Piers took a step forward. "That's right, you probably got cash on you." One of Dudley's other friends suddenly blinked as the wind shifted and sniffed before he gained a disgusted look on his face. "Ugh! What the bloody heck is that? Smells like something freak died." Piers sniffed and grimaced. "Bloody heck! That's vile." It was then that they all heard something and slowly turned. "What the?" They all then came face to Veronica, who glared at them. Her jaw then dropped open to reveal her mummified face before her human mouth opened and unleashed a scream in their face. Screaming themselves, the gang scrambled and ran off as Veronica snickered to herself. Meanwhile, Harry chuckled as he shook his head. "Okay. That was hilarious." He then noticed a wet spot on the ground where Piers had been and grinned. "Anyways, we should hurry up before anyone comes to investigate the screams." With a nod, Veronica ducked into the woods just long enough to grab the crate with Shadow Foxy in it before she also grabbed Harry and took off. Harry wouldn't know it, but the gang would run into a police officer and start telling him about being attacked by a zombie in a suit. Needless to say, nothing was found despite a search. Their story, as well as lack of evidence, caused the officer to become suspicious of them in turn. Having heard laughter, Rose and Veronica turned to where Harry had gotten the others laughing at some story. With a shake of her head, Rose turned back to the conversation between her and the other golden suit. "So you managed to teleport like I have, except without needing a poster? That is my understanding of what you are saying." Slowly, Veronica nodded in some confusion. "It was exactly as you described it, a place that was not a place between spaces, where one feels and hears things that they do no feel nor hear." Leaning back, Rose hummed in thought. "Interesting." She then stroked her chin. "It seems that while I need to use a poster, you can use a connection to teleport. This is useful. If for no other reason then." Veronica finished the thought. "Then I can come to his aid if needed." At the look she received, the fox shrugged. "I do not mind at all. Even though I have known him not even much more than a day or two, I've come to care for him a great deal. I owe him so much." Her voice faltered for a moment before she continued. "I was in a dark place which he somehow brought me back from. When I am by him or here, I can think so much clearer. My feelings are so much calmer and I feel so warm inside." With a frown, Rose narrowed her eyes as she muttered, I wonder if the protection my sister left behind has anything to do with that. Especially as you are a mother yourself." However, she ignored the intrigued expression on Rose's face. "You do need some practice though with this ability. We can't rely on Harry bringing you back every time, so you need to know how to teleport back." There was a thoughtful expression on Veronica's face. "If I was able to bring Eric along with me, is it possible to bring Harry along as well?" Now that caused Rose to become thoughtful as well. "I have never considered it before. But then, I have never attempted to carry something so large and heavy as you have either. Still, something to consider." While her tail swished, Veronica glanced at her paw and frowned. There is one other item that I wish to ask you about. Getting a motion of Rose's own paw to continue, Veronica held up her paw. Since we have left the old pizzeria, it seems as if my suit is repairing itself of the damage. My paw was almost skeletal, but now it has somehow regrown a portion of the costume over it. All Rose did was give said paw a glance before she shrugged. Something similar has happened with me. I don't really know how it has happened nor why, but my suit has slowly been repairing itself since I have met Harry. There's no real proof, but I think it has something to do with him. Maybe it's because he's a wizard. With a groan, she got up. Anyways, we should probably go and have a chat with Harry regardless. After all, you need the practice teleporting, and with his connection that you have used, it would be best to do so here from various spots inside the pizzeria. Once he had been told what was going on, Harry just nodded with a smile. That's not a problem. Besides, I was going to ask you about that anyways, as I had been wondering about it. Then he frowned a bit in thought. Though later, there's something else that I was going to talk to you guys about, and now is as good a time as any. Smiling, Erica twisted the last bit with the wrench before she reached up and wiped her brow. Phew. Okay, Jessie, go and give it a shot if you would. Nervously, the wolf animatronic scooted to the edge of the table before she slowly slid off. For a few moments she stood there with both paws still on the table for support before she let go. I can stand now, her eyes wide. Jessie took some hesitate steps before her smile widened. I can walk again. It was not even a moment later that Erica found herself being hugged by a happy animatronic wolf, as Jessie's nearly non-existent tail wagged. The young woman winced a bit at the strength behind the hug before she patted Jessie on the back. You're very welcome, Jessie. Once she was released and got her breath back, Erica grabbed the wrench and handed it over to Vicky. Mind putting this back for me and getting me the lubricant as well as polisher? Vicky shook her head as she put it back into its place in one of the large toolboxes. Then she grabbed a rag and a spray can which she handed to Erica, who started some more work on Jessie's legs as Vicky and Olive watched on. Eventually, the animatronic vixen frowned thoughtfully. Erica, can I ask you something? With a grunt as she rubbed furiously at the exposed metal, Erica nodded. Shoot. As she leaned forward on her stool, Vicky scratched one ear. Not that I really mind or anything, but why are you teaching me to help you? For a moment, Erica stopped before she sighed and turned her head. It's a bit complicated, but the gist of it is that I've come to care for all you guys. Now, Harry's got some pretty big plans in the works, and I hope that they come to fruition for you guys. That said, considering the state that you have all been left in, if I can teach you how to do even the minor stuff, that would help out a lot. I might get busy later on, so it takes a load off my mind knowing that you can care for yourselves and each other if needed. There was a phantom heat in Vicky's cheeks as the lights there came on to show she was blushing. Oh, while she grinned, Erica wagged a finger at her. Also, you seem to have an aptitude for this sort of thing. If anything, that caused Vicky's cheeks to light up even more. But before Vicky could say anything, Erica shivered as she felt a sensation as if she was covered in ants. Looking around, her eyes fell on Veronica slumped in one corner of the room before the fox slowly rose and looked around. Then, she grinned, which caused Erica to shudder a bit. Yes, first try. Then they blinked and she was gone. As she searched the room visually, Erica blinked away a sudden weakness. Did you all see that as well? Or was it just me? However, a confused Olive shook her head. I saw it, Mommy. Mississippi Veronica was here. She then frowned a bit and crossed her arms. Though she didn't say hi to us. All Erica did was take a deep breath before she began to mutter under her breath. Darn creepy magical animatronic teleporting bullshit. It was not quiet enough as Olive frowned. Mommy, what does bullshdash? She was unable to finish as Erica practically leapt over and held her finger against Olive's lips. Olive, honey, that word is not a nice word to use by little girls and boys. Okay? Frowning, Olive stared at the finger before she blinked. Oh, I get it. Her frown then turned into a scowl before she wagged a finger at Erica. You shouldn't say bad words, Mommy. With a sigh, Erica ignored the snickers from the other two animatronics there. Right, of course. Harry waited until Rose and Veronica joined them after some tests of her teleportation before he placed a folder down on the table as the animatronics watched on in interest. Finally, Freddy coughed to catch his attention. You wanted to talk with us about something important? Slowly, Harry nodded before he took a breath and let it out in a sigh. I wanted to go over some of the ideas that I have for later on after we reopen. Confused, Chica shared a look with the others before she tilted her head. Reopen? Scratching his head, Bonnie frowned a bit. Yeah, I want to know that as well. That caused Harry to rub his face. We're going to reopen, likely about a year after we close at the end of this year, though it could be longer depending on a number of factors. He then held his hands up as there was shouting before he groaned. Whoa, whoa, whoa. One at a time, people. As he stood and leaned across the table, Foxy scowled. I thought that Yes said that we wouldn't be closing at the end of the year since you bought the pizzeria? With a grimace, Harry leaned back. Foxy, I may have bought the pizzeria and everything inside of it, but that means that we aren't closing permanently, which was Tony's plan. We'll reopen after renovations, though those are going to be more like a complete and utter rebuild of the place after the inspection a few days back. Now interested, Rose leaned a bit across the table. What do you mean by that? What happened? Sighing, Harry closed his eyes. The health inspectors are still going to shut this place down for some violations. Originally, it was supposed to be a few months' worth of renovations, but when Remus had a friend come in to check so that we knew what there was to fix, a lot more came to light. He rubbed his face as he remembered his own annoyance. This place was originally bought and built back in 1978 after the other, larger pizzeria closed. Due to them rushing, a lot of corners were cut that shouldn't have been safety-wise. Besides some of the obvious issues such as asbestos from when it was built, there's signs that there could be mold and general structural safety concerns. That means this place will need to be completely and utterly gutted, to say the least. At this point, it would be both cheaper and easier to simply tear the entire place down and then rebuild it from the ground up. A wince escaped from Freddy as he remembered some of the things he had overheard from a health inspector before. Is it truly that bad? Another wince escaped him as Harry nodded again, his head against the table. Well, that is a bit of a downer. The chicken animatronic, though, grasped onto something he had said, though. You said that we were going to rebuild the pizzeria, right? While he sat back up, Harry smiled at her and how his mind shoved back the issues. As a matter of fact, yes. Because we're rebuilding, as well as how there's an actual empty lot of land behind the pizzeria, that gives us a chance to make this place actually bigger. To that end, there's some ideas that I want to share with you. Opening the folder, Harry took a bunch of brochures from inside and handed them to Chica along with some paper. For example, I'm thinking about expanding the menu from just cupcakes and pizza, not to mention not using bulk mixes for them like we are now. The brochures are menus from other pizza places for inspiration. Chica looked over the list and some of the items on the menus and frowned some. Chips? Burgers and the like. Frowning, she tilted her head some and tapped the end of her beak. I think that I have some ideas. There was a smile forming on Harry's face as he nodded. The kitchens will be bigger, just to let you know. For dessert, though, Michelle suggested something like an ice cream sundae bar where the kids can go up and make their own. Also maybe adding ice cream cakes to the normal party cake menu. Suddenly, Chica's eyes lit up. Oh, a bigger and better equipped kitchen. Really? At Harry's nod, she let out a squeal. Hey, I can't wait. It was then Freddy's turn to get a paper as Harry continued. The party room will also be getting an expansion along with the stage, more props and the like. Since Andrew and the other toys will also be here, you guys can have shifts so that one band is always on the stage performing while the other can take a break or walk around and interact with the crowd. Grinning, Bonnie tapped one finger against the table. Maybe a better sound system and lighting for the stage, so that there won't be so much issue with people hearing us? Also, maybe set up a battle of the bands every so often between our groups? As he nodded, Freddy leaned forward with a sparkle in his eye. That sounds just about right, Bonnie. Yes, I think that the kids might like that just fine. To Foxy's surprise, Harry passed him a paper as well. The Cove will get a room of its own, though, with a stage of sorts. I was thinking a ship playset? With a harbor filled with balls? Grant you, Vicky has already called dibs on joining you there, and apparently Jesse as well as Jason Elric are interested. A nice-sized crew for you. For a moment, Foxy was speechless before he sniffled a bit as his eyes lit up and got shiny. Then he hopped across the table and pulled Harry into a hug. Thank ye so much, Harry. Ye not know what this means to this old sea dog. I be having a show of my own along with a crew. 'Tis a dream come true. With a soft smile, Rose shook her head as the happy pirate fox continued to hug the grinning Harry tightly, as the others looked on with smiles of their own. Then she looked down at the folder. So what else do we have? After he pulled away, Harry pulled another paper from the folder. Well, one thing that we're considering is adding a second story. That will have an arcade inside along with one of those ball play areas. It's mainly for the older kids and teens to hang out in, which I'm thinking of having Laika watch over along with maybe either you or Veronica. Both golden animatronics jerked back in shock before Veronica leaned forward a bit. I think that there might be a little problem with that. Rose, however, didn't leave it there as her tone became dry. Mainly the rather problematic issue of both Veronica and myself having corpses inside instead of endoskeletons. I think that people might notice that little thing. However, Harry just raised his eyebrow in amusement. Magic can do many things, including making it so that people don't notice things that they should. And before you say anything else, Remus and Sirius have some ideas on that, so it's best to ask them. But if they do manage it, then things become a lot simpler. He then tapped the folder. We're also going to have a small play area out back with maybe a small playground. Lisa suggested a shallow pool as well for summer to draw in people. Slowly, Bonnie nodded a bit. I can see that. Heck, if we get a pool, have Olive there to keep an eye on things along with a lifeguard. It was to a small bit of amusement that Veronica raised her paw. If you make a playground and fix my issues, can I have the job of being the minder? She became a bit nervous and played with her claws. I'd like to make sure that the kids can have fun and laugh while keeping them safe. All Harry did was nod. I see no problem with that, Veronica. In fact, I welcome the idea of having a playground minder, especially you, as I know that you will keep them safe. Frowning in thought, Freddy raised a single claw. I do have a question for you, Harry. If that is that you do not mind. Harry just nodded and gestured for him to continue. I've noticed that you have not stated what Theodore, Opal, Liz, and Robbie would be doing. That caused Harry to lean back and smile. Those four are going to be wandering around the pizzeria. Basically, they'll be acting as a form of security besides the day guard and keeping an eye on the kids while also entertaining them. While he thought it over, Freddy slowly nodded. That would solve some issues and make sure that there's plenty of eyes on the place to prevent certain issues from happening again. Having finished, Harry sat back as the animatronics threw some ideas around and wrote them down. Though he was not alone in shooting down Bonnie's idea of having a movie theater right off the bat. After the night was finished, Harry was just stretching as he heard the door to the pizzeria open and leaned out of his booth to see Susan walking in, which caused him to frown. Hello, Susan. The redhead jumped a bit and was a bit dismayed to see the expression on Harry's face before he motioned her into the room. Susan jumped a bit as he closed both security doors and leaned toward her. Now that we don't need to worry about distractions or anyone listening in, I got to talk with you about something that happened yesterday. Feeling some sweat gather on her brow, Susan gulped a bit. Yesterday? What happened yesterday? Harry just leaned back against the desk with a raised eyebrow. I think that we both know, but to be sure, an employee saw you giving access to your aunt to a restricted area of the pizzeria and told the owner. I can honestly say that the owner was more than a little annoyed at it, and it's only because I know you that you weren't fired for it since he asked me about you. Mind explaining though to at least me what could have possessed you to do so? With a sigh, Susan ran her hand through her hair as she considered lying before she looked at Harry. Then she shook it off. Harry's the night guard, so he probably doesn't have the first clue about the truth of the place. Besides, it's Harry Potter, no way he would be involved in something so shady. And Auntie didn't say to keep it secret. After that, she nodded and cleared her throat. There's some kind of magical protection over the place and, well, you know what happened to the old owner? That caused Harry's eyebrow to raise a bit. Tony? Yeah, considering some of the things he did to me and the other employees, I wasn't too dismayed to hear that he died. Thinking that she knew what he meant, Susan nodded. Yeah, guy was a sexist prick and a bully, but yeah, it turns out that his sister was a ministerial worker in the Obliviation Squads. She turned up that same night with her mind utterly wiped clean. Nothing was left of her. All Harry did was nod and raise an eyebrow as he thought over what she said. Yeah, read about that in the Daily Prophet actually. was a bit buried though under the talk of rogue dementors and, well, yeah. Susan winced at the reminder of what the newspaper had been saying about him. Well, Auntie was a bit suspicious and found that there was a bunch of blood protections over this place, really powerful ones. So, she wanted to know if anything was being hidden here. Dark magic and such, but told me she didn't find anything. She paused for a moment before she frowned. Have you seen anything? With a smile, Harry shook his head. Not too much besides the normal things with the animatronics wandering at night. As she frowned in thought, Susan shook her head. Could someone, hide in a costume, do you think? To hide from suspicion. However, Harry just chuckled and shook his head. Susan, those suits are filled with crossbeams, wires, and animatronic devices. Getting into one of those would cause a lot of discomfort and death. He then leaned toward the now slightly queasy Hufflepuff. You'd be pretty much juiced and shredded. About the only parts of you that would see the light of day after being shoved into them would be your eyes and teeth after they pop out the front of the mask. Slightly green, Susan looked around. Easy. Ignoring this, Harry reached over and opened the doors. Sorry about that, Susan. I'm just a bit protective of the animatronics around here and it was a bit suspicious. I'm the night watchman after all. The Hufflepuff just nodded with a smile. Just don't tell anyone. Okay? Especially the owner. All Harry did was smile and shake his head. Don't worry, Susan. I won't tell anyone. Especially not the owner. He waited about a minute after she left and turned to the cupcake. Nope, I won't tell anyone at all. Tired. Harry reached his bedroom and got ready for sleep before he flopped down face first. Several moments passed before he felt the hairs on the back of his neck raise. A moment later, Aya confirmed what he had already figured out. Well, seems that we have a visitor again. With a sigh, Harry shifted his head to see Veronica placing the crate that contained Shadow Foxy into his thankfully empty closet before he sighed. Not that I have much issue, but what are you doing here, Veronica? Veronica turned and sat down best that she could with a smile. It's lonely in the pizzeria's basement. Also, for a moment, she looked hesitant before she continued with a shrug. I feel much more comfortable here, close to you. Not having expected that, Harry only blinked for a moment as his tired mind slowly worked through it. I see, he then considered things and shrugged. Well, as long as none of my relatives see you, I suppose that's okay. A few moments later, he was snoring as his tiredness caught up to him. Then Veronica got up and walked over to the bed before she reached down and repositioned him gently. You should get more sleep and stop worrying so much. Once that was done, she brought the blanket over him and then walked over so that she was next to the open window. It's been so long since I've heard children laughing. Her eyes then closed as she listened to the summer day outside. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans, hello? Hello? Phone guy. Dear Harry. Writing. Hey there, Harry. Aya. At the border at the edge of the afterlife, a young boy waited. He had been waiting for his mother for so long after his death. Eric knew, though, that it was not his mommy who really killed him, but the bad men who were making his mommy do things she did not want to do. The 4-year-old could still remember how his mother trembled and cried as she did what the bad masked men told her to. Suddenly, he shook those thoughts away and continued to wait. It had been so long since he started to wait. But he was a good boy and his mommy always told him not to go too far away from her and that he should stay by her. So he tried to be as close to his mommy as he could. Sometimes he could even hear her. Eric, baby. Each time, though, he cried a bit as he could tell she was really sad and hurting. There was once when he heard this clanging sound and his mommy screaming, which made him scream as he was scared something bad had happened. But then after a time, he could hear her call out for him every once in a while again. Some of the other spirits that passed him tried to convince him that he should continue on, only to get the same answer each time. I'm waiting for mommy and she'll come for me. Then we'll hug each other and I can tell her that I love her and she'll tell me that she loves me as she gives me a kiss on my forehead. The other spirits would then sadly shake their heads and disappear. He wasn't so lonely now, though. Sometimes this nice red-haired woman and a black-haired man walked up and sat with him. They said that they were a mommy and daddy and they were there in case their little boy came by, though they said they hoped that he didn't. All three of them would talk and Eric would ask Mr. James about daddies, since it had always been him and his mommy. Not that he loved his mommy any less, but they only had each other. Now he could sometimes feel her, as if she was really close by, so he would look for her. Then he would feel a pull somewhere nearby and would follow because he knew that his mommy was nearby. All he had to do was find her, and they would both be really happy and have hugs and kisses. Mommy would lift him up and twirl him as they laughed together and smile. Just recently, he blinked and found himself in some kind of box. Eric was really tired though, and his eyes closed again, and he found himself back wherever he was when he first lost his mommy. And it had just happened again. He was less tired now, but still sleepy, and he could hear his mommy talking with someone. While everything felt weird, like he was really big, he was happy though that his mommy was nearby and he could hear her and feel her. If he could stay awake longer, then he could tell her he loved her and hug her. She gave the best hugs after all. But then his eyes closed again and he seemed to go to sleep before he woke up in that weird place again. Veronica was startled out of her thoughts as she looked around as she was distracted from talking with Aya. What was that? If they were visible, one could see one of Aya's eyebrows raised as she crossed her arms where she sat on top of the sleeping Harry. Something the matter, Veronica? You seem like you're distracted. The golden fox animatronic continued to look around with a frown. I had thought that I had heard something, like something scrapping against something. She then turned back to Aya. Did you hear it? With a frown, Aya shook her head as she thought it over. I can't say that I did hear anything, even though she was still looking around. Veronica mentally shrugged it off as her imagination. Meanwhile, inside of Shadow Foxy's crate, the glow in the animatronic's brilliant blue eyes slowly faded, and the eyelids shut as its paws relaxed from where they had moved in a clinch. Around them, the nightclub's air vibrated as the three friends chatted, barely heard over the sound of the music. Finally, Michelle took a sip of her drink and turned to Erica, who was a bit silent. Something wrong? The girl jumped a bit before she smiled and shook her head and drank some of her beer. Not really, just thinking for the most part. Checking out a guy? Lisa raised an eyebrow as she gave him a once-over. About what? You're awfully quiet, and usually you're joining me in commenting on the cute guys. I mean, I can understand Michelle as she has her eyes on a real nice catch in Harry. But still. Lisa dodged the swipe from the growling Michelle as Erica smiled at their antics. Just thinking about how my life has gone is all. After she took another sip of her beer, Erica put it down and crossed her arms and looked around. When we all decided to come to England together for our studies, I figured that we would go to school, hit the local club scene, maybe pick up some cute guys, then head home. Not so much now. Setting down her own drink, Michelle leaned forward some. Oh? After making sure that no one was around to listen in, Erica let out a breath as she softly smiled. Then we somehow got involved with the whole Fazbear thing. I mean, hearing the stories from your dad when he was drunk was one thing, but actually seeing with my own eyes, and then having the mysteries behind it ripped away to reveal how tragic it all really is. It really put things in perspective. Now, I can't see myself abandoning them, especially Olive. With a nod, Lisa's eyes sparkled at the thought of her niece and her own interactions. They really do make one change their priorities, don't they? Her smile became a sly grin with her next words. Though I am surprised at how good of a mother you make to Olive. Shaking her head, Erica chuckled some. Surprises me as well. She then looked into her bottle of beer as if it held the answers that she was seeking within it. From someone who's a bit of a party girl in her late teens to someone helping out a group of unfortunate children and becoming a mother, well, Mom and Dad always wanted me to become more responsible. Michelle's lips twitched a bit. Though I don't think that they were thinking about this when they told you that. As her shoulders shook in soft laughter, Erica nodded. Yeah, they'd be shocked. She then drank the rest of her beer and set the bottle down on the top of the table. But you know what? Erica closed her eyes as various memories played in her mind. Fixing the animatronics, listening to their stories. Her times with Olive, like when the animatronic was cuddled up into Erica's body in bed as the human read her a bedtime story. Or when they were taking a bath and gave each other bubble beards and hairdos as they laughed. Another being when they were in the backyard and Olive brought up a flower that she had picked for her mommy. Then, Erica's eyes opened as her smile softened. I wouldn't trade any of this for the world. On either side of her, Michelle and Lisa finished their own drinks off before they nodded as Michelle stated what they were both thinking. Agreed. Then Lisa leapt off her stool somewhat shakily and then turned around with a grin. Well, anyways, we didn't come here to be deep in thought. We came here to have fun. She then winked at Michelle, who groaned as said woman knew what was coming next. Well, that and tease Shay here over Harry and try to convince her to bring along Harry next time. Lisa then grabbed their hands and pulled them out toward the dance floor. Come on. This is our day of relaxation. Laughing, the two young women let her pull them onto the dance floor, where they proceeded to just let the beat of the music take over and leave all their worries and cares fall away. The door to the backstage area slowly opened and Freddie stepped into the room with a frown. He watched as Harry walked up to one of the costume heads on the shelf and grabbed it, then, after a moment, tilted it back. There was silence while Harry did this 2 more times before Freddie cleared his throat. Harry, is there something the matter? Harry froze for a moment. Then he sighed and leaned back against the table as he continued to look at the heads. Phone guy asked me to check the heads back here in his phone calls during that first week. I never really did. I had reasons why I never bothered to do so. Slowly, Freddie nodded as he walked up beside Harry and sat down on the table. Because you disliked him? With a frown, Harry climbed up on the table and sat beside the animatronic bear as he put his elbows on his knees. I'd be lying if I said that I didn't dislike him due to his phone calls. The others about the hidden room only solidified it. A sigh escaped him a bit as he now seemed to stare through the heads. The guy knew all about what was going on and kept trying to convince the guards that there was nothing to worry about. In fact, he almost didn't seem to care all that much except to give a warning to the guards after him. I don't know, maybe it's wrong for me to not really care for him all that much. Especially as he's likely a part of the Black Massachusetts. And I guess that he tried to help even a little. But the wizard paused for a moment before he continued. Did any of you know his name or who he was? As he also leaned forward and stared at the heads, Freddie shook his head. Not really, but then, me and the others tried not to know who the night guards really were. We hoped that by doing so, it would make things easier for us. We could try to pretend that they were just strangers. His head tilted to the side. Harry glanced up at him as he whispered, "Did it ever really help any?" There was silence from Freddie before he shook his head, his eyes staring off at something in the past. No, it never really helped. But all we could do was continue on the best that we could, promising ourselves that we would try and make it up and redeem ourselves in the future. We did take some comfort in how we didn't want to, but were being controlled. It's strange really that being stuck in your head and internally screaming and trying to fight, even if it failed, helped a little. But only Foxy and I had any real success with that. The marionette was just too strong for Chica and Bonnie. With Foxy, he would try to fight him off and then run to try as if it would let him escape from the marionette's voice. And me? I could hold him off by focusing on one spot and the light. But after a few days of being chipped away at, or if the lights turned off as he was much stronger in the dark, beside him, Harry just nodded. You're all stronger than you think. Sadness was on Freddie's face as he let out a shuddering breath as memories of screams and pleading drifted through his mind before he shook it off. Not strong enough though. After a few moments he shook it off. As to your question, I only know a bit about him, and that is mostly from Olive and Veronica. They actually knew who he was though only by his voice, not name. That caught Harry's attention and he turned to Freddie. I let them listen to his recording one night and they recognized the voice. According to Olive, he worked at FREDDY'S as a busboy. Veronica also met him a few times and said he was a guard and then a head guard. Shaking off some of the darker feelings, Freddie turned to Harry. Why? What happened? After a few moments, Harry grimaced. I was talking with Ashley before she left today, asked me to come in a little early. She, promoted me to head guard as it seems the pizzeria is supposed to have one. That caused Freddie to blink in surprise. Well, congratulations then. Though aren't you leaving for Hogwarts in a few weeks? While he chuckled, Harry nodded. Yeah, but since I'm currently the longest serving guard here with some of the employees pulling double duty as the day guard, turns out that as the senior guard, I become the head guard. His face then fell. It also came with a new uniform which had been placed in a sealed bag in storage. Ashley could not understand why it was still untouched by time since it was put away in 1978. and it still had a name tag on it from the last head guard who she said disappeared on the night shift. Once more silence descended on them before Freddy cleared his throat. I see. And the name? Reaching into his pocket, Harry pulled out a name tag from his uniform and handed it to Freddy, who read it. Scott. I see. The animatronic bear considered Harry for a moment. It bothers you to be wearing it after everything you've felt about him, huh? There was a grimace on Harry's face as he tugged at his light purple shirt. This is the uniform that he died in, of course it does. Freddy frowned for a moment before he attempted to inject some humor into the conversation. Well, not the same uniform as that would be ripped and torn with patches missing. Well, Tony's sister was a witch, I suppose. At the unamused look Harry gave him, he rubbed the back of his head, a habit he had picked up from Harry. Right, not that funny. With a dry tone to his voice, Harry shook his head. Not funny at all. I really do not want to give that a moment's thought. A shudder went through him as he looked at his shirt and then quickly unbuttoned it and took it off. Now I can't stop thinking about that, thanks. As he winced, Freddy nodded. Noted. He then watched as Harry hopped off the table and walked to the head next to the last one he picked up. So that is why you're back here? It just makes you want to. Slowly, Harry gave a nod as he picked the head and flipped it so that he could look into it. Yeah, though there's more to it than that. Having seen the confusion on Freddy's face, Harry gave a sigh. Have you ever wondered what happened to the bodies? Obviously they got rid of them somehow, but did they dump them out there somewhere? Or did Tony's sister use magic to just make them vanish? Just watching as Harry went to another head, Freddy frowned. I never really thought about it, to be honest, never actually wanted to. And it's probably the same with the others. But I never did see the cleaning crew bring anything from back here out in a large bag or anything of the sort. And Tony always walked back here with his sister, so, pausing, Harry looked around as he could just barely hear audible whispers reach his ears. Not even the false dignity of a shallow grave. The animatronic bear watched as Harry reached the final head and grasped it. Rather sad. Really? With a nod, Harry gulped as his hands shook. Yeah, he then flipped the head over and found that it was empty just like all the others. Sad doesn't begin to describe it. The car jolted to a stop as Harry woke up in the back. What's that? A giggle next to him caused him to blink and raise his head to see a smirking Michelle. Comfy much? It took Harry's sleepy mind a moment to realize that he had fallen asleep during the car ride on Michelle's shoulder in the back seat of the car. He jerked away from her and gulped a bit. Sorry about that, Michelle, with a very slight amount of redness on her cheeks. Michelle's smirk became a soft smile as she shook her head. It's okay, Harry. I can imagine that you're tired from your night shift, so I don't mind you sleeping on the drive. Her blush deepened as she noted the looks from her two friends in the rearview mirror. Anyways, we're here. Grateful for the distraction. Harry looked out the window to see the used vehicle lot that they had gone to. More variety than I expected, though I hope that they have what we need. It was then that he noted that Lisa did not look at all that well. You okay, Lisa? As she waved him off, the young woman sighed. Yeah, just a bit hungover. She then smiled at him in the mirror. Anyways, you gave any more thought to what we asked you about? Harry blinked and frowned some as he rubbed the back of his head. Well, I thought about it, and if everything works out, then I guess I can head to a nightclub with you, though it might take some work to set things up so that they're taken care of for that night. While she stepped out of her door, Erica raised an eyebrow a bit as she looked over the roof of the car where Harry got out. You really do worry a lot about them, don't you? However, Harry just shrugged a bit with a smile. Yeah, well, they're family, you know? Or about the closest that I come to an actually family in reality. He didn't notice how Erica shared a look with both Lisa and Michelle at that as he looked around the lot. Anyways, we should probably look around some. The four of them walked around looking at the various vehicles before Lisa asked the question that was on the three women's minds. So why are we looking at caravans anyways? Especially used ones? Smiling, Harry glanced at them from where he had been looking into the window of one. Well, remember how Erica said that there would not be the room at her house for all the animatronics? Erica nodded as she stuck her hands in her pockets. Yeah, it's pretty crowded as is with the toys and the ones we rescued from London in the house. Thankfully, the attic is pretty roomy and so is the basement, but still. I don't think that I can take in any more. She then frowned thoughtfully as she looked around at the used trailer homes. Wait, isn't one of the things that wizards can do is expand spaces? With a grin on his face, Harry nodded. Among other things, yes. He then tapped the trailer that he had been looking at. I talked with both Sirius and Remus about it, and they also talked with Mr. Weasley about enchanting. Turned out that there's actually a bit that's allowed because they count as a normal motor vehicle. Expanded insides, climate charms for comfort, and the whole thing. Then Harry's grin became a grimace. Turned out that, for all their hate for muggles, families like the Malfoys pushed for those laws so that they could have fancy, enchanted cars, knowing who he was talking about even if the others didn't. Erica nodded. So what are you doing with these? The young wizard shook his head. Mainly, expanding the inside into something like a small home, should be big enough for all of us and the animatronics really, along with some magical appliances such as stoves and that. Also, a bunch of protections on it as well. Despite the odd look that Erica gave him, it was Michelle who spoke up. Well, why would it need to be big enough for all of us? And if you did all that, wouldn't there be some kind of, I don't know, stuff about not letting anyone without magic from being inside or being able to notice? Several moments passed before Harry turned toward them and made sure that there was no one around in hearing distance. With Voldemort being active, I figured that besides having a place for the animatronics, it would be best to have one for us as well to hide out in just in case. Being as Sally Ann is a muggle-born, she'll be near the top of the list for the Death Eaters to go after. I'm not going to have you girls without a way to get away and hide. He blinked though as he found himself being hugged by the three young women before they pulled away, Lisa giving him a smile. Thanks. She then smirked as she glanced at Michelle. You really landed one heck of a guy here, Michelle. If it was not for you then I would try to snatch him up. Sputtering, Michelle's face was nearly as red as Harry's as she glared at her friend. We're just friends. Now ignoring the identical teasing grins on her friends' faces, she turned to Harry to change the subject. Well, what about that other stuff? Hiding the inside from non-magicals and stuff. Grateful, Harry smiled at her though it was ruined a bit by his red face. Well, as it turns out, once it's all done, I can keep people without magic into it so the spells to normally prevent them from noticing or entering won't affect them. He then reached out and tapped the side of the used trailer. Anyways, according to Remus and Sirius, these older models are easier to enchant. Lisa then became thoughtful as she looked over the trailer homes and the office. Some of these would even fit in the garage at Erica's. How are you paying? There was a moment as Harry shuffled a bit. Well, turns out that Gringotts does some nice exchange rates and Sirius has been exchanging money from his vault. So we can make payments in cash. Her hands in her pockets, Michelle smiled some. Well, let's go and have a look around then. Just as he was passing the Black family library, Remus paused as he heard sounds coming from inside and poked his head in. To his utter surprise, there was Sirius at a desk with a number of books open around him as he looked in one before he scribbled something onto a sheet of parchment. Padfoot? What are you doing? The dog Animagus jerked a bit before he turned toward Moony and grinned. Just some research and refresher work. With a raised eyebrow, Remus walked in and picked up one of the books and read the cover. Protections for the mobile vehicle and you. He then picked up another and read that title as well as the title to a book on the table. So you want to enchant a muggle vehicle? How to make a magical tent? Padfoot, what is all this about? Leaning back with a grin, Sirius just stretched some. You know how Harry is getting that trailer thing? Slowly Remus nodded. Well, Harry was wondering what could be done for it, so I offered to look up my old notes for my motorcycle and some of the books I got on enchanting. He then waved at the parchment. Once that's done, I'll enchant it and place some protections on it. As he sat down and looked over some of the notes, Remus nodded as he glanced over at Sirius. He looks happier, wanted. Slowly, a smile spread across his face. Seems that Harry giving him something has really helped him. Pulling up a chair, Remus sat down beside him and continued to look over the notes. Some of these might be a bit much at the moment, Padfoot. Then he spotted something else and looked at it. What the bloody heck is this? Sirius looked at what he had spotted and his face fell a bit. It's something that Lily worked on. I managed to salvage it from their home that night and hid it until now. While it felt like a fist was clenched around his heart, Remus picked up the notebook to read it better. I never knew that Lily was working on enchantments so that muggles can ignore anti-muggle spells, or a protection against obliviation enchanted into a necklace. There was a fond look of remembrance on his face as Sirius stared at the book. Remember how Lily hated that she could never bring her parents to Hogwarts? Because the wards there would prevent them no matter how they were brought there? Remus nodded as he remembered that. Then there was poor Sam's mother, remember that? How the Obliviators went and obliviated all knowledge of magic from her without even thinking that she should know. Sam was heartbroken by how his mother couldn't remember anything past his 11th birthday. She wanted to prevent it from happening again. With a fond smile of his own, the werewolf nodded. That sounds like her, and I can see her doing research into that. He then looked over the notes and slowly frowned. I take it that you are planning to give this to Harry for Michelle and the others? Now there was a serious expression on the current head of the Black family's face. Those three are in danger from various corners, and this would help them. I got a few spells that I can also place on any enchanted jewelry that would be a nasty surprise for anyone attempting to remove them without authorization. Family spells. After a glance, Remus mumbled a bit. I can imagine what those surprises might be. Shrugging, Sirius gestured at the books and notes. Well, it's something that can help other than spend all my time cleaning the place. Whistling, Erica pulled the soldering iron away from the small animatronic. Vicky leaned in some and examined it. Is there something the matter with it? Another glance let her see some of the small bird bones that were visible here and there within the endoskeleton's machinery. You've been working on Polly quite a bit. As she leaned back, Erica glanced at Vicky with a smile as Olive followed something on the floor. Polly is, well, the smaller an animatronic, sometimes the harder it is to repair and work with, especially with ones like Polly who don't have your usual shape. She then frowned as she took a pair of tweezers and went back to work. Especially these old animatronics, there's only so much that I can do by adding modern stuff, and with the rest of it, there was a moment of pause as Vicky glanced to where Laika was testing out some of the new work done on her. You really don't want to take away something and then it turns out to have been needed. While she grimaced, the young woman nodded and tapped a piece of paper which showed the parrot schematics. I'm having to get some of these machined to the specifications mentioned, which are raising some eyebrows, needless to say. Only good thing is that, with all the major repairs for you guys complete, I only have the minor ones and those repairs for your costumes, which can wait until Steph comes through with her work on those. Swinging her feet under the stool she sat on, Vicky continued to watch in interest as Erica continued her work, as she pulled another illuminated magnifying glass over to see more detail. I've noticed that you're bringing a couple of people. Already knowing what she had meant, Erica smiled some as she teased a wire back into place. There's really only so much that even I can do for you guys. Steph is top in the class at making costumes for animatronics. Richard is great at programming, and Lauren as well as Davis are great at machining. They all bring something to what we need and, well, explosively sighing, Erica looked over at Vicky, who had turned all her attention onto her. If Harry manages to fully revive Fazbear Entertainment, and if anyone could, it's him, then he's going to need a crew specifically for at least upkeep and upgrades for all of you. And if he later expands, then he's going to need a core group who can train others for other branches or be in charge of said groups. Her eyes widening some, Vicky somehow sucked in a breath as it all clicked. You're getting ready in case Fazbear expands again. There was a moment while Erica turned back to her work. It makes sense since Fazbear's has risen from the ashes once before, but there's a bit more to it than that. All the people that I mentioned, they're also like me in that none of us could really expect much work once we graduate except for maybe interning with various animatronic companies. It would be years before anyone would even trust us beyond the most basic of things, but with Harry, we could all gain experience, and if everything works out, there's not a one of us who could not look back and grin triumphantly at our accomplishments. As Vicky nodded, it was then that she noticed that Olive was walking up with something in her paws. What have you got there, Olive? With a blink, the otter animatronic grinned and held out her paws. A frog. Laughing, Erica nodded as she saw the animatronic frog that was in Olive's paws. Well, Hopper is something fun to play with, I'll admit. Olive pulled her paws down some and looked over the much smaller animatronic as it tried to get out of her hold. He's really cool. Mommy, did you make him? At Erica's nod, her eyes got wide. Wow, you're really good at this, Mommy. Another laugh escaped Erica as she picked up Olive and set the otter in her lap. Thank you, honey. She gave the giggling animatronic a kiss on the head before she looked down at the robotic frog. Hopper was actually one of the first animatronics I ever made using a kit my godfather gave me. Did all the work on him myself over the years, and I am pretty proud of him. Having stuck her tongue between her lips, Olive set the small animatronic on the table and watched as it hopped around like a real frog. He's so cool. Like a real frog. If anything, Olive's smile widened as she felt the rumble in her mother's chest from laughter. He's certainly that, Olive, he's certainly that. A soft squeal escaped from Olive as Erica's finger tickled her some. Mommy! Suddenly, she felt the weight of something and looked up to see Hopper on her head, much to the amusement of both Erica and Vicky, who smothered their laughter. Hey! Get off my head! Erica barely kept from falling from her chair laughing as Hopper jumped from Olive's head and began to race around the basement workshop with Olive in hot pursuit. Get back here! While he gestured with his hands, Harry gave a sigh toward the older woman. You see, Ashley, I got an invite out for a trip with some friends, and it's only for a single night that I won't be a guard here for. Biting her lip, Ashley frowned as she thought over her options. I really don't want to say no to you, Harry. You've been pretty much the best guard we've had here in my memory anyways, but the issue is finding someone who is willing to take over the night shift, even if it's for just one night. The rumors, you see. Suddenly, a voice piped up. I can do the night shift if you want. Both of them turned to see Susan already in her waitress uniform as she blushed. I was just walking by when I overheard. Harry crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. If his friends were there, or someone else who closely knew him, they would have spotted the mischievousness that sparkled in his eyes. It's not an easy job, Susan. The redhead just placed her hands on her fist. So, I can handle it easy. After a moment, both Harry and Ashley shared a look before they shrugged as the older woman turned toward Susan. Well, if you really want to do this, snorting, Susan crossed her arms across her chest. I do. With a sigh, Ashley shook her head. Well, I don't see any problem with it, do you, Harry? Humming, the wizard shook his head as his mind started to roll around an idea with which to get back at Susan for what happened with her aunt. No, I don't really see a problem with it. I'll still leave you a phone message so that you know the basics of the job, among other things. As she frowned, Ashley tapped her chin. Are you sure that you want to do this, Susan? I've heard stories about the night shift and I have rarely seen a guard last long before they leave. However, Susan just rolled her eyes as she sniffed. I've just got to do patrols and watch cameras here. How hard could it be? Then she blinked and turned to Harry with confusion. Why are you laughing? There was another laugh that boomed through the place and caused them to turn to the stage where Ashley shivered some. And why the bloody heck is Freddie laughing? Susan shook it off though. It's nothing to worry about, Susan. Nothing at all. Having walked out of his relative's house with the best clothing he owned on, Harry smiled as he noticed Erica's car pull up to the curb with Michelle and Lisa in the back seat. Hey there. Once he got inside, Michelle grinned at him as he buckled up. Excited yet? All Harry did was nod as he leaned back into the seat. You kidding? This is the first time that I have ever been to a nightclub. He then frowned a bit as he rubbed the back of his head. So, what's the plan? The three young women shared a look before Erica smiled at him through the rearview mirror. Well, first thing we're doing is choosing a designated driver, which is going to be me. So if I have anything, it might be a beer. Erica waited until Harry nodded and continued. Once we're at the club, just a few rules. 1. Don't trust any drinks that comes from anyone but us or the bartender. Not that you will be able to drink alcohol while we're out anyways, but we don't want someone slipping you or us anything. With a smile, Harry just shrugged. Maybe another time. Lisa then snapped her fingers. Hey, you know we could continue once we get home or something, have Harry stay the night. Private residence and all that. They all turned to him and all Harry did was shrug. Honestly, I was going to ask if you had somewhere to sleep, as I know that the Dursleys would not want me slipping into the house at like 3 in the morning. Having shared a look, all three young women grinned as they pulled out onto the road. Anyways, next rule is to stay close to us. We don't go anywhere except in pairs just in case. Seeing the expression on his face, Erica shook her head. It's to prevent trouble from happening. Whoever is with you when you do your business will just stay outside the doors. Third rule is that we keep an eye on our and each other's drinks to make sure no one slips something in without us seeing. Fourth rule, we always have something to eat before we head out so that we have something in our stomachs. As he frowned, Harry sighed. Shame that I can't take you all into the leaky cauldron then, you'd like the food there and I could pay you back. Michelle tapped her chin in thought. Any idea if they do take out? Because then you and Erica could go in and grab some food and come back out and we eat in here. The two of you could go in after all, realizing how it sounded. She waved her hands in the air. Not that I'm telling you to. Oh, crud. To her surprise, Harry just chuckled some. Honestly, I don't mind, he didn't finish the rest of his sentence. After all, I was gonna send home some wizarding sweets for you as well as Chica and the others. While she waited for a light to change, Erica slowly nodded. That sounds like a good idea, and it would help. Okay then, we got a plan. Meanwhile, Lisa looked into the rearview mirror where she watched Harry chatting with Michelle. Phase 1 of Get Michelle a Nice Boyfriend is complete. Now for Phase 2. Sighing, Susan rolled her eyes at her aunt. Auntie, I'll be perfectly fine. There's no need to worry. After a few moments, Amelia slowly nodded. If you're sure, I'll pick you up in the morning. With a nod, Susan started toward the pizzeria as she adjusted the crud on her head. Amelia waited until her niece was inside to leave. Inside, Susan walked over to the stage and looked up. Kind of feel sorry for you. I'm not authorized to place you on free roam after all. She then glanced at Pirates Cove before she walked to the security office. After an hour, the clock struck midnight as she leaned back in her chair bored. Ugh. Told Harry that it wouldn't be that bad. This is utterly boring. It was at that moment that the phone rang. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans. Hello? Hello? Phone guy, someone on the phone, dear Harry. Writing. Hey there, Harry, With a blink, Susan turned toward the phone and raised an eyebrow at it. This must be the phone call that Harry mentioned he had left for me. After a moment, the recording started. Hello? Hello? Hello, Susan. Welcome to your one night at Freddy's. Though you'll be thankful that it's not 5 nights at Freddy's. That caused Susan to blink for a moment. Well, it might be a little overwhelming for you, so I left this phone message for you, so that you know what to do. Anyways, there's a bit of a legal thing for you here. Welcome to Freddy Fazbear's Family Pizzeria. A place where fantasy and reality meet. A magical place for adults and children alike. Freddy Fazbear's is not responsible for damage to property or person. The phone call played as Susan played with the cameras. Thanks, Harry, but I think that I can. As the phone call reached the disclaimer, she sat up and stared at the phone. Wait, what was that about death? However, Harry just continued as it was just a phone call. Yeah, it sounds pretty bad, though the company wants you to not to panic. Hey, at least we get doors to keep them out, though you should conserve power, mainly because of issues with the animatronics. You see, between the hours of midnight and 6, they won't see you as being human but rather as a naked endoskeleton when they automatically go on free roam. That means, basically, that they'll grab you if they can and stuff you into a suit since that's against the rules and all. As I told you before, you will die as the wires, crossbeams, and animatronic devices cut into you and pulverize your bones. About the only parts that could be identified as you would be your eyes when they pop out the front of the mask makes a bit of a mess as it squeezes all the blood and other fluids from your corpse, quite honestly. Nothing really to worry about since it would be pretty quick after some terror. Susan stared at the phone as she worked her mouth a bit. What? Her mind then returned back to the whole bit about how the place had issues keeping guards and her face went white as it clicked. Oh bloody, not a moment later. She turned back to the phone as it continued. Now this is important as it's Saturday, which means that they're more active than usual as they get more active as the week progresses. The thing about the power is that they need to conserve it during the night, and if it runs out, the doors and lights won't work and Freddy will personally visit you. Oh, and you should also check the cameras while I'm talking because they're probably already on the move. With her heart pounding, Susan turned toward the cameras and went to the one on the show stage. Bonnie and Chica's gone. They're gone? A few cameras later, as Harry continued to tell her how they operate, Susan found Bonnie in the back room with his face filling the camera. Finally, Harry finished up the phone call. Anyways, I hope to see you tomorrow as I'll try and check in on you. Such an easy and boring job. Huh? Later, several moments passed as Susan stared at the phone as her eyebrow twitched and then her face went red. Blood screw, you Potter you ass. In the nightclub, Harry blinked for a moment and then started to cackle, which caused Michelle to give him a look from where she sat next to him. What was that all about? Stopping, Harry shrugged as he sipped his Coke without rum. No clue, I just felt the need to manically laugh out loud for some odd reason. He then grinned a bit, which caused Michelle to shake her head. Anyways, this is actually kind of fun. There was enough alcohol in Michelle at this point that her normal inhibitions were muted as she continued to watch Harry. After a moment, she turned toward the dance floor where Lisa and Erica were, and hummed before her smile grew, and she gulped down her drink. She then got off her stool and stood in front of Harry as she grabbed his hand. Come on, Harry. Drink the rest of that so that we can go and get some dancing done. Now nervous, Harry gulped a bit. I don't really know how to dance, Michelle. All the young woman did was wink at him with a grin on her flushed face. So? Good thing that this is a nightclub, then, as you don't need to know how to dance. Just follow me on the dance floor as I need to some real fun. Having realized that she would not take no for an answer, Harry gulped down the rest of his drink. Then Michelle pulled him out onto the dance floor into the throng of people there and proceeded to show him some muggle dances which really caught his attention. Gripping her head, Susan leaned forward in her chair. Why did I take this job? And I am going to kill Potter when I see him next. Outside the security office, Bonnie checked the cameras as he left his position by the door to make sure that they were not on and then looked down the opposite hallway to see Chica. His thoughts screeched to a halt as he saw what was in Chica's hands as she passed by him. Then Bonnie sighed as he rubbed his nose. You're kidding me? Chica, are you actually doing that? For real? The animatronic chicken shrugged as her beak opened in a wide grin. Why not? Harry told us to have a little fun and I want to know if someone would fall for this. Bonnie just stared before he shook his head and threw up his arms. Are you kidding me, Chica? That's never going to work. It's something from a cartoon. You could be a little serious about this. However, Chica just gave a sniff. I am being serious about this. Being serious about having fun. For a moment, Bonnie stared at her before he turned his head and banged it on the wall for a few moments, much to Chica's amusement. No one is stupid enough to fall for that. Slowly, Chica raised an eyebrow. Jeff. There was several moments where Bonnie raised a finger, only to drop it. Okay. But Jeff was a bloody moron who was thinking with something other than his head. Your pizzas aren't that good after all, youch. Scowling, Chica was walked away with a huff as she ignored the grunt from her friend as he hopped around holding one leg. Good thing that I'm not using a pizza then. Bonbon. A few moments later, Susan heard something and shut the door. Then there was a tapping sound against the window which caused her to use the light to see Chica there before the animatronic brought up a box into sight. Scrabble? Still with her grin, Chica shook the box some. In her tired and adrenaline-fueled state, her finger started to reach for the door button. Huh. Maybe. Wait a second. Her eyes narrowed. Susan snapped out of her shock and moved her finger away from the door button. She then crossed her arms. Nice try. Chica just shrugged and lowered the box while she waited for a moment before she left. As she reached the hallway intersection, Bonnie gave her a smirk. Told you it wouldn't work. A moment later he was hopping on one foot as he held his other in his hands. Brushing off some imaginary dirt from her shoulder, Chica ignored Freddy, who snickered from where he was hiding in the shadows. At least I'm having some fun, and you can't stop me. Once his foot stopped hurting and Chica was gone, Bonnie scowled and walked off. I'm going to my closet and don't you start, Freddy. The bear just held up his hands with a grin. Wouldn't dream of it. He waited until Bonnie was just past him before he finished. Boom boom. Having stiffened for a moment, Bonnie scowled. Don't call me that. He then stomped off. Bloody nicknames. Back in the security office, Susan blinked as she saw Chica in the party room before she turned to Pirates Cove to see the curtains wide open with the sign now saying it's me. Eyes wide, Susan jumped from her chair only to slip on something before she started to pound it where the button was. Finally, she hit it just in time for the door to close before Foxy reached it. Sighing, she slumped back into her chair and looked down before she blinked. Where did those marbles come from? Behind her, a dark cloud dissipated. Call the job that they died on easy, would she? With a sigh, Harry leaned against the balcony banister as he looked up into the starry sky above. A moment later, glass filled with a dark liquid was pushed into his hands by a giggling Michelle. Here, you should like this. Giving her a raised eyebrow, Harry took a drink only to pull back some. What the heck is this? All the young woman beside him did was smirk. Rum and coke, this time with the rum. With a sigh, she sipped at her own drink. Hope that you had a good time tonight, by the way. I know it was your first time being out in a nightclub. Harry raised an eyebrow and turned toward the open door from which loud music, though not loud enough to be heard by the neighbors, drifted from. Doesn't sound like the night is over yet. Her expression brightened. Michelle grinned. That's true enough. After he had another sip, Harry glanced over at her. By the way, who was that in the picture with you that was on the wall? The woman with the pink glasses who looked like you. I'm assuming that she's your older sister? To his surprise, she snorted a bit. No, that's my mom, doll. Knowing what his next question would be, Michelle answered it before he could ask. No, that's not what her real name is, just what everyone calls her. Strangely, she shares her name with Rebecca. Dad sometimes calls her his angel, though. Suddenly, Michelle turned to him. How much do you know about my dad? More than a little confused as to the direction that the talk had been going, Harry frowned. Not much, just that he worked at Freddy's like me and was something of an ass to an extent, though I can't blame him. With a nod, Michelle looked into her drink with bleary eyes. Well, a moment later, she felt Harry's hand grip hers before she intertwined their fingers. Hey, you don't need to tell me anything more. Slowly, Michelle just shook her head. Nah, you told me so much about you and your family that I don't mind. It's only right that I do the same after all. Taking a sip of her drink, she began as the alcohol in her blood made it a bit easier to talk about. My dad is a little freak in the head. Now don't get me wrong, he's a wonderful father. But yeah, while he keeps a level head toward me and Mom, he does have some issues. It's mainly because of what happened to him as a kid when he was around 8. My great-uncle at the time raised dogs, big ones at that. What he didn't tell anyone was that he was breeding them to be used in dog fights. Already Harry had an idea where this was going, and he could feel the dog bite scar on his ankle he had gotten when Ripped had chased him up into a tree. Itch. He got bit, didn't he? There was a frown on Michelle's face as she put her glass to the side. Yeah. Dad was in the front yard playing when one of the dogs, this big bruiser, got loose and attacked him. From what Grandpa told me once, Dad got mauled pretty badly with one bite to his head. Add in the infection he got, and he's lucky to be alive, though it left him kind of off-kilter, let's just say. Tilting her head back, she let the night breeze wash over her. He kept getting in trouble as he grew up, but met Mom in secondary school. She was the only kid who did not tease him or make his life heck because of his scars or behavior. In fact, she was able to keep him calm and focused. They were best friends up until she had to move back to the States. Once she was done, though, she came back and the two of them got together. While he thought it over, Harry took another drink from his glass as he found he liked the burning sensation and the taste. Then, with a sigh, he squeezed her hand. Thanks for telling me. Both of them stood there in silence before Michelle spoke up. So, you did have a good time? Already starting to feel warm. Harry nodded as he looked over at her. Yeah, for once I was just, a normal teen. He squeezed her hand again and she gave him a large smile in return, though it faded somewhat with her next words. No boy who lived stuff, no stares at my scar. No some people thinking that I'm crazy. Just some teen having some fun with his friends. With a shake of his head, Harry put down his now empty glass. Want to know something? Michelle nodded her head as she leaned in some. Sure, what? Softly, Harry smiled as neither of them noticed how close they were side by side. That's partially why I want to make Freddy's a success again. It would be something that I do with not just my money, but also my own time and effort. Something that I can look back on and say that I helped with, which I will be known for. Not for an incident that happened when I was a baby and can't even remember, or something that I stumbled into or was forced to do. Instead, it would be something that I chose to do. Then he let out a sigh. Pretty silly, huh? For several seconds, Michelle was quiet before she leaned in and, due to feeling rather brave, kissed him on the cheek to his surprise. No, not silly at all. With a glance at her nearly empty glass, the young woman nodded before she drained it. Then with a grin, Michelle grabbed Harry's other hand and pulled him away from the balcony railing. Come on then. As he stumbled, Harry looked up at her. What are you? He was cut off though as she pulled him in close and placed her arms around his neck. Enough of that serious stuff. Time to have some fun and lighten the mood. Still smiling, she used one hand and placed one of Harry's arms around her waist. Now I think that you can do the other. Once the stunned wizard did so, she started to sway to the music that drifted out from inside. Just follow my lead. Unseen by either, just inside the door was Erica and the animatronics who were in the house. There was a soft smile on Erica's face as she pumped a fist as she whispered, You go, Michelle. Behind her, Theodore held a drunk Lisa with one hand over her mouth as she made muffled noises. Why is it me that has to deal with her? Opal turned and gave him a raised eyebrow. Because you're the biggest and strongest. Now SHHH. I want to see the rest of this. Flipping through the cameras, Susan stopped for a moment as she smelt something. After sniffing, she turned to the right door and blinked as she noticed a cupcake on a plate there. Several moments passed before Susan used the light to see if anyone was there, and even used the flashlight. Then she pressed the door button and closed it. Nice try. Another look caused her to hit the other door only for Foxy to hit it and drain some more power. However, she did have to do a double take as he shoved a piece of paper against the window. Come over to the dark side, we have cookies. For several seconds she just stared before the witch reached up and rubbed her forehead. I'm a light-sided person. It was then that Susan checked the backstage camera and screamed. Arg! By the backstage door, Freddy raised an eyebrow before he looked over at the door as Bonnie walked out of it with a large grin. What did you do? With a snicker, Bonnie reached behind his head. Oh, I just did this on camera. He then pulled forward and took his costume head off to reveal his endoskeleton head. Man, that scream was so hilarious. She might have peeved her pants. Freddy shook his head before he stopped it and cocked it to the side. It's about 4:30 in the morning, right? And she probably nearly is out of power. Just then, Chica poked her head out of the door and gave it some thought. Well, with the fridges closed, the food inside can last the hour or so before power reconnects. And I got her pizza nearly finished too. Slowly, Freddy nodded as he started to walk toward the security office. He barely got out of the party room before the whole place went dark, so he began to play his song as he entered the office to see Susan crouched under the desk with her eyes wide. After his song stopped, the office descended into darkness and silence before Freddy grabbed Susan and picked her up as she struggled. Let me go. Let me go. However, Freddy ignored this as he brought her into the party room and sat her down at a table. Then Foxy shoved a noisemaker into her mouth before Bonnie placed a party hat on her head. Much to Susan's confusion, Chica came out with a pizza and set it down in front of her as Freddy set up a Scrabble board. What? Chica just clapped her hands together with a smile. Now that our game is over and we caught you, we get to eat some pizza and play Scrabble until it's 6 a.m. There was silence before Susan shakingly raised one finger. Why, you're not gonna stuff me into a costume? All Foxy did was shrug a bit as he set a battery-powered lantern up. Nay, lass? 'Tis a game we play with all the new night guards. For several moments Susan twitched. So, I was never in any real danger? The animatronics all shook their heads. And I was scared over nothing. Once more, they shook their heads. Susan then took a deep breath before she screamed, Potter, you bloody mother freak jerk. When I get my hands on you. In Erica's house, Harry snorted and giggled from where he laid on the recliner fast asleep. Gotcha. On top of him, a fully clothed Michelle shifted a bit as she drunkenly snored. What neither of them noticed though was Olive walk in with a camera and take some pictures of the two. Having done that, she scratched her head. I wonder why Mommy wanted me to take these pictures, Laika, said animatronic, just shrugged as Rebecca came in with a blanket and draped it over the two sleeping people. There we go. Vicky then poked her head in and smirked. Pest. Olive, take some more pictures. Confused, the otter animatronic did so, though she still did not know what the big deal was. However, she shrugged off the thought and began to walk away. Now where did Mommy want me to hide the camera again? A stray beam of light came in through the nearly closed curtains and zeroed in on Michelle's closed eye. The light caused her to twitch and slowly wake up. She shifted some to get away from the light before she leaned into the warmth that encircled her. This is nice. It took a few seconds for Michelle's sleepy and hangover-addled mind to realize that the mattress she was on was moving, which was also unimportant as the next thought that drifted through her mind was that she could feel breaths on her neck as well as a hand on her ass. Did I fall asleep on either Lisa or Erica last night again? Frowning a bit, she moved one of her hands as best that she could without waking the person under her. Slowly, the hand moved up the side of the person's body until it came to the chest and drifted over it, which caused the person to mumble. MMPH. Suddenly, Michelle froze, and that was a male voice. One eye cracked open despite the pounding in her head as her hand moved again, this time over her own body. Oh heck, I'm in bed or something with Harry. How much did I drink last night? Last thing that I remember was laughing as Harry started to get drunk after we danced some. Okay, do the checklist first. So far, we both have on our shirts, and judging by what I can feel, my bra is still on. That's a good sign at least. Let's see. Her hand drifted lower still slowly as to not wake up Harry. We both got our pants on, so that's good. She paused though for a moment. Harry then spoke up with his voice thick with sleep and embarrassment. Michelle, could you? Both their hands moved from where they were as he cracked open his eyes to look at her. Just to be certain, neither of us did anything last night, right? With a gulp, Michelle nodded with her face red. And no, the young woman pointingly ignored Harry's mutters as she continued. We just slept, wherever we are. Took a moment but Harry shifted under her. We're in the recliner, I think. Merlin, my head is pounding. As she chuckled, Michelle tried to ignore her own bad hangover. Welcome to your first bad hangover, Harry, it'll pass later. Suddenly, she realized something. Wait, you said we're in the recliner, which means we're in the living room. Chuckling could be heard before Erica's voice reached them. Yes, which means that both me and Lisa have seen you. And no, you won't find where we hid the pictures. Much to Harry's confusion, Michelle called her a jerk under her breath before she sat up and looked around with her clothing rumpled. What time is it? Amused, Erica leaned against the wall with a large cup of coffee in her hand as she looked rather frazzled and tired. About 10. While she stretched, Michelle noticed that Harry was staring at her in a way that caused heat to rise to her cheeks. She glanced at a mirror which was set up in the room so that they could examine themselves before they left, but saw herself looking as frazzled, tired, and beat as normal during a major hangover. Something the matter, Harry? Could have been Harry's massive hangover or how tired he was. Alternatively, it could have been his usual doing things before thinking them through. Most likely, though, the next words out of his mouth were likely a combination of all three. Just that you're beautiful. Michelle's eyes widened as she felt her cheeks heat up fully until they were completely red as she stared down at the surprised teen who had his own eyes wide as he realized what he said. For several moments they stared at each other until they heard coughs and sputters and turned to see Erica holding her hand to her face. Oh God. I think that I just snorted coffee out of my nose. However, Harry ignored that as well as how Michelle now straddled his legs, though that was harder as he looked around. Anyone see where my backpack went to? Another voice made itself known as Lisa poked her head in. Yeah, you left it out in the hallway when we got back. Give me a moment. Not even a minute later, she handed him the backpack. Anyways, I was just going to let you all know that I had breakfast all ready for us and coffee. The teenaged wizard nodded as he pulled out a vial. Thanks. He then popped off the top and looked at it before he offered it to Michelle. Here, this should help, just have a sip or two. Dubious, Michelle nonetheless took the potion and, as directed, took 2 sips. Almost immediately her hangover dropped to where it would have been much later in the day. What is this stuff? Smiling, Harry passed the vial to Lisa, who took 2 sips with wide eyes, and then to Erica. Hangover relief potion. I had Remus send me some just in case. Having been given the vial, Harry drained the rest and sighed in relief. Thank Merlin that I did. All of the young women just nodded as they also felt the relief. After being up for a while that morning, Harry went and laid down on the couch for a nap as they had plans for that night. When he woke up though, it was afternoon and the house was rather quiet and empty. Raising an eyebrow, Harry got up and walked toward the kitchen before he noticed the time. 2 in the afternoon? I've slept most of the day away. Then he noticed Olive walk in and head for the fridge. Hey Olive, do you know if the others have had lunch yet? Olive frowned for a moment as she thought it over before she shook her head. No, I don't think Mommy, Auntie Michelle, or Auntie Lisa have had lunch. With a smile, Harry patted her on the head. Well, then I can make them some lunch as a thank you to them. He then walked over to the fridge and looked in. And they said to help myself, let's see what I have to work with. Behind him, Michelle suddenly spoke up. Well, we did say that. Surprised, Harry jerked and his hit head on the fridge. Ugh, the young wizard slowly turned. I wish that people wouldn't sneak up on me. Yeah, if he had been surprised at her walking up behind him. He was literally speechless at the sight of Michelle behind him in nothing more than a bikini. His reaction though was more than enough for her to smirk before she hid it by drinking a cup of juice. Something the matter, Harry? His throat having gone dry, Harry nodded a bit as he tried not to stare, though he did give her a once-over. No, but, why are you? As if confused by his reaction, Michelle looked herself over and shrugged. Dressed like this? Having waited for him to nod, she smiled and continued. Me and the others were outside sunbathing to get some vitamin D as well as some nice tans. With a reddened face, much to Michelle's amusement, Harry nodded as he continued to try not to stare before he turned around. See, however, he misses how Michelle grinned to herself as she took one of the ice cubes from her drink and sucked off the juice. Once she was sure that there was none left, she began to walk up behind him. Anything that you might want? Michelle hummed a bit before she started to reach for his collar. Well, anything will do really as long as it's food, humming himself. Just as Harry was about to say something was when Michelle grabbed his collar and put the ice cube down it. Gah! Cold! Cold! A laugh exploded from her as she watched Harry dance around. Oh man, you should see. Her laughter died as Harry lifted the back of his shirt to let out the ice cube. What the heck, Harry? Much to Harry's confusion, he felt her grasp the back of his shirt and place her finger on a bumpy area of skin on his back. Where the heck did you get this scar from? Sighing, Harry grimaced a bit. Did Sally mention anything about what happened this year? There was a frown on Michelle's face before she shook her head. Not really. I'm not supposed to know about magic at all, remember? With another sigh, Harry looked at her over his shoulder. There was this tournament this year that I was forced into, magic stuff. Anyways, I got that scar during the first task where I had to get past a nesting mother Hungarian horntail. She managed to clip me with a spike on her tail. Frowning even more, Michelle raised an eyebrow. Could I? After a moment, Harry lifted his shirt even more so that she could see it better and shivered as she ran her fingertips over it. What's a Hungarian horntail, you called it? His tone dry, Harry rolled his eyes though she guessed it was not at her. A type of dragon breed, very big and mean with lots of spikes, teeth and claws. For a moment, Michelle tried to imagine it and remembered he said it was a nesting mother which caused her to shiver. Then she noted some long scars that looked like something had clawed him which she ran a finger over. These if you don't mind me asking? Looking over his shoulder, Harry frowned. Even though Aunt Rose and me managed to destroy the marionette, its claws did get in a swipe on my back. I'm just lucky that no one noticed me get a new security shirt the day after or how I was bandaged a bit. Thankfully, it was just a few scratches. Pulling away slightly, Michelle waited for him to let his shirt drop into place. Then to his surprise, she just hugged him from behind. Sorry for bringing it up, it's just that I saw the scars and, well, not really understanding what she meant. Harry only nodded as he tried not to focus too much on the feeling of her pressed against his back. It's okay. Unknown to him, of course, Michelle felt her curiosity bubbling under the surface but squashed it. After all, she didn't want to push him too much though the scars she saw made things a bit more real. Unseen by either, Lisa had watched the whole thing before she turned around and quietly walked back toward the door heading to the backyard. Just as she reached it, Erica was about to come in, and she grabbed her friend's arm which caused Erica to raise an eyebrow. What's up? Lisa shook her head and tilted her head back toward the door. Come on. Let's just go back outside and… She frowned a bit, which caused her friend to blink before she gave a shaky smile. Let's leave those two alone for a bit. And mind giving me a bit of a hug? Now really curious. Erica wrapped her arms around the other girl with a frown. Mind telling me what is going on? With a sigh, Lisa maneuvered her back outside. Not really my story to tell. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans. Hello? Hello? Phone guy, someone on the phone, dear Harry. Writing. Hey there, Harry, Aya. Harry leaned back into the car seat as Michelle looked over at his cheek. Man, she really gave you a wallop and all that for a scare? With one eye open, Harry gave her a lopsided grin as he ignored the stinging in one cheek, though it was a lot lower now than it had been. After all, Susan had waited until he had shown up that night for his shift. Yeah, maybe not the smartest of things, but according to the others it was hilarious to see. All Michelle did was shake her head as she turned her attention onto the moving van in front of them. Still wish that you had let me show her what I think of what she did. The wizard just waved her off a bit. It's not really that big of a deal, honestly, and I did kind of deserve it. Still worth it though. He then noticed the moving van pulling into a parking lot. We're here. Once Michelle pulled into the parking lot, Harry got out and looked at the boarded up and crumbling building in front of him. So this is the Cokeworth Freddy's. After he gave it a once-over from the outside where there were cracked and peeling paint along with a busted board here and there on the windows, he frowned. Well, it certainly is big. While she raised an eyebrow, Michelle turned to him. Big? Is that the best that you can do? This place is huge compared to the one back in Little Whinging. At his shrug and smile, Michelle rolled her eyes as she popped the trunk and pulled out a sledgehammer and passed a crowbar to Harry as Erica popped open the back of the moving van to let the animatronics, this time all of the toys and Foxy, out. Well, let's get on inside and see what we have to work with. It was only the work of a few minutes for them to manage to get through one of the back doors, and once inside, Erica panned the flashlight in her hands around a bit. Whoa, this place is just as big inside as it is on the outside. She then pulled out a paper and unfolded it. We're in party room 3 at the moment. So all we got to do is go into that room and turn right to get into the security office. Foxy scratched his chin a bit. I be starting to remember a little bit about this here place. Even though it was dark, Rebecca looked around and could see rather clearly. It does feel familiar, though I think that's just the programming in me. Grimacing a bit, Michelle looked around. Well, it's going to be lovely searching this place in the dark. Beside her, Harry just shrugged. I don't know about that. It's not that hard to see. Stilling, both Michelle and Erica blinked before they turned to where Harry was, only to see 2 small glowing green points where his eyes are. Their expressions just caused Harry to blink. What? The 2 young women shared a look before Michelle shook her head. Bullshit, magic possession. Michelle then ignored the low snickers she knew were Aya as they started to walk. Less than a minute later, they were at the opening to the security office and she shined the light up with an expression of surprise on her face. What the heck? There's no doors? Also tilting her head up, Erica whistled a bit. Well, wonder how the guards even survived here. There was after all more animatronics here roaming around. With a chuckle, Harry walked into the office. Well, apparently management gave the guards a hollow Freddy head in order to fool the animatronics here. So yeah, nowhere to hide really. Noticing something on the table, Harry walked over and raised an eyebrow as his flashlight illuminated it. A laptop? Having spotted him open it, Erica snorted. Harry, that thing has been sitting in here for nearly 30 years. I doubt very much that it, along with the cameras, will still… Harry's face was then lit up by the screen. Work? What the heck? As he shook his head, Harry gestured at the screen. Cameras are all working, at least, or enough of them to really matter. Walking around him, Erica frowned a bit as Harry started to check the cameras before she shivered a bit. These should not be working. 70s era was crazy durable, but not this freak durable. Heck, the dust in the laptop alone should prevent it from starting up. Michelle then realized something. Guys? Speaking of dust, why is the floor still clean? That caused them all to freeze up. Frowning, Harry clicked through some of the cameras. If someone comes here, then they aren't here now, though I wonder if they come here during the day or at night. With a frown herself, Michelle's eyebrows furrowed in thought. That is a question, isn't it? She looked up from the screen and did a double take before she tapped Harry on the shoulder. Harry? As he raised an eyebrow, Harry looked up at her to see her staring. Something the matter, Michelle? However, she just pointed at something. Was that there before? Both Harry and Erica looked in the direction that she pointed and blinked at the sight of what looked like a cardboard cutout of Balloon Boy, except with a paper plate for a head. It was taped to the wall just to the side of the main entrance to the security office. For a few moments, Erica was quiet before she shook her head. No, I'm pretty sure that was not there before. Harry? The wizard just shrugged and went back to his laptop. Nope, pretty sure that it wasn't, though I think I saw it. He clicked on something and nodded. There we go, party room 4. Erica and Michelle leaned over his shoulders and looked at the screen. Sure enough, the same thing was there in the room which Rebecca, who was searching through the first level with the others, turned toward it. Her eyebrows raised. Michelle frowned some as she started to look back toward where the one in the office was. That's really freak. What the heck? Slightly surprised, Harry and Erica looked up to see Michelle pointing towards something as she worked her mouth. Harry looked in the direction she pointed along with Erica, who just stared as the young guard raised an eyebrow. Mainly because the cardboard cutout was now gone. So it was one of those things, For several moments all was quiet before Erica turned toward Harry with a confused expression on her face. Wait, what do you mean by that? What things? While he shrugged and continued to flip through cameras, Aya whispering things to him, Harry frowned. The only thing that I can call them is hallucinations. They're never actually there, you only think that they are. Sometimes they're visible ones and other times they're audible. Back at the Freddy's in Little Whinging, the most common one is seeing "It's me" written around everywhere. Another one is that one of the animatronics will look up at the camera with human-like bloodshot eyes. Michelle just stared at him. How can they have bloodshot eyes? Their eyes are, well, plastic and cameras. Grinning, Harry just shook his head. You tell me? Like I said, it's a hallucination, like how sometimes you'll see a Freddy head flash before your eyes. He then frowned a bit. The posters of the crying children in the East Hall, though, are the creepiest, though. Once more there was silence before Erica turned to Michelle. Your dad was right, Freddy's is freak up. All the other woman could do was just nod at that as she scanned the room again. So, we have a cardboard cutout that seems to just appear, and what was that? The three of them stopped and looked down the darkened hallway before they pulled out their flashlights and shone them down. Between the three of them, they illuminated Foxy and Vicky. Both of them blinked as the flashlights flickered before Foxy held one paw in front of his face. Blast ya! Stop that, they're shining right now. It be hurting me eyes, it does. Vicky nodded as she leapt up and grabbed part of the ceiling before she hung off it like a gymnast in the light. Same here. Darn, that stings for some reason. Sheepish. All three turned off their flashlights as Harry rubbed the back of his head. Sorry guys, we heard something and that is one of our blind spots. And this place doesn't have lights like back at the other Freddy's. Blinking though, Erica raised an eyebrow as she looked at Vicky. Why are you on the roof, by the way? As if confused herself, Vicky shrugged some. Just feels, I don't know, right? It's also kind of fun to crawl around the rails, heh. Spider Fox. Spider Fox. Does whatever a spider fox, does. She then frowned some and tapped her chin. That sounded a bit better in my head. There was a bang and they turned their heads to see Robbie poke his head out of a vent. Hello. These things are awesome. Suddenly, another bang caused them to turn their heads to see Chelsea poke her head out of the other vent. Only she had taken off her beak for some reason. You're telling me, it's like, you're a super spy and crawling around in the vents to prevent the bad guy from seeing you. While he shook his head, Harry brought up another camera. Well, there's parts and service. Checking the map. Michelle nodded as she turned toward Erica. Well, we should probably check out there first. Erica only nodded as she threw her bag onto her head. Yeah, seems a good place to start, maybe find where the basement entrance is to this place or that hidden room. And with that, both Michelle and Erica walked off as Harry continued to watch the cameras. Gravel crunched under wheels as the car came to a stop before it turned off. The door then opened as the man in the driver's seat got out and stared at the moving van and the other car in the parking lot. What the heck? Who could be here? On the other side, the passenger side door opened as a voice muttered to itself. I'm late for work. So late. Hope that management won't mind. and that the animatronics won't get me. Then the man took off as the first man called out. Wait. After a moment, he groaned and slapped his forehead. Damn it. I know that setting this whole thing up has helped him. But freak, I really do not need someone discovering this. Hopefully they'll scare easily. He ran after the other man as they headed for a door to the inside of the building. And hopefully they won't cause Cuz to have one of his fits. Flipping to a new camera, Harry blinked as he noticed someone on the camera. Who the bloody heck? Then a moment later, he noticed that one of them had on what looked like an old Freddy's security uniform, which caused him to frown. Odd, it was then that he remembered the animatronics. Shoot, I got to tell them. With that, he rushed off to find them rather than wait in the security office. Due to that, he missed the other guard and the man with him by only a few seconds. The guard sat down behind the laptop with a sigh as his hat fell off to reveal a heavily scarred head as the second man caught up. Darn it, Cuz, I told you not to rush. However, the guard didn't say anything as he flipped through screens and stopped. Fitz. The animatronics are already moving. As he sighed, Fitz just sighed and shook his head. Jeremy, we've been over this. The animatronics are no longer here and they can't move. They were scrapped after all. Jeremy just looked up at him with a confused expression which caused Fitz's to soften some. The things that I do for my cousin, I know that Professor James may be a psychology professor, but sometimes I have to wonder if he knows what he's talking about due to Jeremy reliving that week over and over, though he has improved a bit. Despite that, Jeremy pointed at the screen. But Toy Bonnie is right there. Rolling his eyes, Fitz walked over to look over his shoulder. Jeremy, you're imagining things again. What the bloody heck? His jaw dropped as sure enough, there on the screen was Toy Bonnie examining an old picture that was on the wall. No way, no bloody way can that thing be here. They were scrapped. There was a giggle which caused them both to look under the desk to see the strange animatronic that they called Balloon Girl there staring at them before they blinked and she vanished. Fifit? Toy Bonnie is gone. His heart pounding in his chest. Fitz reached out and began to flip through the various cameras before he saw one shape that looked human dart out of camera range. There's someone here? Who the freak? Then he remembered the news and frowned a bit. Vincent? Is that you? Both of them heard scrapping and looked toward the entrance. With a shaky hand, Jeremy brought up his flashlight and shone it down the hallway to reveal what looked like a mostly repaired mangle hanging from the ceiling. Ow! Hey! Stop that! Her talking brought the two guards up straight as that had never happened before. Gulping, Jeremy called out. Gee, go away. It was then that Vicky saw who was there and mentally blinked. Who the heck? She then shook it off and glanced around to see if Harry was there. Where did he go? And who are these guys? Vicky's eyes then narrowed as she turned around. First things first. Find the others and Harry and warn them. After a few moments, Jeremy focused the light back on the entranceway and found that Mangle was gone, which caused him so relax a bit. She's gone. Looks like management fixed her. Fitz glanced at him and swallowed a bit. Not management, Jeremy, someone else fixed those things. His eyes then narrowed. And whoever it is, I'm gonna punch in the face once I get my hands on them. He felt Jeremy grab him by the sleeve and jerk. Something the matter, Jeremy? The scarred guard just pointed at the screen. Who is that? Leaning toward the screen, Fitz frowned a bit. Can't really make them out too well, but are they wearing a guard uniform? Then the man turned toward the screen and both him and Jeremy recoiled as instead of eyes, the person had two black pools with white dots in the center. Then the screen flashed and the guard has something hanging off him that looked like a shadow of a person except for bulging eyes and a skull-like grin. Suddenly there was a Freddy mask with bloodshot human-like eyes on the laptop screen before it switched to words "It's me," over and over before a old Bonnie face came up without eyes. Then everything was back to normal except the guard was gone. Well, what was that? For several moments, Fitz was silent as he could still hear the whispers saying the words as they faded away. I don't know, and that frightened him more than the animatronics. Having gotten out of view of the camera, Harry swiftly made his way to another room which had Chelsea in it just walking around. Chelsea, we got a problem. With a confused expression, Chelsea turned to look at him, not having noticed the camera activate and focus on her. A problem? What sort of problem are we talking about here? Harry? As he sighed and ran a hand through his untidy mop of hair, Harry grimaced. We got 2 people on site, with one possibly being a guard for Freddy's. Problem being that there's supposed to be no one here, yet someone set this place up. I really don't know what's going on. Harry then looked straight at her. I need you to go and find the others and let them know what is happening. Can you do that? Her eyes wide, Chelsea nodded. I can. Once she took off, Harry glanced at the camera and frowned a bit. I wonder who you are. Suddenly, someone spoke from above him, which caused him to jump. No clue, but I'm happy to see that you're all right, Harry. From where she had been crawling along the ceiling, Vicky dropped down and gave him a hug. I was worried when I saw them there, but no sign of you. There was a soft smile on Harry's face as he turned around and hugged her back. Hey, no problems there, Vicky. Neither of them noticed the camera turn a bit and focus on them. However, Aya did and narrowed her eyes at the camera. Oh no, you don't. She sent another spat of hallucinations that shut the camera down for a time before she poked Harry. We need to get moving, Harry. While he nodded, Harry looked at Vicky. Can you let the others know, please? Vicky searched his face before she nodded and leapt up to the ceiling again. Can do. And with that, she was gone as Harry walked to another room. The wall here was peeling a bit and Harry leaned against it just under the camera in the blind spot. Bloody freak heck. This was just what I needed. A knocking sound from behind him caused him to turn and blink at the wall. Hello? He heard something and laid his ear against the wall, only to widen his eyes as he heard his aunt's voice. Harry, is that you? With his jaw dropping, Harry turned toward the wall and began to search it. Aunt Rose? What are you doing here? There was confusion in her voice as she answered. What am I doing here? What are you doing here? You must be just outside my room. Took a moment, but Harry remembered what she meant by that. Room? I know that said that when she's not in our Freddy's. She's usually in some dark room that has no entrance or exit. But his eyes widened a slight fraction as it all clicked into place. A sealed room, just like Phone Guy was talking about and Veronica was in. If they were where the murders happened, then Harry began to run his hands over the wall. Aunt Rose? I think that I know where you are, and if I'm right, then I'm gonna need some tools to get in. There. For a few moments, Aya was silent before she nodded. Harry, don't move. I'll be right back. Before Harry could say anything, she slithered off and into the darkness. It took her only a minute to reach the security office where she saw the 2 people at the desk. There we are. Shaking, Jeremy switched between his camera feeds. Fitz. What is going on here? Who is that guy? All that Fitz could do was shake his head before he glanced at the side where there was a fire axe. I don't know, Jerry. There shouldn't be anyone here at all, and those things were supposed to have been scrapped. But someone repaired them. He then ran a hand through his hair. And those hallucinations. What the heck is up with those? Suddenly, a scraping sound drew their attention. What the heck? Jeremy shakingly gestured in front of the desk. Fritz. The older man looked up and saw the shadow-like being from before with the axe as his eyes widened. It blinked for a moment and then gave a rictus grin. Yeah, I kind of need this, thanks. It then rushed back into the darkness and left the 2 blinking in confusion. What the bloody freak? After a few moments, Aya returned to Harry with the axe behind her and stopped at his feet before she once more began to hang off him. Back, and I brought you a gift. Picking it up, Harry gave her a narrowed gaze. Where did you get this and how were you able to drag it? Several moments passed before Aya scratched her chin and looked away. I found it in the security office. As to how I dragged it here, she then shrugged a bit. Myself and the others have always been able to affect things. So who knows? A sigh escaped from Harry as he felt a headache come on as he knew that the 2 men in the office had to have at least seen the axe moving. Lovely. Still sighing, he grabbed the axe and brought it down on the wall as he got to work. For several seconds both Jeremy and Fritz stared in the direction that the thing had gone in. Both of them were reminded of the marionette before they shook off their shock. Well, what was that thing? While he frowned, Fritz shook his head. I have not the foggiest idea, Jeremy. It was then that he noticed Jeremy staring off into the darkness with a frightened expression as his body shook. Jerry, what's wrong me? Talk with me? It was then that he heard the sound of metal on concrete and turned as Jeremy whimpered. Then he saw what had Jeremy in the state that he was in as Foxy walked into view. Foxy stood there in the doorway as both of them stared at him and walked some into the room when he caught sight of Jeremy. Time passed as the nearly frightened to death man stared at Foxy, who stared back. Suddenly, Foxy hung his head. Yeah, I remember, much to Fritz's surprise. Something seemed to trickle out from Foxy's eyes. I know that it might not mean much, but I be most aggrieved for what I have done. There was silence for a few moments as the only thing that could be heard was Jeremy's breathing. You're sorry? Having recognized the coming explosion, Fritz took a step forward as he kept an eye on Foxy, one hand reaching for the flashlight as his mind tried to wrap itself around what was happening. Jeremy, now calm down. But before he could do anything, Jeremy's anger had overcome his fear and he had practically leapt from his seat. You're sorry. You bit me in the head and took part of my brain, you stupid freak fox. Because of you, I am freak in the head, and there's nothing that anyone can do for me, and all you can say is that you're sorry. The animatronic was silent as the man flung himself at Foxy before his fist swung out and smashed into the pirate's jaw. Sorry isn't going to bloody freak cut it, you piece of mechanical crud. You destroyed my life. Ignoring the hits from the human, Foxy closed his eyes when he felt another fist hit his jaw, loosening it some. And I be knowing that better than anyone. I be beyond forgiveness. As his hits came weaker and weaker, Jeremy huffed as he ignored his bleeding nuct. Why did you do it? It almost seemed as if the room held its breath as Foxy stared down at the man as he collapsed to the floor before he looked at a stunned Fritz and then back at Jeremy. Because I be confused at the time when I awoke on that there stage. And I had been thinking that ye be the one, we're wearing a purple uniform like him, grasping his exhausted cousin. Fritz gently pulled him back. Who, however, Foxy turned without saying a word and started to walk out as two streams of cleaning fluid flowed from his eyes. He only stopped when Fritz asked again. To my shame, I had been thinking that he had been the man who took my and me friends' lives away so recently then and forced us into these roles we play, and with that, Foxy left into the shadows as he ignored the stares from the others. Meanwhile, Jeremy's anger was just replaced by confusion. What? Took his life away? Roles? What is he talking about? What life? He's just an animatronic? Fritz just stared into the darkness as his mind began to work. Wait, purple uniform? And he thought that Jeremy was someone else because of that who took his life away. But inside his head. His mind screeched to a halt as he remembered some rumors he had heard due to keeping an eye on Fazbear Entertainment. They never found the bodies of the kids and the reports of the animatronics leaking blood and mucus, and I remember one of the techs complaining about the mess inside. Not even a moment later, he dropped Jeremy and began to puke in a corner, much to his cousin's confusion. Fritz? Having been working at the wall for several minutes, Harry grunted as even with Aya helping, his arms were beginning to ache. Each hit against the bricks caused a painful jolt to shoot up his arm. Really bloody hate this. Aya frowned a bit as she helped him chip away at the wall by lending her strength to her friend. We're nearly there, Harry. Just a bit more and we should break through enough for a hole to be there. She then tilted her head a bit. We should be glad though with how brittle these bricks are after almost 20 years. Thank God that management is so darn cheap that they bought these instead of the good bricks. With a grunt, Harry barely dodged a chunk of brick that would have probably broken his glasses if it had hit. Yeah, thankfully, finally, his axe broke through the bricks, having chipped away an area. About bloody time, a few quick whacks widened the hole to about the size of his fist and he pulled out his flashlight. Harry then shined it into the room and with a frown. Aunt Rose? You in there? It was only that he was so used to things jumping in front of him that he barely reacted when part of his aunt's costume mask filled the hole on the other side. A green, bloodshot eye staring out. Yeah, I'm here, Harry. So the room was at the old place then? As he smiled, Harry nodded. Apparently so. I'll get you out in a jiffy. Suddenly, his aunt hummed for a moment. Actually, Harry, why don't you go to the parts and service room? At his confused expression, she smiled. Grab something from there and then I can work on the wall from this side and you do so from that side. Together, we should be able to knock down this wall much faster. Blinking, Harry frowned for a moment before he nodded. That does make some sense actually. Okay then. After he placed the axe down, he rotated his shoulder a little and winced. I'll use the time to recover a bit before I come back. Rose chuckled from the other side of the wall. Though Harry stand back a bit, confused. Harry did so and watched as his aunt's eye disappeared from the hole. Wonder what she's doing? A few moments later he got his answer as he heard the sound of metal feet rushing around the room, then the entire wall shuddered with a loud boom of something hitting it. Distantly he could hear a male voice shouting and asking what just happened.
Aunt Rose?
You okay? Several seconds passed before he heard a groan and what sounded like some bones snapping. Yeah, just my pride is hurt. There was a pause before another groan drifted out. Trying to do a flying kick at that hole was not the brightest of ideas I've ever had. That is for certain. That caused her nephew to try and imagine it, which made him nearly snort. I can still hear you, I swear, Harry. If I hear you laughing, I will get back at you. With a snicker, Harry shook his head. Don't worry about that, Aunt Rose. It was then that he noticed Rebecca peeking into the room in confusion. Hey there, Becca. The possessed animatronic rabbit blinked for a moment in confusion before she looked at the wall. I heard a boom and wanted to know what happened, so Vicky poked her head in from where she hung from the ceiling just outside the door. The others are wondering the same thing. What the heck is going on in here? It was then that she noticed the hole. Are you breaking down a wall? Sheepish, Harry gestured with his thumb toward the wall. Found the room that Aunt Rose is always in, so I figured that I can break it down and let her out. As for the boom, the young wizard just grinned. Aunt Rose thought that she might widen the hole a little from her side. Let's just say that she just discovered that no, she is not quite the martial artist she thought that she was. From the other side of the wall, Rose's voice drifted out. I hate you so much right now, Harry. Harry just turned back to the wall. That's okay, Aunt Rose. I got enough love for the two of us. With a sigh and a slight wince, Harry turned back to Rebecca and Vicky. Anyways, I need a break, so I'm heading to parts and service to see if they have any other tools, like a sledgehammer or something, that I can pass through the hole to Aunt Rose so that she can do so work from her side. Walking up, Rebecca peered at him as she ignored Aya on his shoulder before she frowned. You didn't hurt yourself, did you? All Harry did was smile and shake his head before he answered. Not really. My arms are just tired, so this gives me a break to recover some before I get back to work. And with those guys in the office, there's not much more that I can do right now. For several seconds, Rebecca frowned as she watched him before she reached out and grabbed the axe. You go get the tools then. I'll stay here and work on this for you until at least get back. Though if you find more tools to break through, I wouldn't mind staying. The young wizard blinked at Rebecca, whose cheek lights came on before he raised an eyebrow. You don't mind? Rebecca just smiled shyly and shook her head. All right then. I'll try and get back as soon as possible. With that, Harry left as Vicky followed him on the roof talking. Back in the room, Rebecca hefted the axe as easily as if it was just plastic with her strength. Rose, could you, back up a bit? I don't want to hit you, after getting assurances that it wouldn't hurt her as she was. Rebecca swung the axe, which bit deep into the brickwork, before yanking it out. Shivering in his chair, Jeremy's eyes widened a bit.
Fritz.
He's back again. Fritz turned from where he was shining the light down the hallway to where he could just make out Toy Freddy standing. Wait, what? Where? Having turned, Fritz looked at the screen where Harry could be seen walking down it. Then a black bar moved across the screen and the person was gone. How the heck is he doing that? He shivered a bit and looked up to see Shadow Bonnie near to the wall staring at them. Shoot! The former guard had never been so thankful that Jeremy's therapist had suggested that he get a mask similar to the things that frightened Jeremy as he pulled out a plastic replica of a Bonnie head. Beside him, Jeremy hurriedly put on a Freddy head. Several moments passed as the two watched Shadow Bonnie before it faded away. Finally, as he gulped, Jeremy took off the Freddy mask with a pale, sweating face. Whoa, what's going on here? Fritz? Who is that guy? Why are all the animatronics back? With a frown on his face, Fritz furrowed his eyebrows as he thought it over. That is the question, isn't it? Who is this guy? Why is it that all those hallucinations keep happening whenever we see him on camera? And what connection does he have with Freddy's and the animatronics? He didn't finish his thoughts out loud, knowing how his cousin would have reacted. And is what I am thinking happened to Foxy what actually happened? Just then, he was brought out of his thoughts as Jeremy switched to another camera, this time to parts and service. There he is again, taking another look down the hall with the flashlight. Fritz noticed that Toy Freddy was gone and looked down at the screen. What is he doing there? As they watched, the person on the screen started to go through the various drawers as if looking for something with Mangle beside him. Suddenly, both of them heard a voice. Hello. After a moment, both of them looked up and gave an identical unamused look at Balloon Boy, who just stood there as if curious. Right, should have checked the vents. Jeremy's eyebrow twitched a bit. You think? Now we got to deal with him. With a groan, he laid his head on the table. Just bloody. Great. Frowning, Harry opened a cupboard and looked inside. Nothing, just screwdrivers and such. You find anything, Vicky? She just shook her head as she touched something on her hip. Just found the crowbar that I put here. That caused the wizard to pause for a moment before he shrugged. Well, that's actually something. He looked toward the basement doorway, which was open to the stairs, and walked over before he yelled down. Hey, Michelle. Erica. You know where I can find an axe or hammer or something? A few moments later there were footsteps that came up, and finally Erica poked her head out of the door with an expression of bemused befuddlement on her face. Axes or hammers? What would you possibly need those for? Harry just shrugged with a slight frown. Found that sealed room that Aunt Rose is always stuck in before she teleports at the beginning of the night. Aya had to get the axe for me, and I managed to make a hole in the wall. But it's a bit much for just one person, so I was hoping to find something to slip through the hole to Aunt Rose so that she can break it down from the inside. Right now, Becca's working to widen the hole as well. With a raised eyebrow, Erica walked out of the doorway and walked over to a section of the cabinets. How'd you find the room she's in anyways? I thought that you were keeping an eye on the cameras? The wizard's next words caused her to pause as she was about to open a door. Found it as I was leaning against a wall and kicked it. Aunt Rose heard it and called out. As for the cameras, Harry shrugged a bit. Can't. Two guys in Freddy's security uniforms showed up for some reason and had to get out of the room before they found me. The others have been keeping an eye on them, and Aya's been keeping them off my back. Not even a second later, Harry turned toward the basement door as Michelle cursed and poked her head out. You mean to tell me that there's two guys that are watching the cameras? When the heck were you going to tell us? Having noticed the similar glare on Erica's face, Harry turned toward Vicky. Weren't you and Becca going to tell them? Vicky wasn't going to take the blame for it though. I thought that you were going to tell them? In the back of his mind, Harry could hear Aya's amused voice as it sing-songed. Someone's in trouble. Someone's in trouble. While his eyebrow twitched, Harry growled a bit. Stop that, Aya. All he got in reply was a giggle as he sighed at the twin glares he got. Look, I'm sorry for it. Okay? Michelle was the first to stop glaring as she sighed and rubbed the side of her head in annoyance. Right, at least we know now rather than just stumbling into them if we went to check on you. Then she turned toward her friend. Maybe invest in some walkie-talkies or something if we go on another one of these trips. Thinking it over, Erica nodded as she opened the door to the cabinet to reveal a small sledgehammer and two large metal mallets. Sounds good. Anyways, here's what you asked for, Harry. A thought then occurred to her. Hey, Harry? She waited until he nodded to continue. What do they look like? After a moment of thought, Harry frowned. Well, one is an older man with reddish hair, starting to go bald with large glasses. Couldn't see much of the other guy as he had a hat on, but he had a ton of freckles on his face. It was then that Vicky took over. I actually saw more when I dropped by. That guy with a hat on must have taken it off as his head had all these scars on it around the front. I think that the first guy's name is Fritz and the second one was called Jeremy. With a blink, Harry's mind clicked from when he went over various guards' names and files at the pizzeria in Little Whinging. Wait, Jeremy, who had scars on his head and has a security uniform? That sounds like Jeremy Fitzgerald. That caused Michelle to look at him in confusion along with Erica. Who? Harry turned toward them. Jeremy Fitzgerald. He was the guard here just before it closed down in 1977, mainly because he was the victim of the bite of 77. Foxy woke up and saw the uniform before he bit him because he thought he was the guy who killed them. He was replaced by, For a second or two, Harry tapped his chin in thought before he snapped his fingers. Right, he was replaced by his cousin on night shift, Fritz Smith, who got fired after he tampered with the animatronics because of what happened to his cousin. At those words, Erica froze and slowly turned. Harry, say that name again and describe him? Both of you? Once they did so, she wiped a hand across her hair. What? My animatronics professor is named Fritz Smith, and that describes him perfectly. Heck, I remember one of the other professors stating that he took care of his brain-damaged cousin. Sadly for him, Prof heard and knocked him out with one punch. Faculty let it slide though considering. She then looked up into Harry's face. Harry, if it's him then I can go and talk with him and find out what he's here for. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans. Hello? Hello? Phone guy, someone on the phone. Dear Harry. Writing. Hey there, Harry. Slowly, Erica made her way through the halls as beside her. Chelsea looked at her with worry on her face. Are you sure that you want to talk with them, Erica? I mean, having seen the raised eyebrow on Erica's face, Chesley played a bit with her fingers. What if they attack you or something? Ducking her head a little, Chelsea stopped and scuffed one claw along the floor. I don't want you to get hurt after all. More than a little embarrassed, Erica reached up and gently squeezed the animatronic's shoulder. Hey, look at me. Once Chelsea had turned back to her, Erica continued. Nothing is going to happen to me, especially if this is my teacher. She glanced beside her where Andrew Toy Freddy was and smiled. Besides, I got you two for backup and that's more than enough. With that, Andrew stood a bit straighter. Yeah. Me and Chelsea will protect you if it turns out that they're a bunch of bad men. Right, Chelsea? Nodding rapidly, Chelsea smiled a bit. Yeah, that's true, I guess. A smile crossed Erica's face as she reached the doorway and looked back as she whispered. Now, you two stay out of sight and, however, she was cut off as a light shined in her face as a voice that she recognized as her professor called out. Who's there? Wait, Erica? Erica Perks? What the shoot? Run over here right now before they get you. There was a grimace on Erica's face as she let out a hiss. Well, there goes that plan. Shaking it off, she walked into the room and stopped just inside the doorway with Andrew and Chesley right behind her. Prof. While he scrambled to put on his Bonnie mask, Fritz stared at her as he hissed. Move very slowly toward me, Erica. Those things are dangerous. Before Erica could say anything, Chelsea placed a hand on the young woman's shoulder and shook her head. Ow! She's not coming over there. I've seen this sort of thing on the tele, so I know what happens next. Erica walks up to you, and then you grab her and hold her hostage. I'm not going to let that happen. Silence filled the room behind his Freddy mask. Jeremy blinked. What? However, there was something else that caught Fritz's attention as his eyes widened some. They're not attacking her? Heck, they're trying to protect her from us? What in the heck is going on here? After he cleared his throat, Fritz glanced at his cousin before he turned back to Erica. Okay then, you can all come a bit closer, but no closer than the middle of the room. I don't want those things getting too close to my cousin or me. He noted how the two animatronics flinched at that while Erica glared before the three walked forward and stopped where he wanted. Now then, what are you doing here and why aren't they attacking you? Erica licked her dry lips for a moment before she took comfort in how Chelsea and Andrew were both close to her. Distantly, she could hear soft thuds as Harry, Becca, and Vicky worked at the wall that sealed the hidden room. Remember that job I told you that I got, Professor Smith? It kind of has to do with that. For a moment, Fritz nodded before he froze as it all clicked into place. You work for Freddy's now and fix the animatronics. Taking a breath, he shoved his anger down for the moment though some seeped into his voice. Miss Perks, I don't know what the management at Freddy's told you, but those things are highly dangerous to people. In fact, one nearly killed my cousin. Now it was Erica's turn to flash up in anger as she glared at him as she noted how both Andrew and Chelsea flinched. Sir, these people are not things. They're thinking beings like you or I and call them a thing again, and I am going to knock your freak head off. You have no freak clue what has been done to them and why they were so aggressive. Surprisingly, it was Jeremy who spoke up. What do you mean? What was done to them? Glancing at him, Erica took a deep breath before she answered. What do either of you know about the Marionette and Fred Bears? Now with a frown behind his mask, Fritz felt as confused as his cousin often was, which was a strange feeling. Beside him, Jeremy shuddered a bit. Not much. Just that it was kept in a B-box with music PLA playing that I had to keep wound up. As she ran a hand through her hair, Erica grimaced. Well, you're not going to really believe this, no doubt, but the story starts in Nazi-controlled Europe in the 40s, so Erica told the whole story behind Freddy's and finally wound down. Several moments passed as Fritz got up and began to pace a bit. You're trying to tell me that magic is real and that the marionette is some kind of Nazi creation that was trying to create a cyborg zombie, and that Vincent killed those kids before he shoved them into the original costumes to make more? Then the marionette controlled them to get them to kill guards so that they could be stuffed in an attempt to make more? Once more running her hand through her hair, Erica let out a sigh. Yeah, like I said, rather unbelievable. But it's all true. Heck, my cousin goes to a school of magic. It's just that they hide themselves by wiping people's memories. Fritz stared at her before he reached up to pinch the bridge of his nose, only for his fingers to hit the Bonnie mask instead. Saying that it's unbelievable is putting it mildly. But let's say for a moment that I am willing to even give you the benefit of the doubt about all this. Why aren't they attacking now? And what about the toy animatronics? Also, what proof do you have of all this? Because I'll need some before I fully believe any of what I am hearing here. It took a moment, but Erica relaxed a bit. Well, they're not attacking because Harry kind of went and destroyed the marionette in a fight alongside his aunt, who is one of the murdered children and who was able to resist its control. Raising a hand, Jeremy blinked. Wait, this Harry guy destroyed the marionette? And his aunt was put into one of the suits? Slowly, Erica nodded a bit. Yeah, he's a guard at the reopened location and attacked it with a hammer on a night when it finally got managed to drain the power to open the doors to let the animatronics get at him. His Aunt Rose is in the golden Freddy suit, though her body is still inside. That caused Fritz to narrow his eyes a bit as he shivered a bit at the last bit of what she had said. Wait, is he here in this building? Because we have been seeing someone in a Freddy's guard uniform walking around with weird stuff happening around him. With a smile, the young woman nodded. Yeah, that's him, though the weird stuff is probably Aya's doing. Seeing the looks, she shrugged. She's a dead, former guard who hangs around him as a ghost thing. Anyways, as for the toy animatronics, well, they, kind of contain the souls of some kids who kind of died recently because of some stuff. Chica here is actually a girl named Chelsea. Andrew is in Toy Freddy. A girl named Vicky is in Toy Foxy. Another girl named Rebecca or just Becca is in Toy Bonnie. And finally you have a small boy named Robbie inside of Balloon Boy. They don't want to hurt anyone. Suddenly she was cut off by Andrew. Yeah, unless you hurt someone like Erica or Michelle.
So, yeah, don't.
Both Fritz and Jeremy stared at him as Erica face-bombed. Not helping Andrew, wincing, Andrew fiddled with his fingers. Sorry, Erica. Unknown to them was the thought that ran through Fritz's head. Okay, if I did not believe her a little bit before, now I definitely do. That was too much like a kid being scolded. Meanwhile, Erica turned back to them. As to proof, she bit her lip a bit in thought. If Rose was here, then I could ask her. But I don't want to bother them. Which means, a glance to the phone and Erica frowned. Do you know if that phone works when calling to the outside? Caught a bit off guard. Fritz blinked at his student in confusion. Does the phone here work with calls to the outside? At her nod, he frowned a bit. Not really. About the only place this phone will reach is other Freddy franchises and maybe a storage facility that I heard about. Why? Erica walked over despite how the two animatronics looked nervous about it. Does it hook up to the one in Little Whinging? Still confused, Fritz shrugged a bit. Maybe. It was then that Jeremy spoke up. That would be one on speed dial. Seeing the looks, he wrung his hands a little. I kind of played with the phones while I was here and they were building one over there. I remember that Fritz told me that they rushed after, Sharing a look with her professor, Erica smiled a bit. Well, that works then. After she picked up the phone, she pressed the one for speed dial. Took 2 tries, but finally someone answered her. Hello? Freddy Fazbear's Family Pizzeria, where fantasy and reality meet. I'm sorry, but we're currently closed at the moment. With a chuckle, Erica shook her head.
Lisa.
It's me, Erica. She could practically hear the frown on Lisa's face as in the background she could hear the sounds of the animatronics. They're going about their business. Erica, What are you doing calling here? And wait, it's reading as this line being from the pizzeria you guys were checking out. Slowly, Erica twisted the phone line around her finger as she continued. Well, you're right about the phone line. As for why I'm calling, we ran into a bit of a snag. Having heard the gasp at the other end, she was quick to reassure. Nothing really that bad, Lisa. But could you have Veronica come on over? I'm pretty sure that she can teleport right where I am. Unsure, Lisa hummed for a moment. I guess I'll go and ask her, and if no, I'll call you back. The other end then hung up and Erica placed the phone back into place. Now we wait. She just smiled at the confusion on both Jeremy's and Fritz's faces as they watched her. Then Erica felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end before both male guards seemed to get woozy. And she's here. Once they turned, the two cousins were surprised to see a golden foxy costume slumped against the wall. Suddenly, both eyes snapped open and it stood up. Erica? Lisa said that you needed me for some reason? Her eyes narrowed as she looked at Fritz and Jeremy in suspicion. Who are these two? Before Erica could say anything, Jeremy shakingly stood up.
Erronni.
Is that really you? Veronica's head snapped in his direction, and she blinked as she recognized his now much older voice and stared. Jeremy? Jeremy Fitzgerald? Is that really you? At his nod, she smiled and chuckled a bit before she became saddened. It has been a bit, hasn't it? Confused, Fritz looked between Jeremy and the apparent animatronic as he tried to puzzle out what was going on. Meanwhile, Jeremy got up and walked around the desk. Yeah, it has been a long time. What happened to you? You disappeared and, well, everyone thought. He trailed off as the pieces fell into place and he slumped a bit against the desk. You aren't you? All Veronica did was nod her head as Fritz frowned in thought. Wait, Veronica, wasn't that the entertainer at that Freddy's who cross-trained you in how to operate the spring suit things? The one that you were going to ask on a date? Both Jeremy and Veronica flinched at that before Jeremy shoved his hands into his pockets. I think that it might be a bit too late for that. Having glanced toward Veronica, Erica walked over to where Fritz was watching the two as if he didn't quite want to believe what they were hinting at. After she cleared her throat to catch his attention, Erica grimaced a bit. Poof? Just take a look inside the suit. Unsure, Fritz looked toward Jeremy, who had a far-off look on his face as he stared at Veronica. Trust her, Fritz. Surprised, Fritz walked over and she moved so that she was facing him. Once he pulled out a penlight, he shone it into the mouth and paled as well as turned slightly greenish, breathing heavily as he tried to keep his gorge down. He then looked toward one of the holes in the chest of the suit and leaned in before he shone the penlight into it. It's a moment later he rushed for the garbage can and started to dry heave. Oh God, oh God, oh bloody God. Harry swung the sledgehammer as hard as he could and knocked a large chunk of brick off the wall as beside him. Rebecca's axe bit in deep. They weren't alone as Vicky was busy jamming the crowbar she held into sections of the wall and slowly working to pry pieces off. Bloody heck! How long are we going to be here for? A bang sounded from inside as Rose spoke up, her face visible in the large hole. Maybe not much longer. Just as Rebecca was about to say something, a hammer burst through the wall and nearly got her in the knee. Hey, watch it. Sheepish, Rose rubbed the back of her neck. Sorry about that. The work halted for a moment as Rose poked her head out of the hole and looked down. Huh. Doesn't look like there's too much more from your side. For a moment, she rubbed her chin before she nodded. One moment, before any of the others could say anything, there was a crash and her foot burst through the wall near one of the thinner sections, though Harry heard the sound of bone cracking. The foot pulled back and then crashed through another spot as did a fist. Blinking from where she hung from Harry's shoulders, Aya looked over at Rose. Well, that makes our job a little easier. As she demolished another weakened section of the wall, Rose glanced at Aya a curious gaze. So, I've been wondering something, Aya. The animatronic waited until the spirit nodded. I've been wondering what is going to happen in regards to you once Harry heads back to school. With a tilt of her head, Aya shrugged as Harry blinked the eye closest to her, which was utterly black with a small pinprick pupil. I'm going to stick with him even when he arrives at Hogwarts, of course. Why? Having noticed the looks toward her, she blinked. What? Vicky grabbed Harry's sledgehammer and swung it, breaking through a section of the wall. Aren't you in the least bit worried about how some might react to you being around? Rolling her eyes, Aya scoffed. It's highly unlikely that they'll even notice me unless I make them notice me. Besides, considering the stories that Harry's told us, I think that he might need the backup. All Harry did was raise a finger and eyebrow as he looked around. You know, I'm right here. There was laughter as Aya reached up and patted him on the head. That's nice, dear. While she shook her head and laughed at the pout on Harry's face, Rebecca looked around with a smile. They're like a family. I got a family. She looked down at her blue plastic-covered hand and wished for a moment that it was flesh and blood before she shrugged it off. At least it's not as bad as it could be, and now I got a family. Not just me, Andrew, and Chelsea. I got brothers and sisters and everything. Unknown to her, Vicky had similar thoughts as she enjoyed the talk that was going on. Sure, I may be a soul possessing an animatronic, but better than the streets or being home with Dad. I'm a lot stronger now and no one is going to push me around. No one is yelling at me. I got a nice and warm place to sleep and a lot of friends. Heck, we're practically family. That thought caused her to pause and look around before she softly smiled and went back to working on the wall. I mean, yeah, it's a weird family, but still a family. Way better than what I had before. A shout grabbed their attention and saw Rebecca back up a bit. Guys, move away from there. Once they did so, she rushed forward and then leapt forward before she swung the axe downwards as she used her weight behind the swing. The axe broke through one section of the wall on its downward arc before it came to a stop. Ah! For several moments they just stared at her before she blushed via her cheeks lighting up and grabbed one ear. What? Suddenly Vicky grinned a bit. Okay, that is actually a pretty awesome idea. Give me a moment like Rebecca before her. Vicky backed up some and then rushed forward before she leapt and brought the sledgehammer in her paws down. Unlike the axe, which cut apart bricks, the sledgehammer instead shattered them under the force of the blow. Hiya! Once the shards stopped flying, Rose looked over the work and then motioned them back. Okay, let's give this another shot then. After they had moved to the side, Rose walked to the back of the room and then sped forward. This time, when she hit the bricks, the damaged wall gave way. For a few moments she stood there and then raised one finger and promptly fell over. Robbie poked his head in and stared before he shook his head and left. The Kool-Aid man, she is not, having heard a crash. Everyone in the security office turned toward where it came from as Jeremy jumped. Well, what was that? With a frown on her face, Veronica scratched the bottom of her muzzle as she hummed thoughtfully. Sounded like something crashed through something? As she sighed, Erica face-bombed and groaned. I think that I know what that was. Once she noticed the looks, she shrugged a bit. Harry found where Rose was hidden away in that sealed room. When I left, he was breaking down the wall with some of the others to help her, so that she would not be trapped there when she hasn't teleported anywhere else. Just as Fritz was about to ask, another voice spoke up. Yeah, though it was hilarious to see her burst through the remains of the wall only to fall on her face. The voice got cut off by the sound of something hitting flesh. Ow! That hurt. There was a small growl. It was supposed to, grumbling. The first voice spoke up from the shadows of the hallway. Anyways, everything all right now, Erica? While she chuckled at the byplay, Erica nodded as she turned. Yeah, everything is just okay, Harry. You and the others can come out now. Much to Fritz's and Jeremy's surprise, the guard that they had seen walked out, though there was some dust on his uniform. But that was not what surprised the two of them the most as Jeremy stood up. Why, you're a kid. Harry turned toward them and raised an eyebrow as he crossed his arms. I'm 15, you know, and considering what I've been through, I don't think that I can count as a kid anymore. Slowly, with a disbelieving look, Fritz rubbed his face. Jesus bloody Christ, you're still a kid to us. Freak, Jeremy was older when he worked for FREDDY'S. As he glanced with some surprise to where Veronica was, Harry shook his head. Needed a summer job to take my mind off some things. Though with Veronica here, I'm guessing that Erica explained everything then? Still not quite sure of everything. Jeremy scratched along his scars. You mean about how that darn fox was possessed by a dead kid stuffed into him? And how the marionette was some kind of supernatural Nazi shoot? Yeah, he then narrowed his eyes and pointed at the toy animatronics. Still doesn't explain why those guys kept trying to kill me. Blinking, Harry turned a surprised look onto Erica. Wait, you didn't tell them about the programming we found in the toys? With a soft groan, Erica face-bombed. I can't believe that I forgot that. His eyes narrowed at her. Fritz scowled a bit. What programming? Rubbing the side of her head, Erica sighed. You know Richard in your programming class, Prof? Now with his scowl softening into a frown as he grew slightly concerned with where this might be going. Fritz nodded. Richard? Of course I know him. Kid is the best programmer in my class and, unless I miss my guess, is a pretty darn good hacker. Why? After she chewed her lip a bit, Erica took a deep breath. I had him check the programming for the toys as there were some issues still. Even though the spirits in them are in full control, the programming was still telling them to attack anyone teenager in age and older. So I asked Richard to check to see where the malfunction was coming from. It was then that Harry took over. What he found was that it wasn't a malfunction at all. That caused both of the former guards to stiffen and stand a bit straighter. Wait, what? As Harry nodded, Erica continued. He found that someone had slipped some code into the main programming, in particular into the facial recognition and behavioral programming. One bit of code caused them to ignore a certain person no matter what he did. The other bit, though, would, when the correct commands were given, cause the animatronics to turn hostile to adults as they would see them as predators and, eventually, attack them. In fact, their programming told them to attack anyone with a uniform such as security guards or police. Enraged, Jeremy punched the desk hard enough that Fritz winced. Who the freak wrote that iron? There was an unamused look in Harry's face as he leaned against the wall. According to the notes we saw, Tony gave full access to a guard who also worked as a technician. Seeing the paling face on Fritz, Harry nodded. A guy by the name of Vincent. Cursing, Fritz began to pace. So that was how that bloody bully did it. Freak. A thought then occurred to him and he whipped around. Wait, I remember that when they fixed Foxy up just before. Fritz glanced at his cousin who had gone stiff. That had happened, they had downloaded the same programming that the toys had. I know that Erica and Foxy from when he showed up said that he did what he did was because he thought Jeremy was that child-killing bully, but was the programming a part of it? Both Harry and Erica shared a look of slight surprise, before Harry shrugged. It's a definite possibility, which is why we were going to bring it up with law enforcement. It would help explain what happened, and since said programming got removed from him, hearing the last bit caused Jeremy to grit his teeth. You were going to recommission him, weren't you? Now that caused Fritz to glare at Harry, who was nonplussed at their reaction. That is the basic plan. The lawsuit stated that Foxy was never to be recommissioned unless there were extenuating circumstances. In this case, my solicitor says that the programming code counts. Finally, pieces fell into place in Fritz's mind and he boggled at Harry. Wait, I heard that Tony got killed and someone else had bought Freddy's, that was you? All Harry did was smile and nod before he chuckled. A number of the good memories in my rather bloody shite childhood involve Freddy's. And besides, my aunt is there and I consider the animatronics family. Like heck, I am not going to give them another chance. Just as Jeremy was about to step forward, he caught something out of the corner of his eyes and paled. Oh no, everyone followed his gaze and froze with their eyes wide at the sight of a shadow similar in shape to Bonnie except for a rictus grin and two glowing white spots for eyes. Beside him was a purple Freddy who seemed surrounded by shadows whose eyes were also white as it stared at them. Then both spoke as one. It's me. Slightly nervous, Vicky was the closest to the two shadowy beings and held up her hands toward them. Hi there? Nice to meet you. I'm Vicky, and both beings stared at her, which caused a shiver to run down her spine. Shadow Bonnie seemed to flicker for a moment before it moved. And the next thing that Vicky knew, she was sailing through the air and slammed into the wall with enough force that she felt her endoskeleton strain. His eyes wide, Andrew soon narrowed them and charged at the two as he noticed them seemingly floating toward the stunned Vicky. Leave her alone. They turned toward him as he attempted to knock them away from her, but instead went through them as if they were nothing more than smoke. Andrew went, to turn only to find the shadow Freddy before it backhanded him and sent him skidding along the floor. Arg! However, that gave time for Vicky to leap to her feet as Rebecca rushed toward the fallen Andrew with a cry. You went and picked on the wrong group, you bully. Snatching the crowbar from where it had fallen, she swung it at them only for it to go through them. For several seconds she continued to do so until she stopped. Crud. Fritz had just managed to knock his cousin to the ground as Vicky went flying through the air where they had stood. Okay, the freaky shoot level just went off the charts. Rushing to where Vicky was, Harry glanced over to Fritz. What the heck are those things? Shivering against the ground, Jeremy gulped. SH Shadow Bonnie and Shadow FR Freddy. They just appear out of nowhere and stare if you got the mask on. But I don't know how they doing this. With a growl, Shadow Bonnie turned toward where Harry was helping Vicky up. Freddy Fazbear's must die. All Harry had time for was for his eyes to widen as Shadow Bonnie launched itself. It didn't reach him, though, as Veronica placed herself between them. Like the heck you're going to hurt him? None of them were as surprised as Shadow Bonnie when Veronica managed to grab hold of his arms and hold him in place, her eyes glowing malevolently. You want to hurt him or the children? Then you'll have to go through me, she screamed in pure rage as she headbutted Shadow Bonnie and made him stumble back as she let go of one arm. Then Veronica yanked on the other arm to pull him in before planting one closed fist into his face and sending him flying. Having overcome his shock, Shadow Freddy was about to charge at Veronica as she leapt toward Shadow Bonnie. But then he felt something on his shoulder and turned to see Rose, her eyes black except for two white pinpricks as she pulled back one fist. You're mine! Foxy had been rushing toward where he had heard the screams and shouting coming from, only needing to dodge as Shadow Freddy nearly slammed into him. What in the heck? Turning toward him, Harry shouted at Foxy. Get out of there! Normal animatronics can't affect them. Sensing something, Foxy dodged to the side in a combat roll just as Shadow Freddy tried to take off his head. Are ya be wanting to harm me friends then? Well, have it yeah. Instead of fighting though, Foxy dodged around him, leaping here and there as well as rolling just out of reach of the strikes.
Je beslover ten a drunken urthin, RRR.
As he kept an eye on both fights, Harry gritted his teeth. Aya, do you have any idea what the heck those things are? There was a silence before Aya answered. They seem to be like what makes up the Black Mass as well as myself. But at the same time they're not. Both her and Harry winced as one lucky hit caused Veronica to stumble back some before she shook it off and charged back in. What I don't understand is how it is that Rose and Veronica can affect them and the others can't, unless, for a brief moment, Harry felt his heart stop as he came to the same realization. Unless they're somehow related, his heart pounding, Jeremy got to his feet only to see Foxy rushing toward him screeching. The former guard's entire body locked up due to flashbacks only for Foxy to shove him to the side. Ugh! Suddenly the sound of strained metal filled the room and Jeremy whipped around to see Foxy pinned against the wall with Shadow Bonnie's hand through his stomach. The costume around it slowly turning black and rotting as Foxy had his mouth open in a silent scream. A look to where he had been showed Jeremy that Veronica was slowly rising to her feet. He saved me? Shadow Bonnie glared into Foxy's terrified eye and chuckled. Freddy killed US suits failed. Now we will make sure that Freddy's is destroyed. It raised one fist up to Foxy's head height and pulled it back. Then its fist shot forward, only to stop as a human hand wrapped in black mist grabbed it and held it in place. I think not. A hissing sound filled the air as Shadow Bonnie's head turned to see Harry glaring at it with his eyes pitch black and pinprick white pupils. There was also a dark mist that covered his body and seemed to seep from his eyes as he tightened his hold, the spot being from which the sound came. Gurg. Slowly, Harry pushed Shadow Bonnie's arm back, both his own and the ghostly animatronic's limbs shaking from the strain of fighting each other. Harry suddenly smirked as a rictus grin overlaid his own face and his already wild hair seemed to move on its own. Guess what time it is? It's time to kick your bleeding RC back to heck. Jeremy could only stare as Harry grabbed Shadow Bonnie's other arm and slowly forced it out of Foxy, the wounded animatronic falling to the floor. A moment later the mist seemed to become more like a cloak around Harry and small, bloodshot eyes opened in it and looked everywhere. What the heck is that? Having dodged past the fighting Rose and Shadow Freddy, Erica grasped his hand and helped to haul him to his feet. Even though I have never seen it myself, I'm guessing that would be what Harry and the others call the Black Mass. That caused her professor to stare at her before his eyes were caught by the sight of Harry slugging Shadow Bonnie in the stomach and causing it to stagger. black mass? Slowly, Erica nodded around the lump in her throat, as she could feel the temperature drop. You know all the guards who have gotten killed at Freddy's? Yeah, that's kind of what happened to them. Thankfully, they like Harry. Shadow Freddy had just thrown Rose away from it, obviously having gotten hurt from her attacks, and snarled at Harry. Why? You, like, US. Why? You protect Freddy's? All that caused was for Harry to whip his head around and snarl. We're nothing like you. The rictus grin then grew on Harry's face. Besides, we're guards, it's what we do. However, the conversation served its purpose and distracted Harry enough for Shadow Bonnie to slug him in the face and send him flying. Shadow Freddy grinned at this, only to hear a screech behind him, and he turned to see Veronica rushing toward him as she leaked black ichor from her mouth. You dare harm a child in front of me? I'll rip you apart. Scree. Then Veronica was upon him, her claws ripping and tearing at Shadow Freddy. Soon, she was joined by Rose, who was equally enraged. Ignoring this, Shadow Bonnie continued to walk toward Harry, who slowly got to his feet. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up for, Aya. I'm getting tired and it feels like I'm freezing and burning here. He hid his wince as he flexed his hand. Not to mention the pins and needles. With an internal frown, Aya sighed. I know, Harry, I know. But we only really need to distract him long enough for Rose and Veronica to rip apart that Freddy wannabe. Seeing the incoming punch, Harry blocked it with one arm and heard his bone creak under the pressure. And if that was not bad enough, he could see the blood vessels under his paling skin blackening. It can't happen soon enough. Another punch sent him skidding across the floor, his back hitting the wall. One of his eyes then focused in on his hammer that was on the floor that he had brought just in case, the very same one that he had used to destroy the marionette. Harry could just feel the grin Aya had as she whispered to him. You thinking what I'm thinking? A chuckle ripped through Harry's throat as he reached out for it, a stream of mist extending from his hand. If it worked on one animatronic. The mist reached the hammer and encircled around its handle before yanking it to Harry's hand before he spun around and swung it. It should work on another. The hammer, wrapped in the same black mist as Harry, impacted Shadow Bonnie's leg at the knee. With the sound of snapping and the screech of metal giving way, the entire joint bent sideways under the hit. As he fell to his knee, Shadow Bonnie screamed in Harry's face. Scary. Harry's reply was to swing the hammer again and hitting him in the face, crumpling half of Shadow Bonnie's head in. Well, bloody freak you too. Another screech caused Harry to look to where the badly damaged Shadow Freddy had finally knocked off Veronica and Rose and was charging him. Before it managed to reach him though, a shout caught all their attention. Hey! Everyone turned toward the door to the office to see a grinning Michelle, who lifted up a spray can and a lighter. Forget about me? Shadow Freddy only had a moment to widen his eyes before Michelle turned on the lighter and pressed the spray can's button. With a whoosh, a stream of flame shot out and hit the shadow animatronic head on causing it to screech as it tried to bat away the flames. Her attack though only lasted a couple of seconds as Shadow Freddy rushed her through the stream of flames. She was forced to drop the spray can and lighter as it tried to take her head off with a swipe of its paws. Michelle! Rolling back to her feet, Michelle grimaced at the sight of the shadow animatronic, which had large amounts of its costume burnt off in its face and up its torso. Okay, that didn't work. As she dodged another swipe, Michelle reached into her pockets. Let's see if the old heirloom from Grandpa that Mom passed down to me will help. Once more trying to swipe at her head, Shadow Freddy was surprised as Michelle ducked under his arm, while pulling her hands out of her pockets to reveal brass knuckles that seemed to have crystals on them. Then she punched him in the jaw hard enough to stagger the animatronic. Before he could recover, Michelle followed up with another punch that loosened the jaw. Suddenly, Rose was behind him and pinned Shadow Freddy's arms above his head. You weren't the only one that he forgot about. With a screech, Veronique leapt over Michelle and plunged her claw into the struggling animatronic's chest. Go! Help Harry, we got this. Nodding, Michelle rushed toward Harry as Shadow Bonnie got up and picked up an axe laying on the floor. Harry, catch! She threw it along the floor and Harry caught it with the mist wrapping around it as he turned and swung it in an upward arc, which caused Tach's axe to embed itself almost entirely in Shadow Bonnie's crotch area. Harry winced a bit, as did the other males there. I meant to do that? As he slowly stumbled back to his feet, Shadow Bonnie's only functioning eye glowed. Going to rip your guts out. Not even a moment later, its head was knocked to the side as Michelle punched him. Gosh! Harry held the axe in one hand after having yanked it out of Shadow Bonnie and the hammer in the other as Michelle got into position beside him. How the heck are you doing that? Blowing some of her bangs away from her eyes, Michelle glanced at the brass knuckles and shrugged. No clue, actually. All I know is that my grandfather on my mother's side used them during World War II at some Nazi castle while he was in the OSS. Said that there was nothing that the Nazis had that they couldn't beat the shoot out of. Always did go on about paranormal Nazi bullshit. At his look, she shrugged again. I just figured that they might be useful if we ever fought another animatronic. After a moment, Harry nodded a bit. Makes sense. Narrowing his eyes as he ignored how Shadow Freddy was rapidly losing to Rose and Veronica. He grinned. Let's do this. Working together, Michelle distracting Shadow Bonnie as Harry wielded both weapons to damage it. Shadow Bonnie did not last long. Finally, the Shadow animatronic collapsed to the ground and stilled. After Shadow Freddy's crippled body was thrown next to Shadow Bonnie's, Rose shook her head. Why did you attack us? What are you? There was stillness before Shadow Bonnie raised one finger and pointed at both Rose and Veronica as his voice glitched. Ella like, take them. D died WHWH when Sway Sway Suits FA failed. PP pain. BB blood. Bo bodies clear cleaned out. Gigi gone in into thin air. And management. Shadow Freddy then continued even though his jaw was nearly gone. NN in need. TT2D to destroy FREDDY'S. KK. Kill. Mom and management, with a scowl. Aya poked her head out of Harry's shoulders and glared at them. You're both too late for that, they're already dead. And as to Freddy's, Harry is nothing like them and would not let what happened to you and us to happen to anyone else on his watch. However, she didn't get an answer from the two as at that moment. The lights in their eyes died and their bodies dissolved into black mist that seeped into the floors. With a sigh, Harry felt Aya leave his body as did the black mass while his eyes went back to normal. Guess it's over. Suddenly, it felt like he had not slept in days and the world tilted crazily as he stumbled, everything catching up to him. But as the world seemed to blur and swirl around him, Harry barely felt the floor as he fell back and hit it. Not even a moment later, Michelle's blurry face filled his sight as she talked to him. But to Harry, it sounded as if he was underwater as her voice was muffled and seeming to come from far away. Harry? Harry? Stay with us. Then darkness claimed him and he knew no more. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans. Hello? Hello? Phone guy, someone on the phone, dear Harry. Writing. Hey there, Harry. Aya. With a groan, Harry slowly sat up. Ugh. What the bloody heck happened? Hearing something. He looked around to see him laying in the back seat of Michelle's door, with said young woman pacing around just outside muttering to herself. Damn it, Harry. Slowly wincing, Harry took a breath and called out. Sorry about that, Michelle. Gasping. She turned to see him watching her and her eyes widened. You're awake. Before Harry could say anything, Michelle rushed to the car and opened the door before she practically dove into the back seat and hugged him. Oh God, Harry. I was so worried when you collapsed like that. She pulled away some and gave him a glare. Don't scare me like that again. Harry only nodded at the look in her eyes. I'll, try not to. He then looked around in confusion. What's happened and how long have I been out for? As she took a breath, though much to Harry's confusion she didn't loosen the hug, Michelle shook her head. After you collapsed, everyone freaked out as we thought that you were badly hurt. But then Aya appeared and told us that you were just exhausted and needed some rest. So Rebecca brought you out here and placed you onto my back seat where you could rest. The others are just packing up the parts for Erica to take back to the storage shed. Taking another breath to calm herself, she threaded her fingers through Harry's as she sat next to him. As for the time, you've been out for about an hour and it's nearly 4:30. It was then that Harry noticed some wetness by her eyes. Are you crying? Slowly, his eyes widened some. Did I make you cry? Sniffling some, Michelle just softly smiled as she tightened the hug some. I was just scared, Harry. Now I'm happy that you're okay The two sat there for a few minutes as Michelle placed her head into the crook of his neck the best that she could. Hearing a yawn, she gave a bit of a chuckle. Still tired, I see. Humming, Harry nodded as he leaned his head against Michelle's. Yeah. My whole body aches a bit, and I'm having some trouble keeping awake. While her face heated up some, Michelle cleared her throat a bit. You can just go asleep here, I don't mind at all. Another yawn escaped from Harry as he nodded, his eyes slowly closing. That sounds rather nice actually. Not even a minute later, Harry was gently asleep as he leaned against Michelle. Said person meanwhile was looking out into the night and sighed to herself. Damn it, I cannot believe that I'm falling for him. A thought then occurred to her that made her snort. I wonder if this is what happened with Mom and Dad. Little time seemed to pass before she heard a snicker and looked up to see Erica at the front of the car grinning at them like a cat seeing a small bird. So that looks rather cozy. Michelle only glared at her friend, which caused the grin to widen for a few moments before her expression softened. So how is he? Glancing at him, Michelle smiled a bit, tired and with some aches and pains, but he's okay I guess. Nodding, Erica walked up and looked into the car at Harry before she reached out and brushed some hair away from his face. You didn't see him, Shay. That guy is protective as heck towards those he calls friends and family. If anything happens between you, I can say that you got my backing. At Michelle opening her mouth, Erica shook her head. I'm being serious, Michelle. I know that you say that you're just friends and maybe you are, but if anything more happens then you got my approval. Several seconds passed before Michelle nodded with a smile. Thanks, I appreciate it. Erica smiled back before she got down and took one of Harry's arms. Anyways, let's get this guy into the front seat, he can rest up during the drive back. As they both worked together to get the groggy Harry around to the front passenger seat, Michelle looked toward her friend. So, how is your professor and his cousin reacting to all this? The other woman winced a bit. Well, besides deriding all the supernatural bullshit they've seen tonight, Prof said that he'll be talking to me about some things he remembers from Freddy's. I also saw Jeremy talking with Foxy, and before you ask, I don't know what they talked about. With a frown on her face, Michelle furrowed her eyebrows as they placed Harry gently into the front passenger seat. Wonder what they were talking about. Much to Harry's surprise, when he came off his shift, Michelle was waiting for him in her car. Having seen his shock, she just smiled a bit as she looked out as some raindrops came down from the dreary sky overhead. Figured that you might be a bit too tired to walk home and heard it was gonna rain. All Harry could do in his exhaustion was tiredly nod as he walked over to the passenger side and get in. Thanks, I really appreciate this. Despite himself, he could feel his eyes closing as he yawned. Merlin, I feel like I could sleep a week. Glancing at him, Michelle just smiled as he continued to nod off. I'm not surprised, Harry, after what happened. Tell you what, just rest your eyes and I'll wake you when you get home. She blinked as she didn't get an answer and turned to see Harry already asleep. Or, you could just sleep. To Harry, it seemed like he had just fallen asleep when a hand shook him awake. What? Giggling at his expression, Michelle shook her head. You're home, Harry. A moment later she frowned as she noticed that the rain started to pick up. Come on then, let's get you into your house. It took some work, but she helped get the tired 15-year-old up the stairs and to the front door, which she knocked on. Michelle then frowned a few minutes later as no one answered, only for Harry to grumble as he reached into his pocket and unlocked the door using the key he had there. I think that I know what's going on. Once they stumbled inside, Harry checked the back of the door and sighed. Of course, they went to Marge's for the weekends. That caused Michelle to blink as she looked around. So no one else is here? At his nod, she frowned, though part of it was because she could not see a picture of him anywhere. Give me a moment. Having gotten a nod, she walked over to the phone and quickly dialed the Perks household. Erica? It's me, Michelle. Yeah, I might be late. No one else is here at his house and I need to make sure that he's okay. Yeah, no worries there. Okay, see you in a while then. Once she got back, Michelle had to hide a smile at how Harry was nearly asleep leaning against the wall. Okay, let's get you to bed then before you collapse. Grunting, Harry leaned into her as they went up the stairs. Bed sounds good right about now. Unnoticed by him was how the young woman supporting him had a fiery blush on her face. A blush that reversed itself once he pointed at a door.
Tazmine.
As she looked over the locks and the cat flap, Michelle swallowed. No, there is no freak way. They passed another bedroom on their way and Michelle blinked at the sight of all the stuff. It was then that they reached the bedroom that Harry said was his and she opened the door. A quick glance over it showed the small cot and the broken items in it as well as the trunk. Oh, this is just so much bullshit. Upon hitting the bed, Harry just laid there nearly asleep as he felt Michelle pull off his trainers. It was mainly because he was so tired that he didn't realize the next words out of his mouth. Now I know how those husbands feel when they come home tired from a long day, frozen. Michelle felt like her face was on fire. Though she wouldn't lie and say that since Harry mentioned it, the same thought hadn't gone through her head. Outside, the storm burst fully and the rain poured down, maneuvering Harry until he on the cot. Michelle slumped a bit as the same tiredness came over her. For a moment she blinked and then grunted. Screw it, I'll just take a quick rest. Pushing the sleeping Harry to the side, she laid down and before she knew it, sleep had claimed her as well. The ringing of a phone roused the young woman and she sat up. For a brief moment she wondered where she was before she heard a sound and turned to see Harry. Oh, right. I'm at Harry's house, still hearing the phone. She got up despite not wanting to, the lumpy mattress notwithstanding, and walked downstairs. Picking it up, she held back a yawn. Hello? Erica's amused voice drifted out from the other end. About time. I've been wondering where you've been all day. That caused Michelle to blink for a moment. What time? She caught sight of the clock and swore. 2 in the afternoon? Shoot. I'm sorry about that, Erica. I laid down after putting Harry to bed and most of conked out. A laugh came through the receiver and Michelle groaned at Erica's last words. Harry must be pretty comfy then. With a growl, Michelle glared at the phone. Screw off. God, I am too tired for this right now. Of course, Erica had to laugh again. Tired, huh? The tone she said it in caused Michelle to scowl. Yeah. Laugh it up at the poor tired girl. Anyways, I'll talk to you later. After she got a goodbye in return and hung up, the young woman spotted the dirty tracks that lead up the stairs from the front door. Damn it, should probably take care of that. Now where would the mop and stuff be? I know that Erica keeps hers in a cupboard under the stairs and there's one here, and Harry would probably be glad not to get yelled at if how clean the rest of this place is could be considered a sign. Pushing away from the phone, she walked over to the cupboard and undid the bolt locks. Michelle slowly walked back into Harry's bedroom with a stunned expression on her face. She glanced at Harry for a moment before she walked over to the window and opened it. As the young woman leaned against the sill, she just stared out. Suddenly, she blinked and looked down as her arms brushed against something. Wait, are those? Once more, the churning in her stomach came back and she swallowed, her voice just a whisper. You have to be freak joking. Hearing something, Michelle froze and then walked toward the closet. Gently, her hands gripped the handle before she pulled it open some to reveal Veronica staring at her through the gap. Hi? All Michelle could do was blink before she raised an eyebrow. What are you doing in the closet? Coughing, Veronica shrugged as she adjusted the box that held Shadow Foxy and her son's bones. I usually come here during the day, just in case someone snoops around the basement. Besides, her eyes glanced toward where Harry slept. Being here makes me feel peaceful, for some reason. And after last night, I need it. For a few moments, Michelle just stared at her before she blinked slowly. Okay, with a shake of her head, she looked around and noticed a black form beside Harry. The specter raised herself somewhat off the bed and sighed. I usually follow Harry everywhere, seeing the expression on Michelle's face. Her tone took on a teasing note. And yes, I did see what you did. Behind Michelle, Veronica's dry tone could be heard. And she was not the only one, chuckling some at the blush spreading across the young woman's face. Aya shook her head before her voice softened. But thank you for caring enough to take care of Harry, Michelle. I appreciate it, and I know that Harry does as well, though he won't admit it. It was then that she gave her best version of a frown that she could. Speaking of, you seemed troubled when you came in. Want to talk about it? With a raised eyebrow, Michelle glanced at both other females. I cannot believe that I am having a conversation with two people dead for years. Shows just how weird my life has gotten. Her voice then became strained as she looked down at the floor. How much do you know about Harry's life? I mean, before now, that is. That only caused Veronica to become confused before Iocide. I don't know everything, Michelle. But I know enough to guess how bad his childhood was. Narrowing her eyes, Veronica growled a bit. How bad? As she ran her hand through her hair, Michelle only grimaced. That's something that's probably personal for Harry, so I'll let you find out. Suddenly a voice, thick with sleep, spoke up and surprised all of them. You're right, my childhood is personal. They turned their heads toward the bed to see Harry laying there with his eyes half open before he sat up. Could you two let me and Michelle talk? Alone? Both Aya and Veronica shared a look before they left the room. They went downstairs where they saw that the door to the cupboard under the stairs had been left open a crack. Meanwhile, Harry sighed and ran a hand over his face. Come over here and sit, Michelle. After she did so, the young wizard focused on one spot on the wall. What do you know? Also focusing on one spot, Michelle's arm touched Harry's as she gathered her thoughts. There's a couple of little clues everywhere. No pictures of you on the wall or any sign really that you live here. The locks on the outside of your bedroom door and the cat flap. How dirty your room is with broken or uncomfortable furniture. Like your mattress is darn. Is it lumpy? Not getting a chuckle. She took a breath. I can also see that there were bars on your window. Whoever did the work in removing them only cut them down to the sill, and that's it. There's also some holes there. And then there's the cupboard. Harry scrunched his eyes closed and sighed as he attempted to keep his temper under control. You went looking then? To his surprise, Michelle shook her head and teared up a bit. No, I got up an hour ago to answer the phone. It was Erica wondering where I was. Then I noticed that we had tracked some mud and water from outside, so I went to get a mop, and Erica keeps hers in a cupboard under the stairs. So, opening his eyes, Harry turned toward her and searched her face as she blinked away some wetness. I swear, Harry, I would never betray your trust like that, especially as I know how it feels. For a few moments Harry was quiet before he nodded. I don't know why, but I believe you. He let her sigh in relief and filed what she said about knowing how it felt away. So you looked in the cupboard and, uncomfortable, she shifted a bit, unknowingly bring her side more in contact with Harry's. There was an old blanket and what looked like cot. I also saw the tin soldiers hidden in the space just under some stairs, as well as a scratched Harry's room. How long? Knowing her question, Harry stared ahead and shrugged. My parents died when I was a little more than a year old, and I only got this bedroom around my 11th birthday. Feeling something, he looked down to see that Michelle had grabbed his hand and threaded her fingers through his. A look at her face let him know that the pity that he feared might be there wasn't as she started to speak, though there was something unidentifiable to him instead. Harry, that's horrible. She chewed her lip a bit before she grimaced. I won't ask for you to tell me anything, but if you ever want to just talk, I'll be here to listen. I won't judge you or anything. A small weight lifted off his shoulders at that as he gave her a slightly brittle smile. Thanks. Don't know if I ever will. But yeah. Slowly, a smirk crossed Michelle's face. I do reserve the right to punch your relatives in the face though if they say anything that pisses me off. Laughing a bit, Harry shook his head. Sure, that I can get behind. The young wizard felt a squeeze of his hand in Michelle's before she spoke softly. Are we good? With an equally soft tone, Harry squeezed her hand back. Yeah, I think that we are. He blinked though as he felt her lay her head on his shoulder. Good. I'm glad. With a smile, Erica entered the lounge and sat down in a chair facing a group of other young adults, all fellow students in her animatronics course. Sorry about that, I was just checking up on a roommate of mine. As she giggled, the red-haired woman shook her head. Don't sweat it, we all know how that goes at times. After the others nodded and she took a drink from her cider, the young woman raised an eyebrow. So what did you want us to come over now? Is it that project that you've been secretive about? Tilting her head a little, Erica nodded. Actually, it does have to do with that, Steph, but first, Richard? A young man with blue-dyed hair perked up some. I got word about the software patch you gave to me. Worked perfectly in regards to that room. The others all glanced at each other as Richard laughed and punched his palm. Really? Fucking A. Wasn't sure that it would work, but glad that it did. Slowly, he ran his hand through his hair. Still surprised that someone programmed those animatronics to ignore a room. But man, was that a real jerk to track down in the coding. Now really confused, one of the other young men frowned and looked between Erica and Richard. Wait. Ignoring a room? But the only animatronics that would work for is free roaming ones. And besides some small toys, those are only around for the real high-end groups like movie studios. What the heck are you involved in? Blowing a bang from her face, Erica shook her head. Well, I can tell you that there's nothing illegal going on here before you ask. But you have to sign these before I can tell you anything more. Much to their interest, Erica placed a small group of papers before everyone but Richard. At their looks, he raised his hands. Hey, I already signed one of those before about this if I'm right. He glanced at Erica, who nodded, which caused him to whistle. Well, shoot. I'll say this. Whoever you work for does not do it by half, Erica. You got some of the best students in the class here. Intrigued by what they were hearing, and itching to know more, the others all read through their contracts bit by bit. If there was one thing that Professor Fritz had pounded into their heads, it was to closely examine contracts before signing them. Meanwhile, Erica continued her conversation with Richard. Well, I suggested them to him and he agreed. That caused the other young woman who had black hair, Lauren, to look up in surprise. Wait, your boss let you make suggestions and then not only listened but went with them. Holy shoot, girl. All Erica did was nod with a smile. What can I say? The guy's a good boss and friend. Finally, Davis set down his contract. Seems to be your usual non-disclosure agreement. After sharing a look with the others, he signed his before he handed it to Erica, followed by everyone else. Okay then, what's the big secret? Breathing deeply, Erica let it out slowly before she answered. I'm currently working on the animatronics for Freddy Fazbear's actually, and got the job from the new owner of the place. Davis held up a hand in disbelief. Wait, Freddy Fazbear's? As in Fazbear Entertainment? I've heard some stories about that place, you know. Clearing her throat, Erica nodded. All explained. I'm guessing that one of those stories is the Bite of 77? At their nods, she frowned. Turned out, thanks to Richard here, that was not a glitch as some thought. The guy who committed the child murders was also a tech there with full access to their programming and added a patch to make them violent toward adults, especially adults in uniforms. Her chin on her fist, Steph scowled. Motherfucker, okay then. I'm guessing that you're offering us jobs then? Once Erica nodded, Mike frowned. But why? We'd only get a few months out of it since I heard that they're closing down at the end of the year. No longer profitable or something, and the bad press. While she grimaced a bit, Erica nodded. They're closing down at the end of the year, you're right. Then she smiled and caught them off guard. But they're reopening in a few years once they tear down the old pizzeria and build a new one. They'll also be using the time they have to do a media blitz to regain a good reputation. That is where we come in. Our jobs will be to do full upgrades on the animatronics and make them look friendlier and less scary. You guys don't have to join, this is of your free choice, and if you join and things go belly up, then you have the offer of not listing it as a place of employment if you choose. Now thoughtful, Lauren looked over the papers again. How many animatronics are we talking about? Last I heard was that Freddy's has only about 3 or 4 if you count that pirate one. Knowing she had them, Erica only smiled. Well, they're using the old toy models as well and some others. All told, maybe a dozen if a little more. And if it does well enough, he might open other locations and we'd be working on those as well. Might even have some unique animatronics as well. Whistling, Richard shook his head. Darn, that'll give us some real work. He then looked toward Erica with a frown. What about pay and budget? Your boss gave me a pretty decent pay for checking the programming and making the software patches. But still, humming, Erica leaned back into her chair. Budget is pretty high actually, though we already got nearly a full workshop of tools to use. If we need anything, we can pretty much get it as long as it's not outlandish. Pay-wise? He's nothing like the old owner. Heck, I'm getting paid about £1,000 every 2 weeks after taxes. With she jaw dropped, Lauren shook her head. Holy, and we'd be getting the same pay? So we get experience and a decent paycheck? At the nod, she looked around. I'm in. Besides, a fully stocked workshop? One that we would have full access to. Just think about what we could do. Chuckling, Richard reached over and flicked her chin. You're drooling. In return, Lauren smacked his hand. Jerk. Watching the byplay, Erica only shook her head before she frowned. It'll be a bit for the workshop though. With the pizzeria being torn down and rebuilt, we need to set up elsewhere. Steph snorted a bit. No worries, just buy an old auto shop for sale and set up the workshop in the garage. Or buy a building in one of those military bases they're always closing down and selling to be used as an business park. We can use that for a workshop. There were nods around the group before they sat down and began to plan what would eventually see the rebirth of the animatronic side of Fazbear Entertainment. There was a slight fog clinging to the ground as a group of teens gathered near to a door to Freddy's. After a moment, one of them pulled back his hood to reveal Piers Polkiss, who grinned nastily. Okay, everyone know what we're supposed to do? We go in once midnight comes around, beat the shoot out of Potter and wreck the place. One of the gang looked around with a nervous expression on his face. Are you sure about this, Piers? We could just jump Potter on his way to work and kick his ass then. Heck, Dudley's not even here, he's at his aunt's place. A scowl on his face, Piers got into the other guy's face. What? You want to chicken out or something? It's Potter, we've kicked his ass before and the guy's got uppity and needs to be shown his place. As for Dudley, he would only have a problem with not being here to beat him. Looking around, another member of the gang shook his head. I agree with Sean Piers. This place has freak cameras everywhere inside. That's a heck of a lot of difference from beating someone in the park or breaking someone's car window. Just don't want to get caught, you know? With a sneer, Piers pointed toward the door. My cousin used to work here before he got fired for getting caught taking some tips. He told me that the cameras switch off after midnight. Also saw where the cameras are earlier today when no one was in that office of theirs. Besides, everyone should have their hoodies and masks. We won't get recognized and everyone will just think it's a bad drug deal or something with how criminal they think Potter is. Chuckling, one of the bigger members shook his head. Yeah, I still can't believe that Potter gets blamed for the shoot that we've done. He then frowned as he looked around. But how the heck are we getting inside? I went and kicked the door one night and darn thing looks like it's from shatterproof glass or something. One of the others turned toward him and gave him an odd look. Wait, what? How'd you know that? As he snorted, the one who had been speaking shook his head. Was kicking it as hard as I could to try and scare the guard. Then I saw someone walking toward the door and took off before they could see me. Piers grinned a bit. Easy to get inside. With his grin widening some, he jerked his thumb toward the door behind them. Fire door in the bathroom, you know? No alarms or anything and all I needed to do was shove some paper in there to keep it from closing. We go in at about 11:30 after Potter's done his patrols and wait for midnight. Then we beat the shoot out of him. There was a spark of greed on his face as he shook his head. Maybe break in the cash registers as well. The others all shared a look before they waited. One of them on watch told them that Potter had arrived and gone inside before they looked at their watches until it was 11:30. With nods, they opened the fire door silently and walked inside with hoods up and masks on before closing it, not having noticed the hidden camera placed above them, which Tony had used to watch his employees on break from a feed in the manager's office. After all, taking too many breaks was a reason for firing in his book when he had been alive. Harry was just about to enter the party room when he felt a light weight settle on his shoulder and turned to see Aya there. Something the matter? The specter blinked her eyes before she looked back down the hallway. Yeah, we got a group having snuck into the pizzeria. Frowning, Harry looked around carefully as he whispered just low enough for Aya to hear him. There's a group of people? At her nod, he narrowed his eyes. Any idea who they are and where they are? With her head tilted, Aya was listening to the whispers of the Black Massachusetts. It's a group of teenagers in masks in the girls' washroom. They're hiding in the stalls right now and keeping out of sight. The leader is named Piers. Now surprised, Harry glanced at her again. Wait, Piers? Short, weaselly-looking bloke? At her nod, he chuckled with a grin. Oh, this is too great. Quickly making his way across the party room, Harry stopped before the stage and quickly put the animatronics on free roam. Guys, I need your help with something. As he tilted his head, Bonnie frowned. What? When Harry held a finger up to his lips, the rabbit dropped his volume down till he spoke in a whisper. What do you need help with? Looking around, Harry cleared his throat. There's a group of teens in the girls' bathroom, according to Aya. If they're who I think they are, they're here to try and probably beat me up and cause all sorts of trouble. Her eyes narrowed. Chica clenched her fists. We won't let them hurt you, Harry. The similar words and reactions from the others caused Harry to smile before he placed his hand on her arm. I know that. A grin returned to his face. Now then, I need you guys to scare them into some place here that will make them feel like they're safe, but also stop them from damaging anything important. While you do that, I'll call the police. Slowly, Freddy rubbed his chin in thought before he began to grin. I think that I know just the place. Hearing the chime, Piers walked out of the stall and put on the mask he had. Okay, let's go and get Potter. Remember, we take him out first so he can't raise the alarm. Following Piers out into the hall, one of the others chuckled. You think there's any money in the register? With a snort, Piers shrugged. Who knows? Unknown to them, in the security office, Harry whistled to himself as he watched them make their way towards where he was. Come on then. One of the gang stopped and looked at some of the pictures on the wall and shivered a bit. What the bloody freak. Those things are creepy as heck. The others looked to see drawings of children on the wall. Except all the children were an ash color with black holes where their eyes should be and two streams of tears. Piers shivered a bit as it seemed like they were looking right through him. Whatever. Let's just go and get Potter. It took them some time to get through the darkened pizzeria until they nearly reached the door to the security office, being quiet the whole way. Before they could enter, though, the security door slammed down and Harry's face looked out the window at them as the light came on above them. Hey there, Piers. How are you doing tonight? Peeved off, Piers swung the cricket bat in his hands at the door, but only got a sore hand in return. Potter. Wagging a finger, Harry smirked at them. Now, Piers. You won't get through these doors like that. There was a knocking noise before Harry chuckled. Heavily reinforced, you know. As he kicked at the door, Piers snarled. We're going to kick your ass, Potter. Suddenly a deep and spooky laugh echoed through the building and causing the bullies to look around with one of them gulping. What the heck was that? Harry just grinned, enjoying seeing his childhood tormentors slightly frightened. Don't you guys know why the doors are reinforced? The wizard then pressed the tablet to the window to show that the show stage was empty. Well, are you guys ready for Freddy? Then the light shut off, leaving them in darkness except for their flashlights when they heard another deep laugh echo through the building. Still with a grin, Harry pulled away from the window as Piers clenched his fists. He's just trying to scare us. Another laugh echoed through the buildings as well as a slam of the other security door. Before he could say anything else, Piers felt one of the others yank on his sleeve and looked to see him pointing down the hallway. Once he saw what was there, though, Piers and the others felt their blood run cold. Mainly because Freddy stared at them in the low light with his eyes black except for the white pupil. Well, seems that we have some troublemakers here, and everyone knows what happens to troublemakers. With widened eyes, they watched as he slowly walked toward them before he laughed. Screaming, they rushed past him as he seemed to swipe at them as one of the bullies shouted, "Door! Head for the door!" They ran down the hall to where the party room was only to see Chica and Bonnie walking toward them as the rabbit chuckled, the two in front of the only exits. Well, seems we got a bunch of troublemakers here. What should we do, Foxy? From Pirate Cove, Foxy leapt onto a table and stood up, the low lights glinting off his hook as he gestured with it toward the group. Why, we keel-haul troublemakers here, Mr. Bonnie. Chica's mouth opened in a grin as she seemed to glitch before she turned toward them. I'm feeling rather hungry myself. Now utterly panicked, the group ran back the way they came only to go down the other hallway as they could see Freddy's shadow as he walked down. What do we do, Piers? What do we do? Looking around, Piers noticed a door and pointed at it. They're in there and we'll hide from them. Completely terrified, they rushed into the cleaning closet until they were all squished as they slammed the door shut. Meanwhile, Harry whistled as he held the phone to his ear. Hello? Surrey Police? This is Security Officer Harry Potter at Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria in Little Whinging. Yes, that Freddy's. Several moments passed as Harry brought up the camera for the cleaning closet. Yes, I would like to report a break and enter in progress at the pizzeria. Yes, it's a group of teens, some of which have weapons like cricket bats. Okay, thank you. Just tell them to go to the front door and I'll be waiting for them. Leaning against the door, Piers swallowed. Okay. I don't hear any footsteps. Suddenly, they heard Potter's voice right on the other side. They're right in there. His eyes wide, Piers growled as his fear became anger in a moment. Then he threw the door open and swung the cricket bat at Harry. Potter, I'm going to kick your arse. Before it reached him, someone grabbed his arm and he found himself on the floor with a weight on his back. Now that's enough of that. Looking up, he froze as he found himself looking into the unamused face of an police officer. Not very smart, are you? Leaning to the side, the other officer scowled as he shined his flashlight into the room. Put down the weapons now and come out one by one. Get on the floor. Each of them came out and then dropped their weapons before they sat on the floor as the officer spoke into his radio. Have the suspects in custody, have need for backup. Another officer walked in and gestured over his shoulder. Found out where they came in, the fire exit in the girls' washroom. They must have taped the door to prevent it from locking and found a cinder block on the outside that they must have used to make it look like it was locked. John. With a scowl on his face, John looked down at the teen on floor. This just keeps getting worse and worse for you, doesn't it? Panicked, Piers looked at Harry. It was him. He let us in and tricked us. John's partner, Walter, looked toward Harry with a frown. Do you have any evidence to the contrary? Frowning, Harry nodded. The cameras all stopped recording after midnight because of power issues. But before then, they're recording, and I know that they must have come in before then. But after 11 or so when I arrived, as I checked to make sure no one was hiding in the washrooms. So they should be on the cameras, and I remember there being one right above that door according to a paper I found. But I need the manager to access it. A glance into the party room showed Bonnie and Freddie walking around, which caused the officer there to grimace. Okay. Could you contact whoever your manager is? We'll need that tape, and could you shut down the animatronics? While he shoved his hands into his pockets, Harry shook his head. Can't, they're placed on free roaming at night because otherwise they lock up and will break down. There were only some grumbles as John placed the handcuffs onto Piers. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans. Hello? Hello? Phone guy, someone on the phone, dear Harry. Writing. Hey there, Harry. Veronica sat on the bed as she watched Harry slowly organize his trunk. So, you'll be leaving soon for Hogwarts then? With a nod, Harry closed the trunk and sighed as he sat down onto it. Yeah, less than a week actually before I'm heading out. He stared out the window where evening turned into night. For the first time in my life, I'm actually not looking forward to leaving the Dursleys, because that means I'm leaving you bunch behind. Feeling a hand on his shoulder, he noticed that Aya was there. Hey, they can take care of themselves, and it's not like your aunt or Veronica can't visit at times. They can even make trips to bring items back and forth now that we've tested it. That caused Harry to smile some as he remembered that they had transported a pizza from Freddy's to where Sirius was, and it was still hot and fresh in the box, much to the dog Animagus' joy. True, but that just means that I'll be able to send wizarding treats and stuff to where Chica and the others can enjoy it. As she smiled, Veronica nodded. And I have no doubt that they will love anything that you send. Chica is especially excited to finally be able to try some butterbeer or pumpkin juice. Foxy, of course, is more interested in the chocolate frogs. While he nodded, Harry looked up at Veronica with a thoughtful expression. What about you? What are you looking forward to me sending you? Surprised, Veronica thought it over some as she hummed. Now that is a tough one actually. I'd really like anything chocolate you might send, especially dark chocolate. Though Remus mentioned something about chocolate coudrons, apparently chocolate candies filled with fire whiskey. At Harry's nod, she smiled and tapped him on the head. I think that I might like one of those if possible. Not like I'll get drunk now or anything, but I always did enjoy the odd night crud. From her position on Harry's shoulder, Aya nodded rapidly. Yeah, that actually does sound good. And it has been a while since I've had any alcohol. A chuckle escaped Harry's mouth as he shook his head. I'll try my best. Though Michelle and the others also want some items sent to them if possible. Spotting the slight blush on his face, Aya cooed. I'm going to miss her? There was a slight scowl on Harry's face as he shoved the spirit, though it was ruined by how red his face was. She's just a friend. Before any more teasing could happen, though, there was shouting downstairs before pounding footsteps came up the stairs and a door slammed. Raising an eyebrow, Veronica looked in the direction the sound had come from. What was that all about? With a sigh, Harry shook his head. That would likely be Dudley being told that he's not allowed to see Piers or any of his friends because they are a bunch of no-good hoodlums, according to Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon. Apparently getting caught by the police and the aftermath has been enough to change them from angelic boys to a bunch of criminals. Laughing some, I grinned. Oh man, not to mention that a bunch of witnesses are coming forward to say that they saw them do things like damage the playground and the like. Seems that them already having been caught by the police and charged is enough for people to become brave enough to come forward. Nodding, Harry let out a sigh. The only reason why Dudley's not getting any is that he wasn't there that night. As she snorted, Veronica leaned back some. Shame that. Harry only shrugged in comment. The animatronics were in the party room all playing while off to the side Harry and the other humans were just chatting. All of them understood that Harry was not going to be there past the week as he was going back to Hogwarts. And that meant that they were going to spend as much time with him as possible. So, Erica, how goes things on your end? With a smile, Erica sipped her soda as she shook her head. Well, we found some old auto repair shops nearby that were for sale. One of them, though, we're really interested in as it closed down only a year after they opened after some issues popped up with the owner. His eyebrow raised, Harry hummed. What issues were those now? Erica turned toward him and her voice became deadpan. He was ripping some people off and got caught. With how much money he lost, he's having to sell it. She then shrugged. With some work between us, it should make for a perfect workshop for what we're doing. Especially if we buy a moving van as planned for Freddy and the others and a normal van to just transport parts around. Steph thinks we can set up the front with some small animatronics to attract some attention, though we won't be making anything beyond Christmas decorations and Halloween decorations for at least 2 or 3 years while we work on the group. As he nodded, Harry smiled a bit. That sounds pretty good. Just as Michelle was about to comment, though, a crash sounded through the building and everyone looked around. What was that? There was another crash as if something was bursting through wood, which caused Freddy to frown. Sounds, close, narrowing his eyes. His head whipped toward the parts and service room. It's in. Before he could finish, the door was thrown open and there were 2 blue glowing eyes that stared out. Then they focused on Veronica and a black blur launched itself at her. Mama! Stumbling back, Veronica blinked and looked down at the shadow Foxy that now gripped her around her chest. Eric, is that really you? With a sniffle, Shadow Foxy looked up and Veronica froze, seeing 2 familiar blue eyes. Aha! It's me, Mama. Where were you, Mama? I waited and waited so we could go to that light thing. But you never came and I heard you shout my name a lot, but I could never find. He was stopped though as Veronica held him tightly to her. Eric. Oh, baby. My wonderful, beautiful baby boy, you're back. You're back. Sobs escaped her as she kissed his brow over and over again as the others watched with smiles on their faces. Then, Eric noticed them and blinked before he suddenly rushed behind Veronica and poked his head around the side. Who are they, Mama? Rubbing the top of her head, Veronica sniffled a bit. They are some very special people, honey. In fact, they're your new family. Chica rubbed at her eyes a bit as Eric came out a bit. You guys know what this means? They all shared a look and outside of Eric and Veronica shared the same deadpan tone. Pizza? With a huff, Chica shook her head. New group hug and then pizza to celebrate a new family member. A still sniffling, though smiling, Veronica found herself and Eric at the center of a large hug not even a few moments later. After everything calmed down some, Veronica sat on the Pirate Cove stage with Eric in her lap as she rocked back and forth, humming a little bit of a song. In her mind, one thought kept being repeated over and over. He's back. He's back. My little boy is back. Giving him a kiss on the brow, her eyes scanned the room and came to a stop on Harry, who was chatting with Jessie. And it's all thanks to him. If he had not come that night. A shiver ran through her before she shook it off some. No. Don't think about those days anymore. She was not the only one looking around as Eric was as well, curious about what was surrounding him. Eric twisted his body around to see where Foxy was putting on a show for Rebecca and Andrew as well as Jess, though he was puzzled as he could hear a soft crunch coming from inside him. I got so many big brothers and sisters now. Veronica smiled softly as she kissed him on the brow again. That you do, honey. We're all a big and happy family. It was then that she noticed that he was watching Harry as if puzzled by something. Is there something wrong, honey? Frowning, Eric shook his head and then pointed at Harry. I saw him before, Mommy, in the dark place where I waited for you. But he was with a woman with red hair. Now intrigued, Veronica hummed a bit. He saw Harry? With someone who had red hair. Shaking her head, Veronica set him down even though she didn't quite want to before she grasped his hand. Well then, how about we go ask Harry about who you saw then? There was a glow in Eric's eyes as they walked across the room, his chest feeling like it would burst from happiness now that he was with his mom again. Mommy, is Mr. Harry my big brother as well? I heard Olive call him Uncle Harry. Chuckling, Veronica felt like her son, her unbeating heart feeling like it had swollen with how happy she was. Well, what would you like Harry to be, Eric? He can be your big brother, your uncle, or however you want. Her own eyes took in Harry and she sighed. He deserves it after all. However, the response she got caused her to stumble a bit. Oh, can he be my daddy? I never had a daddy, and he seems like a daddy giving great hugs and telling stories. He really has some great stories, Mommy. Blinking, the golden fox animatronic glanced around, feeling her cheeks as if they were hot as the little red lights in them came on. Well, you see, Eric, honey, Harry's more an uncle, I guess, not a daddy. With his head nodding, Eric grinned. Oh, okay, Mommy. He then waved toward Harry. Uncle Harry. Harry turned toward the two and smiled. Hey there, Eric, Veronica. Want to hear some more stories about Hogwarts? As she shook her head with a smile, Veronica chuckled. Actually, Harry, Eric here has something that he wants to ask from you. Raising an eyebrow, Harry tilted his head back to look into the nearly glowing blue eyes of the fox animatronic that stood more than head and shoulders above him. Well, ask away, Eric. What he had not expected was for what Eric did as he leaned from one foot to another. Well, Mr. Harry, when I was in the dark place waiting for Mommy, I saw you there sometimes. But you were always with a red-haired woman and had a different name. There was a choked tone to Harry's voice as he swallowed the lump in his throat. Who? Do you know what names they had? Eric frowned a bit before he nodded. Aha! They told me their names were James and Lily. Why do you have a different name and eyes, Mr. Harry? Having been told stories about Harry's parents, Veronica's eyes widened as she realized who her son had met as Harry paled a bit. Eric, I look a lot like my dad. And his name was James and my mom's name was Lily. Surprised, Eric didn't really read the mood from Harry as he bounced around. Wow, I met your mommy and daddy there? At Harry's shaky nod, Eric grinned. Wow, with a slightly hungry look, Harry reached up and grasped Eric's shoulder. Eric, did they ever say anything about me? Puzzled by the expression on Harry's face, as well as how his mom had placed her paw on Harry's shoulder, Eric nodded. Aha! They said that their son was in danger and they were there to watch over him. And that if he went there, they would be there to greet him with hugs and kisses, though they hoped that he wouldn't be there for a long time. I didn't understand that. Oh. They also said that they were really proud and stuff. If anything, Eric's confusion grew as Harry, not caring about the dust and grime still on the animatronic, hugged him close. Thank you, Eric, thank you. Still not sure what was going on. Eric did what he saw other people do and hugged Harry back as he patted his back. You're welcome, Mr. Harry. Looking at his mother for guidance, he only saw her eyes become shiny as she also hugged them both. It was Harry's very last night at Freddy's. As he was leaving for Hogwarts the next day, all he was asked was to leave his uniform when he left in the morning. To that end, he could hear the sounds of the Fazbear gang as they set up for his going-away party as he walked up to the door and opened it to Michelle and the others. Hey, thanks for coming. Much to his surprise, Michelle hugged him tightly. Of course we would come, Harry. We won't get to see you until at least the holidays. Lisa and Erica followed with hugs of their own before Lisa shook her head. Why wouldn't we come to the going-away party for a friend? Especially a close friend like you. The smile on Harry's face could only be described as blinding. from how happy he felt as the toys, Laika, and Olive all hugged him. Suddenly a barking laugh caused him to turn to see his godfather walk up the hallway toward them. What? No hug from me? Sniffing, Erica grinned a bit. Who would hug a dirty old dog like yourself? With a giggle, Olive ran up and hugged Sirius around the waist. I would, Mommy. Is really funny and nice. As he barked another laugh out, Sirius pointed down at her. Your daughter is right. Shaking her head, Erica hugged him as did the others, though Sirius grinned at Harry as he hugged both Michelle and Lisa as he waggled his eyebrows. Once that was done, he gestured down the hallway. Anyways, we're setting up in the party room and I got some surprises for you. That caused everyone else to share a confused look before they followed him into the party room. Fully lit up now that Harry had bought a large generator to run the power during the nighttime hours. Later on, after they had their pizza, Erica blinked as Sirius and Remus set some boxes down on the table. What are these? Sirius just pushed 3 of the boxes toward the 3 women as he softly smiled. Well, I decided to get some presents together. These 3 here are for you. Confused, Michelle shared a look with her friends before they opened the boxes to reveal what looked like expensive necklaces. Oh wow, these are incredible. While he leaned back, Sirius shook his head. Actually, they're a bit more than that. He glanced at Harry as he knew what reaction his next words would cause. This is something that Lily worked on while she was alive. Sure enough, that caused Harry to look up, but it was Rose who gave Sirius a look. Lily worked on these. All Sirius did was waggle his hand a bit. Well, not these necklaces in particular, but Lily worked out and created some of the enchantments. You see, Lily hated how her parents were unable to go to Hogwarts or most places in the wizarding world due to the Muggle repelling charms on various places. Rose slowly nodded as she could remember that. So Lils worked on a way to let them. Not only that, but she also wanted to make sure that no one could wipe their memories or the memories of other Muggle-born family members. Took her years, but she managed it about a month before, Now that caused Harry to sit up and take notice. Are you saying that Remus finished for him? That Michelle and the others can visit any place even if they have Muggle-repelling wards as well as being pretty much immune to memory modification? That is indeed generally what we're saying. As long as they wear those, they won't have to worry about anything. At most, an attempted memory modification will just make the few minutes around said spell having been cast fuzzy. Nothing else. Examining one of them, Foxy nodded. That takes a weight off our chests, I be thinking. Her own eyes wide, Chica hugged Michelle to her. Oh, I'm so happy for you all. We were worried about that. A frown, though, was on Veronica's face as she remembered her own experiences with magic. But what if they try to force it off them? Either taking the necklaces or using magic to get them to take them off. However, Sirius just snorted. Nah, there's protectants on them to make it so they need to take them off of their own free will. And if anyone else tries to grab them and take them off, well, it won't be nice for a would-be thief. Michelle and her friends shared a look and shivered a bit. However, before they could say anything, Sirius pushed forward 2 boxes to Michelle and Harry as well as Rose. Now then, these are for you 3. Sharing a look, all 3 opened their boxes only for Harry to give his godfather a look. Mirrors? With a smirk, Remus shook his head. Not just any mirrors, they're communication mirrors. As he continued, Remus gestured at himself and Sirius. While we were in school, us and your father created them. We mostly used them to keep in touch with each other when separated for detentions and to set up pranks in different areas of the school. There was a far-off look in the wizard's eyes before he shook it off. All you need to do is to hold it and say a name. The young woman examined the mirror before she raised an eyebrow. Will this even work for me? I don't have magic after all. Remus sighed a bit as he leaned back. It should. We gave a mirror to your grandparents, Harry, so they could talk with Lily whenever they wanted, and they were able to use it until one day Petunia accidentally broke it while cleaning. Grumbling, Rose rolled her eyes. Yeah, I am so sure. Michelle, though, hummed in thought before she looked up. So all we do is say someone's name? That's it? At their nods, she cleared her throat and looked down into the mirror. Harry Potter. Sure enough, both Harry's and hers changed reflections to show each other in the mirror, which caused him to grin, an expression that Michelle shared. Wicked. As he laughed, serious eyes twinkled some. Just think, Harry, you'll be able to talk with your girlfriend whenever you want and vice versa. There was a blush on both teens' faces as they glared at him and shouted together at the same time. We're just friends. Snickering, Sirius waved them off. Sure you are. It was around 4 in the morning when Harry quietly left the party room and entered the security office. For several minutes, he stood there leaning against the desk before he sighed and pressed Freddy's nose on the Celebrate poster. A small smile grew on Harry's face as it squeaked before he heard someone. Penny, for your thoughts? Turning, Harry saw Michelle leaning against the doorframe and sighed. Just remembering everything is all. Michelle walked up and leaned back onto the desk beside him. So much has happened this summer, honestly, and, well, despite the start, I've loved working here. I've met someone blood related to me who honestly cares about me, had adventure, and, reaching out, he grasped Michelle's hand. Made some really great friends. As she glanced down at the hand clasping her own, Michelle smiled as she moved her fingers so that they intertwined with Harry's. You're not the only one. At his expression, she shook her head. I came to England mainly to study to become a teacher. All I really expected was to spend a few years here learning, partying, and maybe dating a cute guy or two. Meeting you has honestly turned my whole world upside down. But in a good way. Unnoticed by the two, they shuffled a bit until their hips touched as Harry turned toward her. Really? Nodding, Michelle sighed. Everything was a bit boring, really. But now, I've had not just adventures of my own, but found out things I never knew were true before. And I just don't mean the truth behind Freddy's, but that there is magic, real magic in the world. And you've shown me just a bit of that. A soft laugh escaped from her. It's almost something from a fantasy novel. A young woman meets a mysterious young man with a troubled past. And afterwards, she's drawn into a world of magic that she never knew existed with him as a guide and friend. Yet, while there are parts of the world are terrifying, it's also wondrous. With a smile, Harry could feel her lay her head on his shoulder. Yeah, I remember being introduced to magic for the first time, myself. Thoughtful, Harry turned his head some so that he could look her in her face before he reached up and brushed some of her bangs from her face as she smiled back. Once this whole business with Voldemort is taken care of, I would really like show you more of the magical world. Her eyes sparkling, Michelle lit up. Are you serious? All Harry did was raise his palm up. I would love to show you places like Diagon or Hogsmeade. Not to mention Hogwarts. Pictures just do not do it justice. And maybe later on, maybe we can all go and travel some. Hermione mentioned some magical places in France that might be interesting. Michelle softly smiled as she nodded. I'd like that. It was then that she could hear a song begin to play from the party room. Now that's coincidence. A whole new world indeed. For a moment, Harry listened and laughed. I knew that they would love Disney movies, and they do love singing the songs. A second later, Michelle stood up and pulled him up to her. Come on, what's a party without some dancing? Still with a smile, she put her arms around his neck as his arms went around her waist. The two of them just rocked back and forth smiling. With a sigh, Michelle closed her eyes and leaned in as Harry did the same until their foreheads touched. Unseen by them, Erica poked her head in and had wide eyes before she took a picture with the camera that Sirius had lent her, which made wizarding photos. Then just as quickly, Erica left the two. Better make sure that they're not disturbed. It was a good thing that she left, as a moment later, Harry and Michelle both opened their eyes and would have seen her. As it was, the two just continued to sway to the music as they stared into each other's eyes before Harry softly whispered, it's a good thing that Sirius gave us those mirrors. With a raised eyebrow, Michelle gave him a smile. Oh? Slowly, Harry nodded as his cheeks reddened some. I think that one of the things that I would have missed the most is just talking to you, Michelle. It's nice. Her own face slightly red, Michelle agreed as they tightened their embrace. Yeah, I would have missed being able to talk with you too. And it's a good thing that those don't have bills, as I am going to try and talk with you every night. There was a lopsided smile on Harry's face that caused Michelle's flush to deepen some. Promise? Chuckling, Michelle nodded as she closed her eyes again, not knowing that Harry was doing the same. Promise? A couple of minutes later, the two returned to the party, though they raised their eyebrows at the highly amused looks they got. What? Sirius grinned and was about to say something when Lisa whapped him on the back of the head before she turned to them. "There's nothing, you two. Just wondering where you both disappeared off to." Both Harry and Michelle shared a look before the wizard shrugged. "We were just chatting is all." At the grins, Harry felt his face heat up a bit. "That's really all we did, you bunch." It was then that Erica came to the rescue and patted the chair beside her. "Well, come on then and sit down." Once they did so, she pointed towards Sirius. "Apparently the dogfather here has something for us." For a few seconds, Sirius rubbed his chin in thought. "Dogfather, huh? I like that." Seeing the looks though, he pulled out a flask and several small glasses. "Anyways, Harry mentioned to Remus that you bunch wanted to try some wizarding foods and drinks." "Don't have any food, but I do have a drink." Into each of the glasses, he poured a small amount of amber liquid. 50-year-old fire whiskey, and I know that my parents would be peeved off if they saw who I was sharing it with. Which is a bonus. After Sirius placed each one in front of Harry, Michelle, Erica, Lisa, and Veronica the others, having stated they didn't want any, he finished by placing 2 in front of himself and Remus. "Well, Harry, want to start us off?" Raising the glass into the air, Harry looked around and smiled. "To new family and friends." Michelle only blushed a little as she gave hers. "To strengthening new relationships." With a nod of her own, Erica grinned a little. "To making our dreams come true." There was a grin also on Lisa's face as she laughed. "To a better world." Sirius nodded at that. "To mending fences." As he shook his head, Remus sighed. "To rebuilding what was lost." Finally, Veronica raised her own glass. "To forgiving the past and toward a better, brighter future together." Cheers. A few minutes later had Erica set up the camera and then rush over to her place as it took a group photo of all of them. With a sigh, Harry flopped back onto his bed as he listened to the others in his dorm fall asleep with a slight grimace. Lovely. I forgot how my circadian rhythm would be messed up. Feeling something, he turned a bit to see Aya watching him with a smile. "Hey." Chuckling, she laid back with her arms outstretched. "So this is Hogwarts then? Nice place." Aya then glanced out the curtains at where Seamus was sleeping before she frowned. "Well, for the most part." As he shook his head, Harry pulled out his wand and closed his curtains before he put up some privacy charms. "I really should have expected it." He then tapped his wand into the air. "Tempest." Interested, Aya watched as glowing numbers appeared above the wand telling them it was about 10 at night. "Rather useful that." Harry chuckled some as he nodded. "You're telling me." It was then that he felt a tingle that caused the hairs on the back of his neck to raise up and he poked his head out to see a familiar golden fox animatronic. "Veronica." The spring suit glanced around before she motioned with her hand. "Let me in, okay?" Shrugging, Harry moved more toward the center of the bed as Veronica crawled in and laid down beside him on the opposite side that Aya did. "So, how did your trip and great feast go?" While he ran his hand through his hair, Harry sighed a bit. "It went about as well as one could expect. People whispering about how crazy I am because of the smear campaign of the prophet. Even one of my dorm mates, who has known me for years now, told me that he's not supposed to talk with me because his mother thinks I'm crazy." Unseen by him was the equally dark expressions on both Aya's and Veronica's faces before the fox animatronic pulled him into a hug. "Well, just ignore him then. If his mom is willing to try and control his life at a boarding school to that level and he lets her, then their loss is what I say." Anyone other than Harry, and possibly Michelle's group, would have likely been creeped out by being hugged by a reanimated corpse inside an animatronic suit. However, Harry didn't mind at all and rather liked it as he hugged back. "I know, but I can tell that until Voldemort shows himself that this year is gonna bloody well suck." Snorting, Veronica tapped his head. "Language, young man." It was then that Harry heard something and blinked. "What the bloody heck? Does anyone else hear?" Crinkling? Aya frowned for a moment and looked around, ignoring the black mass that had taken up residence in Harry's bed canopy. Then she found the source and blinked a bit. Will you look at that?" With a frown, Harry and Veronica followed her gaze and blinked. Slowly, Harry's eyes widened as he watched the holes in the legs of Veronica's suit slowly visibly begin to seal themselves. Raising her paw, both Harry and Veronica watched with wide eyes as the rotted and damaged sections repaired themselves. Well now, this is rather useful. Gently grasping her paw in his hand, Harry brought it closer to his face, not having noticed that the lights beneath Veronica's cheeks glowed a little white. It's doing it at a snail's pace, but I can actually track it being repaired. But how? Thoughtful. Aya tapped her chin before she nodded and attracted Harry's attention. Well, the answer is rather obvious. At their raised eyebrows, she waved around one hand and wiggled the fingers on it. Magic! A beat of silence followed before Harry and Veronica gave her an annoyed look. Gee, thanks, Aya. You're a regular Sherlock Holmes. However, Aya was unrepentant. Like you have a better explanation. She then stretched some. Speaking of magic, are you going to contact Michelle and the others tonight? Being reminded caused Harry to grin some before he left the bed and returned with the mirror in his hand. Michelle Schmidt. It took few moments, but then Michelle's face filled the mirror, and Harry noticed that she looked highly annoyed before she smiled. Hey there, Harry. I was wondering when you would call. From the background, Harry could hear Lisa call out. So worried that she hasn't let that mirror out of her sight the whole night. Glaring, Michelle grabbed something and Harry could hear laughter from Lisa as the brunette threw whatever it was. Huffing, she turned back toward Harry with a blush on her face. Just ignore her. Despite that, Harry still frowned. Are you okay, Michelle? At her confusion, he shook his head. It was just that when I called you, it seemed like you were really annoyed about something. That caused a scowl to run across the young woman's face as she crossed her arms under her chest. Just my dad being annoying. He was just calling me again, telling me that I should get a job. I swear, he just will not let up about me needing to work even though right now I'm finishing up a course. Don't get me wrong. I love my dad, but sometimes when he gets something into his head, he can be stubborn as a darn mule. With a sigh, she let her frustrations go. Sorry about venting like that. All Harry did was wave her off. Don't worry about it. His face then lit up. Oh right, before I forget, I'll send Veronica later on with a bunch of the treats that I bought on the train. Got a few looks when I shoved them into an expanded insides bag. But they should be fine. Michelle licked her lips a little with a hungry look. Can't want. Suddenly, her smile became a grin. Hey, now that you're at Hogwarts you can show us some magic, right? His own eyes wide, Harry nodded. That's right, I can. Nodding, Michelle turned her head and shouted out. Hey guys, come on over. Harry's going to show us some magic. Seeing Erica, Lisa, and all the animatronics crowding the view, Harry chuckled as he raised his wand. Let's start with something simple. Tempest. Once more, the numbers came up but showed that they were just before 11. Skipping into the party room, a young woman in a Freddy's security guard uniform looked around. Wow, Freddy's. She then walked up to the animatronics and frowned a bit. You guys look kind of creepy, but cool. With a sigh, the janitor began to put away his items and shook his head. Look girly, don't get too comfortable here. Her cheeks puffed out. The young woman shook her head with her purple-dyed hair swishing about in a ponytail. Don't call me girly. She then rolled her eyes. Almost everyone calls me Cupcake. A chuckle came from the old janitor as he clapped his hands and put his stuff into the cleaning closet. Well, whatever it is, have fun, kid. After all, you only got 5 nights at Freddy's. Confused, the girl watched as the janitor left, chuckling under her breath. Wonder what that was all about. Oh well. Turning, she looked at each one of the animatronics. Guess now it's only you and me. For a moment, she stared at Chica and then shivered a bit. She's the creepiest though. She just has some kind of glare. Shaking it off, she left not noticing that the grins on the animatronics got a bit wider as they shared the same thought. Well, looks like we got someone to scare tonight. Let's just see how good she is. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans. Hello? Hello? Phone guy, someone on the phone, dear Harry. Writing. Hey there, Harry. Aya. Rose blinked a bit and looked down at the hyperventilating night guard before giving Bonnie a look. Did you really just jam the door button with jam? Seriously? With an innocent look, Bonnie licked some of the reddish substance from his lips as he shoved the jar further behind him. Wherever did you get that idea from, Rose? The bear animatronic was just unamused as she pointed behind him. I can see the jar of jam you're holding behind your back, Bonnie. It's right there. However, the rabbit just looked from side to side and shifted the jar further behind him. I really do not know what you are getting such an idea from. Rose, I have no jam, was not eating it, nor would I jam the door button with it. Closing her eyes as if in pain, Rose let out a sigh before she grabbed the bottle of window cleaner and quickly wiped the button as Bonnie hopped off whistling and eating more jam. Bloody damn it, Bonnie. As she shook her head, Rose reached down and gently pulled the night guard to her feet. Really sorry about this, those guys really need to cool it at times. Still gasping, the night guard held up a hand. Tish, that's okay. Just glad that they're not gonna stuff me into a suit. Her eyes shifting away, Rose nodded. Yeah, thankfully, if anything, her expression became highly unamused as she looked toward the opposite window. Really, Chica, really? As she blinked, Chica stopped waving around the pizza box. Cupcake though rushed forward and slammed the door shut. No, go away. Duck duck. I don't want to eat. Now really confused, Rose looked at the guard. Wait. Duck duck? You call her that? With a nod, Cupcake clutched her flashlight to her chest. Yes, because she's a duck. And her glare. It's so creepy. Like it looks into your very soul. For several moments, Rose stood there and blinked. Then she looked off to the side and let out a low whistle. Okay then, I'll just, be going then, far away from the office, right? Once she was out of the office, Rose began to walk down the hall and got to the junction when she stopped as Foxy and Freddy walked past, with the Fox animatronic with a wagon behind him. However, that was not what caught Rose's attention. She turned on one foot and held up one finger. Wait just one moment. Both Foxy and Freddy stopped and turned back to Rose as the bear made a sound like he was clearing his throat. Yes, slowly blinking her eyes, Rose held up two fingers. One, are those actual boxes of biscuits that you two have in that wagon that Foxy is pulling? Foxy looked down and nodded. It be cookies, good biscuits as well. Suddenly he grinned a bit as the light glinted off his teeth. Would ye be wantin' some now, lass? I promise that they not be costin' much. Blinking slowly still, Rose shook her head. No, not at this time, but... She looked Foxy up and down and furrowed her eyebrows some before she pointed at him. Secondly, are you actually wearing an American Girl Scout uniform? Once more sharing a look with Freddy, who shrugged, Foxy turned back to Rose and readjusted his sash. To be right, it's one of them American Girl Scout uniforms. All was silent as Rose desperately tried to fit it in her head before she clinched her eyes shut. The next thing she did was pinch her nose and let out a slow breath. Just why are you wearing one? Better, where in the name of all that is bloody holy did you even get one, let alone in your size? The Fox animatronic frowned a bit as he readjusted his hat. I be wearing this here getup because how else would one sell cookies at a door? Her expression deadpan, Rose grimaced. Of course, how else? As if he had not heard her, Foxy continued. As to where? I be getting it from Michelle through Veronica. I be asking her for help and she sent it. With a stare, Rose threw her paws up into the air. That just begs further questions. Like how she managed to find one and in your size on such short, you know what? Bloody freak it. I give up. She then pointed down the hall. There's freak with the guard and then there's this. Rose then held her paw above her head. The amount of screwing around in this place is too darn high. I'm out. Then she disappeared and Freddy shook his head. She's pretty tightly wound. Beside him, Foxy nodded. The she be, he then grinned a bit. Let's go see if the guard will open up to buy some of me cookies. Nodding, Freddy turned. Great idea. I'll knock on the window to catch her attention. The slam of a phone against its cradle sounded through the room before a spooky voice spoke up. You know, Michelle is enough like you that annoying her will make her peeved off enough to do something, right? And that said something will very likely be designed specifically to peeved you off right back. With a growl, Mike Schmidt turned in his chair and looked at the specter in the room. Said specter was not unlike unknown to them Aya in looks, except her form was that of a child. Whatever she gets up to do so won't be that bad. He then leaned back and massaged the scars on his head. I'm doing this because I love my daughter and want the best for her. Faith only blinked before she rolled her eyes. Right, sure you are. Her hand waved in the air. Besides, she's taking courses to become a teacher, Mikey. Do you really need to harp on her over and over to get a job? Getting up, Mike began to pace as he threw his hands into the air. Of course I do. She needs to get job experience as no one will hire her if she doesn't. Heck, even once she has her degree, it might be a lot of time before she gets an actual teaching job. So she might as well pad her resume now rather than later when she actually needs it. Holding her face in her hands, Faith sighs. It's like talking to a combination of a brick wall and a petulant child that caused Mike to turn around and glare at her. Hey! All Faith did though was shake her head as she floated up to his face level. Look, Mike, she's practically in college now. Let her make her own mistakes and learn some lessons. College and such is when a person is supposed to learn who they are and their place in the world, and cut loose a little. Mike showed a moment later that he had a serious case of foot-and-mouth disease with his next words. What would you know about college? You died before you were 13. He winced as he realized what he said. But before he could say anything, the unamused Faith grabbed his cheeks and glared into his eyes. That was bloody darn low, Mike. Really darn low. Slumping back into his chair, Mike rubbed his nose with his fingers as he tried to ignore the coldness where Faith had touched him. Sorry about that. It's just, I'm worried about her future and don't want her to get stuck in a situation like I did. Once more, Faith rolled her eyes as she settled down toward the floor. Look, Mikey, you're not the only one who cares about her future. Bloody heck, I've practically taken care of and watched over her invisibly mind since the day she was born. In some ways, as she's as much my daughter as she is yours and Doll's. But I'm willing to let her live a little before she settles down. Who knows, she might find someone for that. She crossed her arms and snorted a bit. As for a situation like yours, I doubt very much that Michelle will get in a situation where she will deal with evil animatronics. It was then that Doll poked her head in and adjusted her red-rimmed glasses. Something wrong in here? Before Mike could say anything, Faith closed her eyes and waved her off. Nah, just Mikey being his usually overprotective jerk self in regards to Michelle. He was harping on her to get a job again. That caused Doll to sigh and shake her head. Oh, Mikey. She ignored Biss grumbling as she suddenly smiled. Anyways, I baked some cookies. Who wants some? Faith's eyes widened before she shared a look with Mike. The two grinned as she leapt into his body and he stood up with his eyes black except for white pupil. We do. Flopping back onto her bed, Michelle groaned. My dad is such an jerk. On the chair, Rose looked up from the book she was reading. What did he do this time? As she crossed her arms across her chest, Michelle glared at the ceiling. He keeps bugging me to get a job. I know that he's looking out for me, but it still peeved me off. She sighed a bit and looked toward Rose. Anyways, enough of that. How are things at Freddy's with the new guard? Rose flipped a page before she answered. Cupcake's had enough of everything, so she's moving to the day shift. They'll be looking for a new night guard in a few days. For a moment, Michelle nodded before she stopped, and a grin slowly spread over her face. Wait, so there's going to be a job opening there, At the tone in her voice, Rose paused in her reading and looked up. You're not seriously considering what I think you are you? The only answer she got back was a grin and a chuckle. Snarling, Aya paced in front of Harry as she clenched and unclenched her fists. Above her, the black mass writhed and pulsed as its normal sounds were all muted as it shared her anger. We are going to kill her. We will not stand for this. With a sigh, Harry rubbed his hand a little, glancing around the empty common room besides them and his two best friends. As much as I would love to see Umbridge get hers, Aya, I don't see how you can do that without bringing down everything on our heads. She gets killed, then the Ministry will investigate. A growl ripped its way out of the Spectre's throat as she stopped. She still has to pay. That jerk tortured you. Harry just rubbed his eyes and leaned back into his chair with a tired expression. I know. And I'm pretty sure that I won't be the only one that she's going to do this to. But the question is what we can do. He waved a hand around. She gave me detention just for pointing out that we might need to fight if a dark wizard or witch attacks us until Aurors arrive. No Death Eaters or Voldemort, just that, even when she tried to trap me. Beside him, Hermione shifted a little as she kept an eye on where Harry was looking even though she could only see a barely there shadow. Well, it didn't help when you asked her if by stating such she thought that the Death Eaters out there could be dangerous. Slowly, Ron chuckled a bit. Yeah, That was bloody awesome. A grimace then crossed his face. Though she gave you detention for disrespecting the teacher, as he groaned, Harry rubbed his face. And we don't even have the teachers giving any real support at the moment. Bloody heck. McGonagall just wants us to keep our heads down, and to not antagonize her. Like that will happen since she keeps antagonizing us to try and make us say something. With a sigh, he shook his head. And then you have the fact that the Ministry and Prophet has been hammering into people's heads that I'm crazy, which means they're less likely to listen to anything I say. Pausing, Aya slowly twisted her neck around 180 degrees, much to Harry's discomfort. He did have his limits after all. Say that again, the last bit about being crazy, that just caused Harry to raise his eyebrow a bit. What? About them having made everyone think that I'm crazy? Slowly, Aya grinned as she pointed at him. The gasps beside him telling Harry that Hermione and Ron could finally see her. Exactly. People do not listen to those who they think are crazy. Despite her unease at the sight of Aya, Hermione swallowed some. Are you suggesting making people think that Umbridge has lost? At Aya's nod, the witch frowned a bit. But how? No one is going to take our word for it. And anything that we do to try and make her act crazy will be easily traced back to us. A moment later, Hermione leaned back in her chair as Aya slammed her skeletal hands down onto the cushions, much to the witch's discomfort as she could see the areas compress. No, you can't, but me on the other hand, her eyes glowing a bit, Aya grinned a bit. Time to scare a toad. Waking in a cold sweat from her nightmare, Umbridge shuddered a bit. Those awful muggle things. Ugh. Must have been something that I ate. Shaking it off, she got up and headed to her bathroom, not noticing a maliciously grinning Aya nor the mutters from the shadows. After she entered the bathroom, she turned on the lantern and began to splash her face. Suddenly, she heard a giggle behind her and whipped around with her wand in her hand. Who's there? Another giggle could be heard as she scanned the room. Show yourself. It was then that she noticed something from the corner of her eye and looked in the mirror. There was what looked like a toy version of a little boy, but its skin seemed to be burnt and mostly decayed as it grinned at her gastily. The hairs on Umbridge's neck began to rise as she turned and saw the being in her door. Then it leapt at her. Screery! A scream ripped out of the ministry worker's throat as she threw herself back and then shot off a spell as she closed her eyes. Umbridge could hear something crash and opened her eyes to find herself alone in the room, except for a hole in the wall that still smoked. Still shaking, Umbridge got to her feet and walked into her room. It wasn't there, just a dream. There was a chattering sound that caused Dolores to whip her lit wand around only to see a rotted, bear-like thing lunge at her with a roar that deafened out her scream. She would not be getting much sleep between the strange illusions and the nightmares that haunted her slumber. Nor did she get any sleep the next night as it all repeated. Foxy slowly poked his head out from his curtains and glanced at the camera at his cove. He could hear the recording from Phone Guy playing in the security office. Seems that the new guard is not bad. However, none of the animatronics had seen who the new guard as they had walked in with a hoodie on. With one final look, Foxy leapt from Pirate's Cove and rushed down the hallway. Scurry! His screech was cut off by an air horn inches from his face that caused him to jerk backwards and to fall. For several moments, Foxy laid there as he blinked before Michelle's face filled his vision as she grinned. Hey there, Foxy. She then looked up and waved at the other animatronics who had rushed up to see what happened. Guiz. How are things going with you? It was Chica who put it together first as she spotted the Freddy Fazbear security uniform. Shay? You're the new night guard? With a chuckle, Michelle nodded some. That's right. Got hired just this afternoon, actually. A moment later, the breath was driven from her lungs as Chica picked her up in a hug. Hey, great to see you too, Chica. Below them, Foxy struggled a bit. Get off of me, lass. Ye be crushing this poor fox. Suddenly, everything went quiet as Chica looked at him with pitch-black eyes. Are you calling me fat, Foxy? All Foxy did was blink. Will ye not be getting any lighter now, be ye? Michelle winced after being put down as Chica picked up Foxy and then flung him down the hallway. I'm not fat, you dumb fox. Shaking her head, Michelle dusted herself off some as Freddy and Bonnie walked up, all three ignoring how Chica laced into the still disorientated Foxy verbally. So you're going to be our permanent night guard then, Michelle? Nodding, Michelle smiled right back. Yeah, my old man kept bothering me to go out and get a job, and Rose told me that this place was hiring a night guard again. So, spreading out her arms, Michelle grinned. Here I am. Bonnie grinned a little as he hugged her, more gently than Chica had. This is so awesome. We're gonna have so much fun at night now. Clapping his hands on Bonnie's shoulders, Freddie nodded. Of that there's no doubt. Leaning back on the couch, Lisa only raised an eyebrow at the cackling Michelle as she wrote an address on an envelope. Are you seriously doing that, Michelle? You do realize that you're likely to give your dad a heart attack, right? With a raised eyebrow as she attached some stamps, Michelle shrugged and twirled one finger in the air. And your point being what exactly? Slowly blinking, Lisa sighed and then rolled her eyes. Only you and your dad, Chell. Only you and your dad. Once more cackling, Michelle slipped in the letter before she grabbed a photo. It showed her in her new uniform standing in front of the main show stage at Freddy's. Behind her, in their signature poses, were the Fazbear gang outside of Foxy. Michelle in the picture had a piece of cardboard and was grinning. On the cardboard was written first day on job 1 hour before shift. Shaking her head, another cackle escaped from Michelle as she imagined the expression on her father's face when he got it. Oh, this is going to be good. Just a shame that I'm not going to be there to see it. Lisa simply sighed as she watched Michelle put the photo into the envelope inside the letter, so it would slip out when someone pulled the letter out. This is probably going to end real well. I can tell. Hearing Michelle still cackling, Lisa went back to her book and buried her face into it. And people wonder about my sanity. Harry was laying back on his bed with Veronica beside him, and his Aunt Rose at the end of the bed as Aya had gone somewhere else. Where the specter had gone, none of the three knew. However, at the moment, Harry had something else on his mind. I've been wondering. Blinking, Rose looked up and tilted her head. So that is what is burning. All her nephew did was give him a look. That was hilarious. Aunt Rose. The golden bear grinned a bit and bowed at the waist from where she sat. Anyways, I know that Freddy is a singer and Chica is his backup. But what would your position have been, Aunt Rose? Or Veronica when she was working for Freddy's? For a moment, the two shared a look before Veronica nodded. Well, as an entertainer, I was a singer and also played an instrument. Rose, leaning back, Rose hummed a bit as she scratched her chin in thought. Never actually got to play in the band, I got an okay voice, mind you, but I did have a love of a particular instrument. Now really interested. Harry sat up and leaned forward as he looked at the two. Really? What instruments did you two play? Both Springsuit animatronics shared a look before Veronica blinked. Honestly, I would love to show rather than just tell, actually. Now it was her turn to sit up as her tail wagged a little. Hogwarts doesn't have a music room, does it? Thoughtful. Harry frowned a bit before he shook his head. No, I really don't know. A grin then crossed his face. But I do. Know who might. Poking his head out of the bed's curtains, Harry looked around and whispered, Dobby? With a pop, Dobby appeared and was about to start shouting when Harry held a finger up to his lips. Knowing what he wanted, Dobby whispered loudly, Mr. Harry Potter, sir, asked for Dobby to come? What does Mr. Harry Potter, sir, want with Dobby? Looking around, Harry smiled at the house elf. Dobby, you wouldn't know if Hogwarts has a music room or something, do you? Dobby frowned a bit and then shook his head sadly. Sorry, sir, no music room in Hogwarts. Then he suddenly brightened. But maybe the come and go room or room of requirement have music things. Intrigued, Harry leaned forward a bit. Come and go room? Room of requirement? Nodding so fast his head looked like it was about to fall off. Dobby began to explain, and that was how Harry found himself in the 7th floor corridor an hour later, pacing back and forth near a tapestry showing a wizard attempting to teach trolls ballet. A moment later, a door appeared and Harry glanced at a poster which his aunt used to appear. She was followed a second later by Veronica and Dobby with the group entering the room together. Looking around, Harry let out a low whistle at the instruments there. Oh wow, this is amazing! The house elf snapped his fingers and all the dust and grime vanished with the instruments in perfect condition. Sorry, sir and ma'am, but Dobby needs to go and do work. With a nod from Harry, Dobby left the room as silently. Veronica walked up and trailed a hand along a piano. Amazing is certainly a word that I would use. Much to Harry's surprise, she pulled up a stool and sat down before moving her fingers across the keys. Soft music drifted through the room for a moment before she nodded. And in excellent condition, picking up a saxophone, Rose played some tunes herself before she stopped and nodded. Magic is an amazing thing. For a brief moment, she stroked the instrument in thought. I miss my old sax, though. Stunned, Harry looked at them both. Wait, you guys can play the piano and saxophone? As she chuckled, Rose nodded. I loved jazz when I was alive, still do actually. I begged Mum and Dad to let me take some lessons. We didn't have all too much money for the most part, but one of Dad's old army buddies was a player and taught me for free. There was a slight wistfulness in her voice as she continued. I was actually pretty bloody good at it too. Played at one of the local clubs for pocket change. From where she sat, Veronica shook her head. I learned as a little girl. My grandmother taught me how to play over many nights. Never could have gone professional, I think, but I was pretty good. Walking up, Harry hugged his aunt first with her placing one arm around him. After a few minutes, he walked over to Veronica and hugged her as well. While he was not what one would call a huggy person, there were some he liked to hug. I'd love to hear you both play, you know. Sharing a look with Rose, Veronica tapped her chin. How about we do that song from that movie that Michelle brought in? The one with the lions? We did see the sheet music for it after all when Freddie asked for it, so it's in our databanks. Humming in thought, Rose finally nodded before she chuckled. Sounds good, and there's one good thing about being what we are, our skills don't degrade at all. Now really interested, Harry leaned against the wall as Veronica played the opening notes to Can You Feel the Love Tonight before Rose joined in with her sax. Both musicians closed their eyes as they played as Harry simply enjoyed them playing just for him. Walking into the home with a stack of mail, Mike grabbed his mug and began to sip as both him and Faith sorted through the mail. Bill, advertisement, Bill, Doll's Librarian Monthly Magazine, your sci-fi of the week package, letter from Michelle? That caused Mike to raise an eyebrow as he opened the letter. That's odd. Usually she just phones me. Picking up the letter itself and ignoring the picture, Mike began to read it with Faith looking up at him. Seems that she's finally given in and gotten a job somewhere. That's good. Faith just winced a bit. I don't know, Mikey, this is Michelle and she just gave in like that? As he sighed, Mike put down the letter as he reached for the envelope. What are you worried about? Crossing her arms, Faith shook her head. You remember how peeved off she's been getting with you, harping on and on about her getting a job, right? And yet, she suddenly gave in and sent you a letter for it? That just does not scream suspicious to you? At Mike's raised eyebrow as he pulled out the picture, Faith waved a hand in the air. She's like you, Mike. If anything, she's likely gotten some kind of job that will get you utterly peeved off at her. If anything, that caused Mike to pause for a moment in thought. Like what exactly? Looking at the ceiling, Faith hummed a bit. Maybe she's working at the British version of Hooters? Or something like that. His tone dry, Mike only watched her with a deadpan expression on his face. Even though I have not lived in Britain for more than a decade, I'm pretty sure that there is nothing like that there, or that my daughter would work in such a place no matter how peeved off she was at me. Mike then blinked and grimaced. Why the heck was that the first thing that you thought of anyways? All Faith did was blink for a moment before a similar expression crossed her face. Mikey, are you bloody shoot me? You know my preferences. Fighting off a headache, Mike took a deep breath and then closed his eyes as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Right, forgot that. Once he shook it off, he grabbed the photo and looked at it before he stared. About a minute later, Faith snapped her fingers. Yo, Mikey! Earth to Mikey! Not getting a reaction besides his eyebrow twitching, Faith leapt up onto his shoulder. What's the big deal? For several moments she stared at the photo of Michelle in a very familiar uniform in front of a stage that had 3 familiar animatronics. Well, there would be the other shoe dropping, I suppose. Throwing the picture down, Mike rushed off as Faith held on. Doll, I need a ticket to London ASAP. I'm saving our baby. Mike sped down the road as he looked at his clock. Darn that pilot for being late. Darn that freak security at the airport. Darn that freak car rental company. In the passenger seat, Faith yawned as she leaned against the window and looked out. At this rate, you'll run out of people to darn. The car slammed to a stop and the Spectre was flung through the dashboard. A few moments later, she drifted back in and sat back in her seat as she scowled at him. Now that was uncalled for. All Mike did was continue to drive. Bite me. There was a glint in Faith's eyes as she leaned forward. Oh, but what would Doll think of that? Now there's a thought. Too bad that I'm not very interested in that sort of thing though. His teeth grinding, Mike glared at her as he fought the urge to suddenly stop again. My daughter is in danger. Unrepentant, Faith yawned. You're going to be putting this nice car in danger with your bloody idiotic driving. Then she tapped her chin. Not to mention elevating your blood pressure, and at your age that's probably not a good thing outside the bedroom. With a glare, Mike turned toward her. Don't you even care that Michelle is at Freddy's and is in danger of those robotic freak killing her? I thought that you cared for her like a second mother. There was an answering glare on Faith's face. Don't ever dare to imply that I don't care about her. Or do you not remember that bully wolf thing that became a man when I killed him when she was 6? Or how she would not be here today if I had not stepped in when she was born? Michelle had her cord wrapped around her neck when I reached in and unwrapped it and healed her just enough to get her out. All without the doctors and nurses seeing, Mike. I freak gave her a piece of myself that day so that she would live. Silence descended in the car with the only sound being Faith's breathing, even though she no longer needed to. As he sighed, Mike looked over at her.
I'm sorry, Faith.
You're right, I shouldn't have said that. He only got a glare and a growl. Darn freak straight, Mike. Suddenly, she pointed ahead. Oh, by the way, watch out for that truck. Whipping around, Mike saw the truck barreling toward him, just as it began to honk the horn, and swerved out of the way with curses flying out of his mouth. Once he got his breathing under control, he growled a bit. Look, I'm just worried about her. That's all. Faith slowly nodded with a glint in her eye. I know, which is why I'm taking it easy on you and won't tell Doll about this. But like I said, I gave her a piece of myself the day that she was born. Mikey. That means that I can tell you if she was in extreme danger, especially with how close we are, and honestly, I'm not getting that feeling. At his disbelieving look, the Spectre shrugged. She's her father's daughter, you know? Raising an eyebrow, Mike frowned a bit as he kept his eyes on the road. You're sure of this? As she leaned back into the car seat, Faith put her feet up onto the dashboard. More positive than Doll is sexy, and that is a lot. With a grimace, he looked at her. I wish that you wouldn't say things like that, it's kind of creepy. Rolling her eyes, Faith scoffed. Doesn't make it any less true, Mikey. I bloody died when I was 12, and that weird puppet tried to stuff my body into the bloody girl version of Balloon Boy. Still have no idea why though it had to leave me hanging out partially. Then the manager found my body and got rid of it. Finally, they reached their destination and Mike pulled a crowbar out of the trunk of the car before he headed toward the door. Just as he swung the crowbar, Faith caught it and blinked at him. What are you doing? Mike tried to yank the crowbar free, but failed as he grunted. I'm breaking down the door. What else? Pinching her nose, Faith kept one hand on the crowbar before she looked up with a smile. Awesome idea, Mikey. Let's try to break down the door that has bullet and shatterproof glass on it, distracting Michelle from watching the cameras and attracting the animatronics. Brilliant. Simply and positively brilliant. Evenly looking at her, Mike blinked. So you don't like it then? Shaking her head from side to side, Faith looked up at him with a wide-eyed look. Oh no, like I said, I think that your idea is incredibly brilliant. Wherever would you get the idea that I count it among one of your most idiotic? There was silence before Mike pointed at her. That's among the most sarcastic tones that you have ever taken with me. With her eyes still wide, Faith shook her head. Oh, I have no idea what you were talking about, Mikey. But, I would think that you could instead use some of the skills from your misspent youth and, pick the darn lock. Grumbling, Mike pulled out a lockpick and went to work. It was only a few seconds before the door near silently opened and he walked in before he whispered to Faith. Okay, let's get to the office now. Both of them snuck along the hallway before they came to a stop in front of the office door. Faith blinked and then pointed inside. Mike, He slowly nodded, so she continued. Where is Michelle? Suddenly they heard a scream of rage and the two rushed down the hall, saying the same thing at the same time. Michelle. They reached the party room and came to a stop in the entryway when they noticed that Michelle was surrounded by the animatronics. Mike and Faith were about to rush at the Fazbear gang when they noticed that they were all at a table with what looked like a Monopoly board in front of them as Michelle tried to pull out her hair. What the heck? Freddy? What the heck? With a smug grin, the bear leaned back. Pay up, Michelle. It was then that they heard a scream and turned to see Mike as he dropped the crowbar. What the freak bloody heck is going on here? Beside him, Faith blinked before her eyes closed halfway as she gestured at the scene in front of them. Elementary, my dear Mikey. It seems that there is a completely and utterly unexpected board game in front of us. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans. Hello? Hello? Phone guy, someone on the phone, dear Harry. Writing. Hey there, Harry, Aya. The awkward silence stretched on as Mike stared at his daughter on the opposite side of the table. Finally, Faith reached up and flicked his ear, which caused him to jump. The freak? Faith. Snorting, the specter waved a hand around. You were being too silent, Mikey. It's unnatural. Especially for you. All Mike did was scowl before he turned back to his daughter, who was giving Faith an odd look. The specter rolled her eyes at the young woman. I would say to take a picture, but cameras never seem to catch my good side and always shave a few £100. Nonplussed, Michelle shook her head. Right, ignoring Casper here, her eyes wide. Faith gasped. Oh, Casper. Like I have never heard that one before. She then turned toward Mike. That is so amazingly original, isn't it, Mikey? All Mike did was sigh and pinch his nose. Right, anyways, according to you, fuckboys and the Fazfuck gang were being controlled by some Nazi occult bullshit bitch-ass robot, henceforth referred to as Billy. Billy had used a serial killer who worked here to kill a bunch of kids and then stuffed their bodies into fuckboy and the others and thus caused them to become possessed. Then it forced them, against their will, to kill guards over and over again. That is, right up until this summer when this guy named Harry used some magic potion bullshit to boost his strength and proceeded to, along with Golden Fuckboy, who turned out to be his dead aunt, to tear apart Billy. That freed not only the animatronics, but also all the spirits of the dead guards who now follow him around like Faith does me. There is also a bunch of other animatronics also following him around. Is that pretty much it? At his daughter's nod, he sighed. I got one question then. Before he could say anything, Faith spoke up. Is this Aya Spectre hot? That got her looks from both Mike and Michelle, which caused her to stare back. What? Shaking his head, Mike turned back to his daughter. Is there any way that I can meet this guy so that I can at least shake his hand? I'm assuming that he still remembers things if he has a ghost with him. That caused Michelle to stare at him. Wait, you know about the manager and them trying to wipe people's memories? How? A snort escaped Mike as he rolled his eyes. His jerk of a sister tried it with me one time and probably thought that I forgot. Thing is, she didn't know about Faith here and she managed to prevent me from forgetting things. Looking at the specter, Michelle frowned for a moment before she smiled. Well, you'll be happy to know that the manager and his sister won't be doing that anymore, kind of hard with one buried 6 feet under and the other practically brain dead. His eyes wide, Mike frowned a bit. Wait, seriously? At her nod, he chuckled. I'll have to throw a party then. Wait, if they're dead then who owns the place? Foxy grunted a bit. That actually be Harry. We all be friends now and he wants to take care of Rose being as she's his aunt. Leaning back, Mike frowned a bit. Great, now I want to meet him in order to shake his hand and congratulate him on destroying one of you fuckers and getting away with it and then punching him for buying the place. For her part, Michelle rolled her eyes, though she made a mental note to punch her father if he hurt Harry. He's at school now actually, but I can still contact him if you want. Raising an eyebrow, Mike grunted some. How and when? Unless you want to give me his phone number. Despite her best efforts, Mike still caught the wince his daughter gave. What are you not telling me? As she rubbed her face, Michelle sighed. Considering you know that Tony's sister wiped people's memories, I'm guessing that you know about magic. There was an unamused expression on Mike's face. Yes, generally speaking those magic users are jerk. I remember nearly killing this bully in a silver mask by smashing him in the face with a folding chair. Then this other guy showed up and shot red lights at me and him before trying to wipe my memories and leaving. Then there was that darn werewolf movie Reject that attacked you when you were 6. Michelle blinked at that and looked up. Wait, I was attacked when I was 6 by a werewolf? With a slight sneer, Faith shook her head. It was on our last visit here on vacation. You were by some woods and it charged out at you and nearly got you if I had not stepped in. Let us just say that it won't ever hurt someone again. Then this guy showed up and complained about muggles and wiped your memories and tried to wipe Mikey's. While she grimaced, Michelle nodded. Sounds about right. She then cleared her throat at the looks. Had an encounter myself this summer and they were going to wipe my memories as well as Lisa's. But Harry stepped in and pulled a stunt that could have seen him in jail by stopping it. Closing his eyes, Mike rubbed the sides of his head. You mentioned he used potions, so I know he's a magic user. Now, how the freak did he stop them from wiping your memories, and what do you mean by jail? Uncomfortable, Michelle shifted a little bit in her seat. He threw this invisibility cloak over the two of us after he got us out of sight, having realized what would happen, and then distracted the guy who was modifying people's memories. Erica was safe because her cousin is a witch, so she's under some sort of list of people allowed to know. Neither me nor Lisa would be protected. But he distracted him enough that he didn't notice us. As for prison, she took a deep breath. According to Erica, if he got caught, then best case would be him being kicked out of school, thrown into prison, and likely not being allowed to cast magic. Said prison is apparently right out of the worst parts of the medieval period, along with some kind of monster called a dementor, which apparently eats people's happiness and makes them relive their worst memories over and over. They also eat souls. Silence descended onto the group before Faith broke it. Well, that's rather bad to say the least. And freak up as well. Leaning back, Mike raised an eyebrow. If that's a best case, what's the worst? Really shifting around, Michelle let out a sigh. Worst case would be him going through all that and his own memories wiped, with a good possibility being of him dying. Seeing the looks, she shook her head. Erica told me this, and you know Erica, Dad. After a moment, Mike nodded. Yeah, Erica wouldn't lie about that sort of shoot. Then he waved a hand around. Now I really want to meet the guy and talk with him. For some odd reason, Michelle didn't like the knowing look that her dad gave her. Yeah, actually, we can talk with him tomorrow, I guess. Reaching into her shirt pocket, Michelle pulled out a handheld mirror. These can connect to other mirrors and we can talk with each other face to face. He just needs to be secretive about it, even though I don't need to worry about anyone trying to wipe my memories anymore. Now that caused Mike to raise an eyebrow. Wait, why wouldn't you worry about that? A moment later he blinked as Michelle pulled out a necklace with some kind of amulet at the end. What the heck is that? There was a soft look on Michelle's face as she looked at it. Something that Harry's mom worked on. It protects me from having my memories modified and lets me go places that normally I wouldn't be normally able to. Faith leaned forward with a ghastly grin on her face. Well now, a guy who's willing to risk his freedom and could have suffered greatly, as well as having his life in danger for you, who also gives you expensive-looking jewelry with magic to protect you. Nice catch, I approve. Sputtering, Michelle went red in the face, and so didn't notice Mike's eyebrow twitch as a vein throbbed in his forehead. It's not like that. We're just friends. Why everyone keeps saying that we're more, I have no clue. With her eyes glinting, Faith chuckled. Oh? So everyone thinks it as well, Throwing her hands into the air, Michelle screamed. We're just friends. As she nodded, Faith nudged a slowly reddening Mike. Heh, and I'm only a little dead. Am I right, Mike? Groaning, Michelle put her head onto the table and banged her head on it. Harry was eating his breakfast when he felt a tap on his shoulder and looked up to see a slightly worried Hermione. Something the matter? Looking around, she leaned in close to him. Look at Umbridge. With a raised eyebrow, Harry did so and blinked at the sight of the woman. Her hair was all over the place and her bloodshot eyes kept searching the great hall as she tried to eat. It didn't help matters that her skin was going rather pale either. Okay, so she's looking under the weather and, as she shook her head, Hermione glanced at her books. She's looking more than under the weather, Harry. She looks utterly sleep-deprived. Having been listening into their conversation, George glanced around and leaned in. Worse than that, I'm afraid. She's been freak out in class as well. The other day, Fred was close to the hospital wing when he overheard her arguing with Pomfrey. Apparently she's been slugging back dreamless sleep potions near daily, and Pomfrey was trying to limit what she could get to. Not that it helped any, as she used the minister's authority to override her. While he snorted, Ron shook his head. I heard that she showed up hungover to one class, you know. Even Malfoy and the others have started to be wary around her. Frowning, Harry shrugged. None of my business. That got him some odd looks as Hermione continued to chat with Ron. Did you see the Aurors that came in the other day? Ron only nodded his head as inside Harry's mind he could hear Aya. Before coming here it was so long since I last had a proper English breakfast. Paying a half ear to the conversations around him, Harry chanced another look toward Umbridge to see her stabbing the plate hard enough to dent it. You're not going to get caught by those Aurors, have you? He could hear a laugh from his companion. Sorry, but that was pretty hilarious. No, they've just been trying to find someone alive in the room. When they tried it with trying to sense dark magic, well, she's lucky that they were allies of hers, as it turned out she had a couple of dark magic items. Another groan came from her as Harry bit into some eggs. Oh, that's the bloody good stuff right there. Rolling his eyes as he fought down a blush, Harry softly snorted. I'm still worried though. It only takes one to find you. I had just snorted right back at him. Hardly. Especially since the last time they arrived and found nothing in her rooms, they told her to bugger off and stop calling them, which means that we can start going after her elsewhere. I'm thinking when she's in the halls now during the day. It was then that Harry could feel some concern. Just keep flying under the radar as you have been, Harry. If we're going to ramp it up, then she's going to start lashing out soon enough and you're a prime target. With a slight nod, Harry swallowed. No worries about that. Though I am not looking forward to Snape's occlumency lessons tonight. I don't even know what we're supposed to do. But me and him being in the same room without anyone else, not even a moment later, he could feel the concern wash over him before Aya spoke up. Well, the Black Mask can take care of Umbridge tonight. I'll be going with you to this occlumency class. And if he hurts you, then he is going to pay. Having cast the legilimency spell, Snape looked around as he found himself in a room. It took him only a moment to recognize that it was the same office that he had seen in Tonk's memories that her and Harry had been in. The next thing he recognized was the tablet, and looking at it, he raised an eyebrow mentally. Currently, the camera was focused on a mass of curtains with a sign saying out of order. From a space inside the curtains, he could see a single red eye with a slit pupil looking out. A mindscape as well as a way to watch the connection. Interesting, perhaps Potter is not so useless after all. The next thing he knew, a hand grabbed him by the shoulder and squeezed hard enough he could swear that he felt claws digging into his flesh. Oh, trust me, Harry is far from useless. Snape was then forcibly spun around and slammed into the desk. And I am rather peeved at how you act towards him. With his eyes widened, Snape stared at the being before him. It looked like a woman composed of pure shadow with tendrils that streamed from her, except for the mouth and eyes. Her mouth was like that of a skull and in a rictus grin, while her eyes were bloodshot and wide, as if they were about to fall out. What in the name of Irk? Before he could react, the woman moved and he found himself lifted off the ground as she began to choke him with one hand. You know, I've been meaning to have a little chat with you. Her nails dug into Snape's neck as he struggled. I'm just going to give you a friendly warning just in case you get the idiotic idea of trying to invade Harry's mind again, permission or not. The ghostly being squeezed even harder. His mind is under my protection. I will keep that snake bully out of his head as well as possible. You are not needed. She seemed to grow as her eyes glared into his. Now leave. In the real world, Snape stumbled back, as did Harry. If one was to look at the young wizard, they would notice that for a moment his eyes had switched to their possessed state. As he got up though, Snape's face reddened. Potter. Blinking, Harry shook it off. Yes, Professor? Angered, Snape growled as he got up. What in the name of Merlin was that? At Harry's confused look, he swore. No matter, I will find out one way or the other. Legilimens. Once more he found himself in front of the strange being. Except now it had its arms crossed over its chest and seemed more bemused than anything. Aren't we the stubborn one? Taking a step forward, Snape growled. I do not know what you are, but, however, he was cut off as the being once more threw him against the wall. I warned you before, this is now strike two. Pausing for a moment, she rubbed her chin in thought. Strike two, that gives me an idea. Chortling, she began to sing. Take me out to the ball game, take me out with the crowd. As he scrambled to his feet, Snape only had the time to see a baseball bat materialize in the being's hand. Wah! Then the baseball bat impacted with his head, and he was again thrown out of Harry's head. Dumbledore only looked up as he heard the door to his office open. Albus, I refuse to teach that brat anything more. Sighing, he looked up from his paperwork. Severus, I know that you and Mr. Potter do not. He trailed off as he saw the state his professor was in. Mainly the slightly bleeding marks around his neck that looked like a handprint. Then there was the bruising along one side of his face. Severus, what happened? His potions professor walked over and slammed his hands down onto the desk. Potter has some kind of guardian in his mind. Whatever it is powerful and flung me out with ease. Reaching up, he rubbed his throat and winced at the throbbing in the side of his face. I have never seen the like except for when one was possessed, but Potter is not showing any of the signs. There was a frown on Dumbledore's face as he leaned back. Like possession, you say? Could it be Tom? As he shook his face, Snape slumped into a chair. No, the Dark Lord would not use such muggle means as this did to eject me from his mind. At the curious look, he explained. When I entered Potter's mind, it took the form of that place he worked at. Where that fox was in that place, instead I could see the Dark Lord's eye behind the curtains with a camera on it. But then the being revealed itself and attacked. While he continued to explain, Dumbledore's frown deepened as his mind whirled in thought. Harry had just laid back into bed when his mirror began to buzz. For a moment, he blinked before he grabbed it and tapped the mirror as he was told to, and Michelle's face slowly filled the mirror. Hey, Michelle. It was then he saw the resigned expression on her face. Something the matter? All she did was shake her head with a sigh. I got someone here who wants to talk with you. Before Harry could ask, the face of an older man filled the mirror, and there was an angered expression. You this guy Harry? At Harry's confused nod, the man grunted. Name's Mike Schmidt. I'm Michelle's father. Now that made Harry sit up a bit. Hello, sir. He then furrowed his eyebrows a bit. If you don't mind me asking, I thought that you were back in the States? Suddenly, Mike was shoved out of the way by Michelle. That's my fault, Harry. Dear old daddy here kept harping on me to get out there and get a job for experience. I got annoyed and came to FREDDY'S and got hired for the guard position and sent him a letter with a picture of me here in it. Pinching his nose, Harry slowly nodded. And so he freaked out and came all the way to England to save you from the animatronics. I take it that you told him everything then? However, she shook her head. About FREDDY'S? Yeah, but it turns out that he knew about magic before now. Choosing to ignore how Mike was trying to get back to the mirror as his daughter kept him away, Harry stared at her. Wait, he knew about magic and wizards already? I thought that he was non-magical and there were no magicals in your family. Out of you, Mike scoffed. I knew because I've had encounters with those fuckhead wizards and witches before. Always trying to wipe my memories of stuff every time I see them. Like that time that werewolf thing attacked Michelle and Faith killed it. They never succeeded though. Confused, Harry glanced at Michelle. Faith? Who's Faith? Wait, didn't you say something about him talking to a ghost or something by that name that you never saw? A specter similar to Aya popped into view and waved at him. Yo, I'm Faith, the specter who has the unfortunate duty of looking after this idiot over there. She ignored the shout from Mike as she gestured with her thumb in his direction. I've been looking after Michelle since she was a little girl, so thanks for looking out for her from me. Humming, Faith looked around Harry. So, I heard that you got a specter of your own. Hey. Mike chose exactly then to interrupt as he grabbed the mirror and glared at where Faith was. You can flirt later. Turning back to the highly confused Harry, Mike snorted. So I heard that you took the night guard job, managed to tame these guys, and then wrecked Billy's shoot. If anything, that only increased Harry's confusion. Billy? Who's Billy? With a laugh, Mike shook his head. That marionette thing. It showed up at my window one day and got peeved off when I called it Billy and told it the story of that jerk-ass robot. Billy. Slowly becoming amused, Harry snorted. Oh man, I wish that I could have seen its face. Then much to Harry's surprise, Mike nodded at him. I like you, kid. You managed to survive fuckboys, and then protected my daughter from those fuckhead wizards who wanted to mess with her head. He then grimaced a bit. I may not like the idea that you're going to continue it, not to mention your relationship with my daughter, but, whatever. Suddenly, Mike's expression darkened some as Michelle could be heard groaning. But if you hurt Michelle, I will put you through agony that you cannot possibly imagine. Before the now highly confused Harry could say anything, Aya popped up beside him and leaned toward the mirror. Who's this now? Just as Harry was about to say something, Faith popped into view on the other side of the mirror and gave Aya a once-over. Well, hello there, sexy. I see that you're on this plane because you're too perfect for heaven and too hot for heck. Face-palming, Mike shook his head. Oh God, not this. Aya slowly blinked as she stared at the specter who winked at her. What? Once the conversation had ended and the mirror turned back to normal, there was silence for a few moments before Harry broke it. That was interesting. Confusing at times, but interesting, though why he was threatening me over Michelle, I don't know. The sound of snickers made him turn to Aya, who waved him off. It's nothing, Harry. Nothing at all. Laying back against him, Aya's snickers became chuckles. You know though, I will admit that I can't help but wonder if there's some way to get Faith here to Hogwarts. Staring at her, Harry worked his jaw for a moment before he could say anything. Why in the bloody heck would you want to do that? Now? With a twinkle in her bloodshot eyes, Aya turned toward him and raised a finger. Think about it for a moment. Hogwarts has a number of female ghosts here. As Harry's eyes widened at the realization of what she was getting at, Aya chortled. Imagine Myrtle's reaction to being hit on, or, even better, it might be enough to get the Grey Lady to actually say something. His hand covering his eyes, Harry snorted a bit. That would be both a disaster and an utterly hilarious event at the same time. Though I have to wonder if Myrtle would do anything about it or not. Remembering the times when she had tossed said ghost out of the bathroom, when Myrtle had snuck in to spy on Harry in the shower, Aya's tone turned as dry as it could. She just might actually. As his arm held her in a friendly hug, Harry nodded. Maybe. Erica stared blankly at the sight before her for almost a minute before she reached up and pinched the bridge of her nose as if in pain. I told you to go out and get a van that we could use to get tools and spare parts around. Why the freak heck would you get a retired ambulance instead? With a shrug, Davis shook his head. It was pretty decently priced compared to the other stuff, especially with its size. We'll be able to lug around more tools and spare parts. Heck, with some work we can set it up so we can work on an animatronic inside for field repairs. Then he jerked his thumb at Richard, who grinned. Better than what this bloody moron was going to have us buy. As he gestured with his hands, Richard snorted. What? Considering who we're working for, it would be pretty darn cool. Feeling a headache come on, Erica let out a sigh. Should I even ask? There was a sigh that escaped from Davis before he answered. Richard wanted us to go and buy a hearse. For a brief moment there was silence before Erica turned to one of the other unamused girls. Lauren, if you could, said woman punched Richard in the arm, and Erica nodded. Thank you. Ignoring how Richard whined about it, Erica looked at the vehicle they bought. Nothing for it, I guess, though I am going to ask Remus and Sirius if they can't run some kind of magical purification bullshit over it, or whatever the heck they use to make sure something isn't haunted. While she shoved her hands into her jacket to keep them warm in the damp, chill autumn air, Steph popped a gum bubble. Anyways, got some good news that you might like. Relieved, Erica nodded as she tried to massage the side of her head. Good news might be nice. Having guessed the stress that her friend was under, Steph nodded. We've bought that new auto garage we were looking at outside of Little Whining. Bit of a hard sell with the bank, but all we're waiting for now is the paperwork to go through, which shouldn't take more than a day or two. That caused Erica to sigh in pure relief. That's one big thing out of the way then. Lisa's taking care of all the business paperwork, thankfully. A shudder ran through her. Ugh. And she is way too excited over that. It was then that Lauren chuckled a bit. Then you'll just love what I have to say. I was talking with some people, and it turned out that there's a small haunted house set up here in Surrey, in a mall that uses old Fazbear animatronics. Nothing big or complicated before you ask. Heck, they don't have free roam. but they've been having some issues with getting them serviced and are willing to give us a try. It's not much, but it'll get us out there. They also reuse them for Christmas hauls as well with some others. If we do good, we'll have a small contract for maybe a dozen. Davis's eyebrows raised a bit in surprise. That's actually rather nice. However, Erica frowned a bit. Any issues with them though? Snorting, Lauren just shook her head. Besides age getting to the endoskeletons causing them to lock up? Nah. This product line is the 74 one that they bought off Fazbear's after they bought out FREDDY'S. Just holiday-themed animatronics designed to be put away once the holidays were done. None of them were advanced, but it was mainly a gimmick to drum up attention after FREDDY'S closed. Unknown to them, Erica was unsure in her head. I'll have to bring along Olive and maybe have Veronica nearby just to be certain. But if they don't have free roam, then likely they're normal. Still, wouldn't hurt to make sure. Clearing her throat, Erica raised an eyebrow. Any of note? Chuckling, Lauren shook her head. Just a 40-foot-tall singing Christmas tree named Piney. They were worried that they would need to scrap him as they've been having some issues. But like I said, if we manage it, we'll get a contract for maintenance. There were some stares from everyone there before Richard leaned away. Okay. Right, sure then. Lauren only gave him a look. Apparently he's a big draw during the hauls. Okay? Kids love the guy. All Erica did was shake her head. Still, every little bit helps us, I suppose. Wiping her brow, Lisa smiled a bit after having put down the box. And there's the last one we need today. As she leaned back to stretch, Lisa smiled at Remus, who put a box down nearby. Thanks for helping, Remus, I really appreciate it. A chuckle escaped from the werewolf as he shook his head. I'm glad to help you however I can. There was a grin on Lisa's face as she snorted. Trust me, you've been a huge help. I would have needed to rent out a storage space and go back and forth between there and here for boxes and papers. Instead, you guys only enlarged the inside of a wardrobe and made it into an office of sorts. I mean, just look at it. Remus glanced around, and besides the boxes there was a desk in one corner, a nice chair, and what looked like a battery-operated Muggle lamp. Well, wasn't that hard? A frown then crossed his face as he looked at the dozen large boxes or so that they had gathered. What are in these anyways? I thought that the majority of the paperwork was staying at Freddy's until it closes this December. Having shaken her head, Lisa walked over. There's some paperwork, actually. Mostly invoices and the like, which I will be getting looked over just in case by accountants. Harry does want everything on the up and up for when he reopens after all. Then you got merchandise that was just put away which we might be able to reuse. As he clapped his hands to shake off the dust, Remus hummed a bit. You mean like those stuffed toys that Harry has? Lisa only shook her head. More than that, actually. There were actually a crate of the things, believe it or not, from the second location. Then you had the current toys. But there was other stuff as well. Walking over to a box, Lisa used a knife to cut the tape and open it. You also had things like these coloring books. Taking the offered book, Remus raised an eyebrow at the cover. Captain Foxy's Undersea Adventure? The werewolf quickly flipped through it and snorted at the pictures of Foxy underwater due to a magic amulet and meeting mermaids and the like. Okay, this is kind of cute, I guess. With a grin, Lisa shook her head. And that's only one. There's at least one coloring book for each of the rest of the Fazbear gang. Then you have the more deteriorated ones that were obviously for the toys as well. But here's the thing, these were limited prints apparently to look at the concept. Tony never went for it because it would cost too much to print an initial run of them. Same with the beginner books for young children to use to learn how to read. We're trying to track down the original designers and such, but it's going to be hard as the business in question seems to have went under in the 80s. Now thoughtful, Remus leaned against the wall of the office. So, basically we have coloring books and normal books that never saw print beside a highly limited run and no publishers for them. That's not a big help. However, he didn't expect for Lisa to laugh. Are you kidding, Remus? This is the best thing that we could hope for. It's been over a decade and Fazbear Entertainment owns the rights. Without those publishers fighting us, we can get a new one and have them do several runs of the books for us. Harry wants a media blitz in a few months to get people excited over it. He'll be getting that and in spades. Heck, We've even got plates for comics. Confused, Remus scratched his head. Comics? Plates? Rolling her eyes, Lisa walked over to a crate, which was one that Remus had levitated in as it was so heavy, and opened it. After a few moments, she brought out a large, flat piece of metal with images on it. This is a comic printing plate. Fazbear and, earlier, Fredbear used them to print comics with to sell at their pizzerias for the older children. But, like a number of others, the comic maker went under and the plates were returned to Fazbear Entertainment. We still hold the rights. Humming, Remus nodded a bit. I see, so you're going to negotiate with someone to print these? Much to his surprise, Lisa shook her head. Already have. I dated this guy, but we broke up with no hard feelings. Him and his brother have been trying to get their own comic company up and running, but it's kind of hard for him as he's got competition. He's got maybe one independent using him, but that's not enough. However, she raised a finger. I told him about this and he nearly leapt over the moon. He can reprint both the original Fredbear comics as well as the Fazbear. According to him, he can use the interest for the pizzeria due to it closing and all the news to get people to buy them. With a frown, Remus looked at her. Kids will buy these? There was a grin on Lisa's face. Some will, but the two of us are betting on nostalgia from various people. The companies have been around for a long time and many of those with fond memories are now adults themselves. Tony was an idiot who cared only for squeezing what money he could. He didn't really care much about image besides making sure that no one knew about the dangers of the animatronics. But we do. We're going to explain away all the bad memories and then remind people of all the good ones. The bad stuff will all get buried in a few months by the news cycle as it's mostly minor, especially as Jeremy Fitzgerald will rescind some of the old agreement and let Foxy become part of the show. Then we hit them with reprinted comics, books, coloring books, give out toys at various meets and greets, that sort of thing. Despite it being explained, Remus was still unsure. Nonetheless, though, he shrugged in agreement since it wasn't really his project. If you say so, all Lisa did was chuckle. Just wait and see, Remus, just wait and see. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans. Hello? Hello? Phone guy, someone on the phone, dear Harry. Writing. Hey there, Harry, Aya. As they left the Dada classroom, Hermione frowned as she looked back. Harry, did you notice anything about Umbridge? Giving her a raised eyebrow, Harry shook his head. You mean besides how tired she's looking? Beside him, though, Ron shook his head and shivered a bit. Mate, it's a lot worse than that. Did you see her eyes? They're practically bloodshot. And she's more jittery than Coral ever acted. Bloody heck. She shot off what looked like a curse into the wall. She's losing it. Harry just looked at him and snorted. And I should care that she's losing it? Seeing their expressions, he sighed. Look, I know that you're both worried about how she's acting, and so am I. The last thing that I want is for anyone to get hurt. But she needs to go. After he glanced around to see if anyone was within range, Harry whispered to them. I overheard Susan Bones telling Hannah the other day about her aunt. Apparently Madame Bones is wondering why a number of Aurors have come to Hogwarts. But there's no reports on why. That caused Hermione to raise her eyebrows in surprise. So Susan's aunt thinks that something is going on? What if she finds something? With a slight laugh, Harry shook his head. She won't, or at least not with regards to Hogwarts. Now, she might find something because of those quills of Umbridge's. Before she could say something, everyone in the hall turned as they heard Umbridge scream in terror, followed by a boom. One of the students rushed to the door and looked in for a few seconds as crashes and booms could be heard. Then they closed the door and shook their head as they looked to the others. She's freak lost it. Umbridge is blasting the entire classroom. Unsure, Draco walked to the door and shoved the student out of the way. Let me through. Profess yelping. He barely dodged a curse that shot out of the door and hit a suit of armor. Slamming it shut, he turned to Pansy. Go get Professor Snape and tell him to come here. Now. Nodding, Pansy rushed off to do as told. His tone dry, Harry glanced at Hermione, who was staring at the door in shock. Somehow, I don't think it will be long before the curse of the position claims another teacher. Both Hermione and Ron nearly jumped as they heard Aya behind them. If I have anything to do with it, she won't be here in a few days. Just a bit more and she should be done. Muttering under her breath, Hermione shook her head. This is getting dangerous, Harry. What if she hurts someone? With a snort, Aya continued. And she wasn't threatening students with exactly that? Hermione, the day after I started, she was threatening a Muggle-born in her detention. She hinted that if they didn't stop disrupting her class, they might find that the Aurors could take a bit to reach them. Add in that I know that some of the students with parents in the ministry have been told to toe the line or else their parents might find themselves in trouble. As she considered this, the bushy-haired witch chewed her lip as they continued to walk away with other students while some of the Slytherins such as Draco hung around the door. If that's true, then she might hurt someone before now. I grunted. Or before. She was ranting the other night about how it was all Harry's fault and that it would have been so much better if he had gotten kissed as she had ordered the Dementors to. That it would have stopped all the problems from happening. It was a good thing that they were around the corner as Harry stopped and hissed. What? There were identical looks of shock on Ron's and Hermione's faces. She sent Dementors after him. It was then that they remembered the report in the Daily Prophet and turned to Harry as Ron gulped. Mate, how close? He glanced at his red-headed friend and frowned. Too close. But that's not the worst of it. At their looks, he continued. A number of kids were found in Surrey that seemed to have had all life sucked out of them and were brain dead. Sound familiar? Shivering as a chill went up her spine. Hermione shook her head. Okay. Forget what I said about not pushing her. If she was willing to do that and with people dying, her mouth was dry. I don't want her around with how she seems to be getting more and more power. Another angry shriek drifted down the hallway as Harry's expression darkened, remembering the stories of the spirits possessing the toy animatronics. The sooner she's gone, the better. Erica was talking to the mall's owner when Olive came running up and held up a cup of something, while in the other arm, she had a box of donuts. Here you go, Mommy. I got exactly what you wanted. Leaning down, the young woman gave Olive a pat on the head as she glanced at the haunted house, where her group were finishing up the last few repairs. Thank you, Olive. Any change? As she nodded, the small animatronic reached down into a pouch and pulled out several coins and bills that she handed to Erica. Here you go, Mommy. All there. Slowly shaking her head, Erica sipped from her coffee as she gently took the change and put it into her pocket. Thank you, honey. And I knew that it would all be there because you're you. A giggle met her as she rubbed the top of Olive's head. Hearing a throat being cleared, she readjusted her now slightly dirty shirt which had Fazbear Entertainment stretched across the front. Sorry about that. The owner of the mall only chuckled a bit. It's okay. Completely understandable. Besides, she's a well-behaved young girl. Helpful as well. Frowning a bit in puzzlement, he continued. Though I don't know why she would be wearing a costume this early, even though it's a good one. Then the owner glanced to where Vicky was helping the crew set up one of the displays, easily lifting what would normally take two people on her own. Though she's not the only impressive one. With a glance of her own, Erica softly smiled. She's not. But she's my little girl. Just as she was about to continue, she heard shouting and turned to see a man standing over a kid nearby. What the heck? It took a moment, but the owner scowled and pulled up his radio as he began to walk over as he shouted. Alan, I've told you that you're not welcome here and you better leave before the police arrive. Know about the restraining order your wife has. Red-faced, the man shouted back. Freak off. Neither you nor anyone else can tell me how to raise my kid. Him and his mother ruined me. When he turned though, much to his surprise, Vicky had run over and come to a stop between him and the kid as she had rushed over as soon as she saw what was happening. What the bloody freak are you doing? Get out of my way. Frowning, Vicky shook her head. Sir, step away from the child. Behind her, the kid scrambled to his feet as the man got up into Vicky's face, not noticing a video camera nearby. You're as bad as that jerk. Out of my way. He made to shove her aside only for her to barely budge. All that did was cause Vicky to raise an eyebrow as she kept herself between him and the kid as he got slowly angrier. I'll ask again, please step away from the child. The only thing he did though was swing at her. Get the freak out of my way. Vicky barely tilted her head a little when the fist impacted his face, after which he pulled away and clutched at his hand. A moment later he got tackled by mall security and was being pulled away as Vicky turned to the kid and helped him to his feet. You okay there? A shout caused her to turn and see that the man had yanked himself free and grabbed a glass bottle from the garbage that he flung at her. Freak jerk! In the time she realized where he was going, Vicky was already moving and wrapped the kid in a hug. Just in time, as well as the bottle impacted her back and shattered in a spray of shards. Once she knew it was safe, Vicky stood up and inspected the awed kid. You all right there? Next thing she knew, the kid had his arms wrapped around her waist. Thank you, ma'am. Then he looked up at her and gulped. What about you? Dad hit you? And, putting a paw on his head, she ruffled his hair. I'm perfectly fine. Finally, Erica and the mall owner got through the crowd that had gathered, and Erica looked her over. Any damage? At the shake of Vicky's head, Erica let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Glancing at her though, the mall owner frowned as he ignored the shouts from the man as mall security restrained him. I'd still like one of my people to give her the once-over just in case she's injured. There's a lot of glass on her back. Both Erica and Vicky looked and noticed there was glass embedded in the shirt. Chuckling, Vicky only shook her head. It's nothing. Besides, I'll just have Erica give me a look over later and she can do any repairs. Not having expected that answer, the mall owner blinked. Repairs? Sharing a smile with Vicky, Erica chuckled some. Remember how I was saying that Fazbear Entertainment is currently upgrading our main animatronics? It took a moment, but the mall's owner whipped his head around to see Vicky lift up the bottom of her shirt to reveal that there was only a framework there, and her robotic insides were visible. Vicky here, once known as Toy Foxy, is one of our test beds for the new animatronic programming and technology. As you can see, we've ironed out a lot of the old issues. Shocked and impressed, Erica was suddenly getting questions from everyone. What she had not noticed was someone videotaping them. Later on, that person was on the payphone. Jacob? It's Aaron. Have I got a video for the local news? Walking through the halls, Harry flipped through a non-magical newspaper interestedly, which caused Hermione to raise an eyebrow at him. Harry? Getting a grunt, she shared a look with him and cleared her throat. Is there something in the newspaper? With a chuckle, Harry looked at her before he flipped the newspaper so that she could look. See? There was a frown on her face before she saw the picture on the newspaper, which showed someone in a white fox costume with 2 cheek blushes covering a child as a glass bottle burst against her back. Eyes wide, Hermione glanced at Harry. This is terrible, Harry. Why are you so interested in it? As he shook his head, Harry reached over and tapped below the picture. Just read it, all of it will become clear. Giving him an odd look, Hermione still looked down and began to read. Fazbear Entertainment, altercation in mall, punches thrown, Toy Foxy, now renamed Vicky. Slowly, her eyebrows climbed higher and higher as she continued to go on. Protected the unidentified child with her body, highly advanced AI system, possible pass for the Turing test. Finally, she finished and looked up at Harry with a disbelieving look. Harry, is this Vicky? Harry nodded as he kept an eye out. Yeah, Vicky is a haunted animatronic. Before a now confused Ron could say anything, Hermione frowned and looked down at the newspaper. Erica Perks, is she related to Sally Ann? At Harry's nod, her frown deepened. I guess that it would make sense for them to pass it off as being an highly advanced Muggle AI. Now really confused, Ron looked between them. AI? What's an AI? Rolling her eyes, Hermione huffed a bit. It's AI, Ron. As in letter A and letter I. It stands for artificial intelligence. For a moment, she thought how to explain it before she nodded. You know how some items, when enchanted over time, seem to become intelligent? His nod. Hermione continued. Muggle AI is kind of like that. Through their computers and using programming, they want to wake them up as being as smart and sapient as humans. Last I heard they were getting pretty close. As he thought it over, Ron frowned a bit. Wonder if my dad knows about this? It was then that he saw a flash of gold and stopped. Mate, is your aunt, here? Glancing in the direction that Ron had looked, Harry scratched his chin. Yeah, her and Veronica have been following me all day. It is Halloween after all. And something bad always happens on Halloween to me. Both his friends looked as if they were about to argue that point, but then became thoughtful. After a few seconds, Hermione turned toward him. That is actually rather scary with how correct it is. Ron nodded as he began to tick off on his fingers. First year we had that troll, second year we had Miss Norris being frozen and getting blamed for it for a little while. Third year we had Sirius Black, when everyone thought him to be a deranged murderer, break into Gryffindor Tower with a knife. Fourth year, well, his ears reddened a bit at the memory of the previous Halloween. Yeah. With a slow blink, Harry held up another finger. Also, this is the night that my parents got murdered. There was a grimace on Hermione's face as she shook her head. You got the worst luck, which means that we should expect something bad to happen. Suddenly the group heard shouting and turned to see a furious Amelia Bones marching fast through the school with 2 Aurors behind her and a breathless Fudge. Raising an eyebrow, Harry glanced at his friends. Wonder what that's all about. It was a testament as to how used to Harry and his friends that they had gotten that neither Ron nor Hermione really jumped as Aya spoke up. For his part, Harry could see her as she came to rest with her chin on his shoulder. That would be due to what happened yesterday with Susan Bones. As he narrowed his eyes, Harry glanced at her. What happened? She wasn't hurt, was she? However, he relaxed as Aya shook her head. No, apparently she was concerned with that little club that Hermione dropped into your lap. She ignored the blush on Hermione's face as she continued. So she tried to give her some sort of potion. What was it called? The breath in Hermione's throat caught as she stared. Was it Veritaserum? Aya snapped her fingers and nodded. Yeah, that was it, Veritaserum. But Susan faked drinking it and deflected the questions like how was her aunt was involved in Dumbledore's plan to overthrow the Ministry and instill himself as magical king. Or how Harry here was a blossoming Dark Lord ready to throw all their society down to become the ruler with Muggleborns and half-breeds at the helm. I think what really peeved her off was when she asked if her aunt was still involved with Sirius. Shaking his head, Ron could only mutter, "Bonkers, she's freak and utterly lost it." Only explanation for that. Using that stuff on a minor is against the law. Using it on Amelia Bones' niece is bloody brushing with death. With a low and dangerous chuckle, Aya shook her head. Seems that this whole thing with the DA was what finally pushed her over. From what I saw, she's seeing enemies everywhere, and Snape had to step in when she started screaming at one of his third-year Slytherins, thinking that they tripped her. Their conversation continued as they slowly made their way to the Great Hall when they heard shouts and screams as they entered one of the 4-way intersections and looked to see a crazed Umbridge rushing toward them, followed by a furious Amelia and one of the Aurors. Because of the spellfire, Harry bolted back into the hall they had exited from as Ron and Hermione threw themselves into the one at the opposite end. However, Umbridge had seen Harry and as she passed the hall, ducked under a spell and shot out some fire spell in his direction. As it headed toward him, he could feel Aya and the black mass possessing him just as a golden paw shot out from under the invisibility cloak and grabbed his arm just before the flames hit him. Cold. All that he could feel was cold and an absence of light and air. Harry could not have told you if it was seconds, minutes, hours, or longer. But all he could describe was a chill that seemed to try and suck the life from him as it penetrated his body and, seemingly, his very soul. The only other sensation was that of a paw he knew was Veronica's as it grasped his arm. Suddenly, he felt a wooden floor beneath him as light filled his sight, and air rushed into his empty lungs as sound returned to his world. A familiar voice and a thump could be heard before a hand grabbed his shoulder. "Holy shoot, Harry! Are you okay there?" Looking up, Harry blinked through bleary eyes at the sight of Michelle standing over him. Michelle? Is that you?" As she looked him over and nodded, Michelle frowned. Though that could have been due to how his uniform was smoking a bit despite the rapidly evaporating frost that was also on it. "Yeah, it's me. What the heck happened?" Veronica got up off the floor as the cloak slipped fully off her. "Harry got attacked by that teacher of his, some sort of magical fire. I barely grabbed him in time and teleported out." For a moment, she took in Harry's state and frowned. Doesn't seem to have agreed with him very well. Though that is normal. That caused Michelle's head to snap up and glare at her. "You've done this before." Holding her paws up, Veronica spoke softly. "Both me and Rose have teleported him around. Mainly to make sure that we could do so in case it ever became needed, though it seems that if he's wearing his Shadow Chica outfit, it doesn't affect him nearly as much." With a sigh, Michelle took a deep breath and turned to Veronica. Go and get me a glass of water, now. Nodding rapidly, Veronica took off, much to Michelle's amusement. Then she turned back to see Harry looking down with a deep red face. Harry? For a moment, Harry stared before he forced his eyes to look into Michelle's. Where are your, trousers? All was still for a moment before Michelle looked down to see that she was still in her sleepwear, which consisted of a shirt and panties and nothing else. Shoot! Twisting around, she grabbed her trousers and began to force her legs through them, not seeing Harry watch her with wide eyes for a few seconds before he turned his head. Having finished his glass of water, some color began to flow back into Harry's cheeks as he laid back in Michelle's room. Sorry about dropping in like that. A warm hand on his though caused him to look up to see the worried expression on Michelle's face, though there was a heavy blush there. Never mind that, Harry. Taking a breath, she squeezed his hand. What exactly happened? For a few moments, Harry just laid there as he enjoyed the warmth of her hand in his before he sighed. You know Umbridge, right? At Michelle's nod, he continued as he sat up. Today she finally snapped, I guess, when Amelia Bones, some Orris and Fudge showed up. Heard shouting and screaming and turned to see her rushing for the doors, firing off spells and dodging them. She saw me and shot off some fire spell that I've never seen before, and Michelle finished the thought for him. And Veronica then grabbed you before it hit and teleported you here. The young wizard nodded, though his next words surprised her. I got to get back soon, though. His hand being squeezed caused Harry to turn and blink as Michelle glared at him. Harry, are you nuts? You were just nearly killed and you want to go back there? Why? Sighing, Harry rubbed at his face. Michelle, I was just attacked by a flame spell of some kind. If they don't find me soon, they'll assume that I'm dead and will ask where I went when I disappeared. I don't want someone snooping around here and find you or the others if I can help it. All Michelle did was sigh as she held her face one hand. God, this is beyond messed up. Running her fingers through her hair, she glanced at Harry with neither having noticed that she had not let go of her hand. How soon? Took Harry a few seconds to answer, but finally he nodded. Probably best if I do it sooner rather than later. Finally, Michelle let go of his hand, but only so that she could pull him into a half hug. He had to blink though as she just laid her head on his shoulder. Can we just stay like this for a little bit? Confused, Harry slowly relaxed and placed his head against hers. Yeah, sure. I don't think that it would make much difference. Both of them sat there for several minutes before Harry sighed and gave her hand a squeeze. Michelle? Slowly, she nodded and got up with him as she let go of his hand. I know, just promise me that you'll be safe. Harry chuckled a bit and gave her a smile. I'll be as safe as one can be in a school full of, what did Lisa say? Right? Reality warping, emotional teens. That only caused Michelle's voice to become dry. That's not helping, Potter. After a moment, they both chuckled before she hugged him. Just try to be a bit safer than normal, okay? Nodding, Harry's eyes widened some as he felt her lips against his cheek. For good luck. Once he shook off his shock, Harry smiled back as Veronica gripped his shoulder. Thanks. Before Michelle could react, he leaned forward and kissed her cheek as well. Same to you, talk to you, tonight. And with that, they vanished, leaving a chill that dissipated rapidly. The goofy smile on her face, though, was wiped off when she heard a chuckle and turned to see Faith there leaning against her doorframe. Good thing that I made sure that Mikey couldn't see that, though he'll be peeved off once he wakes up. Slightly confused as to what she meant, and more than a little embarrassed that her father might have caught some of what happened, Michelle cleared her throat. How much? Faith only shook her head. Enough, though he's knocked out at the moment. Looking out the door, Michelle could see her sleeping father sitting against the wall. So then Faith closed the door and shook her head. So, you really care about him? Huh? Having guessed what she meant, Michelle decided to play dense. Well, yeah, he's my friend. All Faith did was shake her head. That's not what I meant, and you know it. Walking over to the side table, the Spectre looked at a photo of Harry and Michelle. He is a great guy, you know. Crossing her arms across her chest, Michelle bit her lip a little. Yeah, he is. The Spectre picked up the picture and looked at it. Hint of advice, Michelle? From someone who knows a thing or two. Taking her silence as an answer, Faith gently set the photo back down. Don't let him slip through your fingers if you do feel more for him than friendship. If you do, then later on you'll always wonder. Her brows furrowed. Michelle wondered exactly how Faith would know this, but also knew that she wouldn't answer. Maybe. A shadow dodged between the trees in the forbidden forest before it stopped and leaned up against one. Then an opening in the clouds above allowed some moonlight to reach the forest floor and reveal that the shadow was a disheveled Dolores Umbridge who giggled some. She could hear her pursuers a distance away. Good, that's it, keep going in that direction, half-breed lovers. Licking her lips, she looked around. I have to be outside the anti-apparition spell by now. Just have to throw them off my trail. Yes, that should work. Suddenly she stilled at a sound behind her. Hem. Turning slowly, Umbridge's eyes widened at the being who sat on a fallen log just a few feet away from her. It looked like a human composed entirely of shadow except for two wide, bloodshot eyes and a grinning mouth with no lips which revealed white teeth. Good. I have your attention now. Backing up a bit, Umbridge didn't notice a shadow creeping ever closer as she kept her eyes on the shadow being. What are you? You're with Dumbledore, aren't you? However, Aya only chuckled. I am something more than those beings that you call ghosts. I suppose, though, that if you must give me a name, it would be a spectre, though wraith might be another, as I am rather full of wrath at the moment. Though you should be rather familiar with me. With a grin on her face, the phantom animatronics faded into existence around her, all of them looking at Umbridge with hungry looks. Or rather, my phantom friends here, with her eyes wide. The witch trembled before she suddenly glared at Aya. You! It was you! Much to her surprise, Aya only laughed with her arms spread out before she grinned down at Umbridge. Yes, it was me. It was always me. You thought it was Dumbledore this whole time, when in reality it was me. Aya! Screeching, Umbridge whipped out her wand and a green spell shot from it and impacted Aya, who blinked and looked down. That rather tickled. Now staring in fear, Umbridge backed up some more as a shadow rose up behind her. How? Why? All Aya did is shake her head. Well, you can't kill that which is dead, you know. As for why, I wanted to punish you for what you have done, not to mention I'm the distraction, you toady jerk. Those words caused Umbridge to whip around with a spell on her lips, only for a large, golden and metal paw to clamp over her mouth as another grabbed her hand and aimed the wand upwards. Veronica slowly leaned down enough to glare at Umbridge in the eye as the witch saw the decayed human jaw inside move. I really dislike it when I come across those who harm children. It makes me rather mad. Especially when those children include those that I care about. Twisting Umbridge around so that she was held tightly to her body, Veronica nodded to Aya. Must be going, people to see, places to be and all that. And with those words, Veronica vanished. Nodding, Aya glanced around before she sank into the ground. Should go and check up on Harry. With how that Madame Pomfrey is, he'll need someone to talk to. The unnatural cold and darkness around Veronica faded out as she found herself in a building. Just as she was about to greet Sirius, she took note of his horrified expression before he backed up shouting at her. What the bloody freak heck? Veronica, blinking, the fox animatronic was about to ask what the issue was, when she felt the weight in her arms suddenly lighten to the sound of various objects hitting the ground and shattering. Then she looked down and her eyes widened as she found that the only thing in her paws was a rotted skull and some arm bones. At Veronica's feet were the broken bones that had fallen off. Said bones looked like they were centuries old. What the heck? Sirius shuddered some as he took a step forward. That's what I want to know. You were only supposed to bring her here, so that I could knock her out for a few days and then we would drop her off close to Diagon after I wiped her memories for someone to find and capture her. He gave it another look. That is, Umbridge, right? Her mouth opening and closing. It took a few moments for Veronica to say something. Yes, it is, but I don't know what happened here. With an expression of disgust, she let the skull and arm bones join the rest. I didn't do anything other than what we had planned and this happened. Taking a breath, Sirius nonetheless winced as the smell hit him. Could it have been the teleport thingy that you do? Once more, Veronica shook her head some. No, Rose and myself have taken Harry places with it and it never harmed him. Sure, he was really tired and cold afterwards, but not, this. While he ran a hand through his hair, Sirius paced a bit before he stopped and turned to look at her. Was there anything different between Harry and what happened here? Cocking her head to the side, Veronica considered it for a moment. Well, Harry never fought during it, and usually he had Aya possessing him and sometimes the Black Mass as well, though when it's both he's a lot less tired and cold afterwards. The best experiences he has with it would be both, along with wearing his Chica suit. As he frowned, Sirius shuddered a bit. Maybe Aya possessing him provides him some sort of protection? And it becomes better if he has the Black Mass and that suit? Bloody heck. Shaking his head, he sighed. Okay, that teleport thing is not going to be used with him unless it's no other choice, at least until we know what's going on. For a few minutes there was complete and utter silence before Veronica cleared her throat. So, what are we going to do about, Glancing at the bones, Sirius just grimaced. A high-pitched, piercing whistle rang through the building before a grumbling old man entered the room. There was a frown on his face as he looked around. Wonder who it is this time. Walking up to the instrument, just one of about a dozen, he frowned on thought. Dolores. Always warned her about trying to grab too much. Though wonder who got her. After a moment he just waved it off. Bah! What does it matter? The man threw the device against the wall where it shattered before walked over to an old-style printing press and cackled as he began to warm it up. Hey, we got a long day ahead of us, old girl. Now that was done, he walked over to a wall of safes and tapped his chin. Now then, which is Dolores, which one? Cause could be heard in the background before he stuck his head out a window and shouted. Shut your beaks, you bunch of carrion eaters. I'll have a job for you soon enough and then I'll feed ya. Shutting the window, the man shook his head as he rubbed his hands. Right then, time to get started. Hello, my dear. Golden Freddy Rose Evans. Hello? Hello? Phone guy, someone on the phone, dear Harry. Writing. Hey there, Harry. Aya. Jess was curled up on the couch reading and glancing outside every once in a while. Beside the couch, her brother sat against the wall watching the television with Opal in his lap as the two cuddled. Finally, the Tyrannosaur animatronic had enough and sighed. Stop worrying so much, Jess. With a frown, the wolf gave him a look. I just want to know what they're doing here. Doesn't help that I'm worried about Harry. Shaking her head, Opal chuckled. They're not bothering anyone but us, Jess. Neither Lisa nor Erica noticed them. Before Jess could comment, they heard a door upstairs slam and thumps from someone's feet coming down the steps. Then a peeved-off Michelle entered the room. Who the freak is making all that racket outside? I swear that I am about to kick someone's ass in a minute. There was silence before Jess raised a finger. You can hear them? Snarling, Michelle continued to walk through the room, not noticing the wide-eyed stares on the animatronics. Of course I can. Even if I could get any sleep, they're making it impossible with their partying. A shared look and the animatronics got up to follow Michelle. When she entered the kitchen, Chelsea and Rebecca jumped a bit and stared as Robbie and Andrew looked up from the comics they were reading. The blue rabbit blinked and glanced at the following animatronics.
Michelle?
What are you doing? Though she was peeved, Michelle calmed herself down a little. I'm about to go and have a chat with some noisy people. Coughing, Theodore attracted the other animatronic's attention. She can hear the people outside. Wide eyes met him and they glanced to see Michelle charge out. Okay, enough of this racket. However, what met her was the sight of a group of ghosts on horses, some of whom had their heads tucked under their shoulders. After a few moments, one of them turned to another with raised eyebrows. I do believe that she can hear and see us. Nodding, the ghost spoken to stroked his beard and caused his head to wobble. Indeed, but I cannot sense much magic in her. Must be a squib. As they talked over her, Michelle got angrier and angrier. At least now I know that I didn't imagine all those things I saw as a kid. Walking up to one that looked like he was a leader, she jabbed her finger into his face. Leave and go somewhere else. I got a night shift tonight and you bunch are keeping me awake with all your noise. Mutters about how rude she was could be heard before the ghost sniffed. Do you know who we are? We are the Headless Hunt. And you, young lady, should learn some manners. He then gestured around him. We go where we want. Now then, go back to your abode. It was then that Michelle's emotions, already stormy from worry for Harry and a lack of sleep, boiled over. Growling, she reached toward the ghost, who smirked as he knew she would just go through him. In fact, he could not wait to see her expression from the sensation of cold she would get, so it was much to his surprise that she managed to grab him by the shirt and nearly yank his body off his horse. Due to that, he wasn't able to react in time, and his head fell off his shoulders only to be caught by his hair by Michelle. You listen here, I don't give a freak who or what you are. I live here and you don't. She ignored the gasps and shocked looks from the ghosts as she continued. That means that when I tell you to leave, you do so, despite his shock and disbelief, or maybe because of it, the ghost sputtered. Unhand me this moment. You harlot. Slowly a grin formed on Michelle's face at those words, which causes a spark of unease in the ghost. Unhand you, Flustered, the ghost glared. Yes. The grin on Michelle's face widened as she waggled the head in her hand. You want me to unhand you? His eyes wide, he snarled. Yes, you worthless bell shangle. All Michelle did was shrug. Okay. She then dropped the head, and as the body went to grab it, her foot lashed out before it impacted the side of it and punted the screaming ghostly head across the yard and over the hedge at the end. Clapping her hands as the body rode the horse toward where the head was, she fixed a glare onto the other nervous ghosts. Now then, anyone else want to argue with me? For a moment the ghosts all shared a look. After all, they had never seen one of their own manhandled before, and by someone who seemed to have little magic to boot. Then one of them coughed and cleared his throat before he stuck his nose into the air. Well, I never. Such rudeness in the living these days. We shall be taking out business elsewhere. Turning with a smirk as the ghosts all rode off, Michelle raised an eyebrow at the expressions on the animatronics. What? It was Andrew who put words to what they were thinking before he grinned. That was so awesome, waving it off as she tried to ignore the heat in her cheeks. Michelle shrugged. Those guys got on my nerves. No one talks to me like that. A laugh caused her to look up to the roof of the house where Faith sat, her legs dangling over the side and swinging. Nice one, Michelle. Glad to see that all that time on the American football team at your old school is still paying off. That only caused Michelle to scratch her cheek. Thanks. She then yawned and stretched out her arms before she headed back inside. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get some sleep before my shift if I can. See you all in a few hours. Mike looked up from his newspaper as Michelle practically pranced into the kitchen early in the morning. Well, someone seems happy. Looking up from where she was pouring herself a drink, Michelle grinned as she tucked some hair behind her ear. Tired but happy. I managed to talk with Harry last night. That caused everyone besides Mike and Faith to perk up as Lisa wrung her hands some. Is he okay? And what's going on there? Holding up a finger, Michelle rapidly grabbed some eggs, bacon, and sausages before she shoved them between two pieces of toast. He's okay. Exhausted from both what happened and the questioning after, but okay. She took a bite of her sandwich and chewed before she continued. He told them that as he saw the spell heading his way, he threw himself into a side passage there and must have gotten knocked out. Harry thinks that Madame Bones and Dumbledore both suspected that he wasn't telling the full truth, but there's nothing that says he wasn't. As the group gave relieved sighs, Eric bounced a bit from one foot to another as he looked at Michelle.
Aunt Michelle?
Do you know when Mommy is coming back from watching Uncle Harry? With a smile, Michelle ignored her father's choking reaction to an animatronic calling her aunt as she answered. She'll be back later in the morning with Rose taking over. I don't think that either of those two will be letting Harry out of their sight until they can be sure it's safe. Vicky, though, walked up with a worried expression on her face. You're sure that he's okay? We both know how Harry can get. A laugh escaped from Michelle as she shook her head. Yeah, Harry can be a stubborn jerk at times. Raising an eyebrow, Erica just snorted as she crossed her arms and looked at her longtime friend. Reminds me of someone. She then glanced at Mike. And the stories that I've heard about another person as well. That got her a glare from Michelle before said woman grumbled and rolled her eyes. Anyways, her smile was back as she reached up and ruffled Vicky's hair, much to the enjoyment of the animatronic, who blushed via the lights in her cheeks. Harry's perfectly fine, and Veronica confirmed it, and according to her, Harry won't be in any further danger from Umbridge due to the toad taking off. Glancing at her, Mike frowned before he shared a look with Faith, who simply shrugged as she partially possessed him as he ate. Turning back to his newspaper, Mike grunted. After all I heard and read, good riddance. Reminds me too much of what some fuckwits I've known would do if allowed. He glared a moment later as Erica flicked him in the head. Language. We got children here. Faith snickered and her voice could be heard a moment later. Yeah, we do. And the biggest one of them all is Mikey here. While her father grumbled about smartarses, Michelle finished her sandwich and frowned a bit. By the way, Dad, how long are you staying here for? Sipping his coffee, he glanced up at her. I've got a lot of time available at the moment if I want. One of the perks of owning the place that you work after all is being able to take as much time off as you want. Besides, Jacob is more than able to cover for the training bit. Interested a bit? Lisa looked over at him. How is your gym doing anyways? Anything new on that front? Frowning, Mike shrugged as he watched his daughter make herself another sandwich. Same old, same old. Some new guys seem to have talent for the ring, but not much. Maddie got another championship though. Taking another sip of his coffee, he glanced over at Michelle. As to how long I'll be here for? Until I can be sure that it's safe. Though from what I got last night when I called her, your mother might be showing up once she sorts things out with her job at the library. Stunned at the bit of news, Michelle nearly choked before she swallowed. Wait. Mom's coming. Here. Seriously? All Mike did was nod as he turned a page. Yup. She's just as worried about you as I was. And she doesn't trust either of us when we say that everything's fine for some reason. Once more giving a snort, Faith shook her head at the two. Gee, I have not the slightest idea as to why that might be. I mean, it's not like either of you two have told her that and everything was decidedly not okay before. Grunting, Mike turned the page. It's one of those mysteries of the world, I suppose. Needless to say, a number of those there snickered at that and the flat look Faith fixed him with. Then they all laughed as he yelped as Faith smacked him upside the back of the head. Having listened to Mundungus finish up his report, Albus sighed and leaned back into his chair. Thank you for the information from your contacts, Mundungus. As always it helps. Getting a nod from the man, Albus then turned toward the tired ministry workers. I'm sorry to bother you, but do you have any new information regarding the scandals rocking the ministry? With a snort, Tonks growled. Just if I ever see Umbridge, I'll kill her. Kingsley sighed a bit and rubbed his brow as he shared a look with Arthur. You and nearly everyone else. As to what is happening, in a word, it's chaos. Nearly every day is a new group of scandals for a number of higher-ranked officials. Fudge sent out an order to arrest Umbridge on sight, though no one has seen hide nor hair of her or whomever she has helping her. Not that he has much time as he's trying to keep his head above water. Nodding, Arthur frowned a bit. The only higher officials not yet hit are myself and Amelia as well as a few others. At the expression that was on Molly's face, he shook his head. No, Percy hasn't been hit with much besides what happened last year with the Triwizard. If anything good has come out from this, it's that Cornelius is much too busy trying to save his career to help his allies. And considering the number of formerly missing Auror reports on people such as Malfoy have surfaced, we're seeing their influence knocked down. There was a grumble from Mad Eye as he nodded. Bones asked for me to come in and have a look. She's ripping at how a number of reports had gone missing. And yes, they've been clarified as authentic records. Sipping from his flask, he shook his head. I still despise the woman, but I have to admit, I am rather impressed with how many skeletons she knew about. As he considered taking a headache cure potion, Arthur shook his head. Her going mad took everyone by surprise. No one though noticed the flicker that went across Sirius' face. That said, the ministry has all but ground to a halt. Cornelius is so busy trying to contain things and hunt down Umbridge that he's allowed the rest of the ministry to grind to a stop. I may have to be pulled off guard duty for the Department of Mysteries with the amount of work I'm doing. While he frowned, Dumbledore considered this, but nodded in the end. Perhaps. We shall need to see what we can do in the coming days to prepare for such a possibility. A sigh escaped him as he turned toward Snape. Severus, what is Tom's opinion on the current situation? Stippling his fingers in front of him, Snape frowned. The Dark Lord, it seems, is of two minds in regard to what is happening. On the one hand, the Ministry being in chaos serves his purpose quite well. After all, with the Ministry being ineffectual at best, it allows for him to lay his groundwork much more easily. In fact, even though he has not hinted at such, I suspect that he may use the current chaos to snatch the item. For several moments, Albus ignored the mutters and whispers at that declaration before he cleared his throat. And his other view? Grimacing, Snape shook his head. He is rather displeased at how his supporters and those that he has influence over through various means are the ones who are being targeted and the source of the chaos. It means that he currently has less ability to exert any form of influence upon the Ministry. Thoughtful, the headmaster leaned back and frowned. It seems that the current situation in the Ministry is both a cause of concern as well as a small boon. Until it calms down, though, we should become more vigilant. As Dolores Umbridge's current location is unknown to our knowledge, Snape simply nodded. The Dark Lord is attempting to track her down for capture. Having his unasked question answered only increased the frown on Dumbledore's face. As her whereabouts are unknown, I ask for all members to keep an ear and eye out. Having just returned from yet another group of meetings at the Ministry, Albus raised an eyebrow at the sight of the ghost of Gryffindor, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, waiting for him. "Hello, Sir Nicholas. How can I be of assistance?" There was a pensive frown on Nick's face as he shook his head. "It's about the two spirits that have been following Harry Potter around." Dumbledore raised an eyebrow as he walked around his desk and sat down in interest. "I see. Have you seen anything troublesome from them then?" Shaking his head, which caused it to wobble back and forth, Nick sighed. "No, neither of them have shown anything more threatening than they already have. It's mostly that the other ghosts and myself are decidedly put off by their presence. They are not ghosts as we understand them, and while the Phantom Woman is not too bad, the other thing is much worse." A shudder ran down his body. "Somehow gives off the feeling of anger, hate, fear, insanity. I am not the only ghost that worries about it." Thoughtful, the headmaster furrowed his eyebrows. "Have you seen them possess Mr. Potter at all?" With a blink, Nick paused in his pacing. "Possess? Well, I suppose that some of their actions seemed like it, but I thought that we were just seeing things." Frowning, he tapped his chin with a hum. "Yes, it certainly does seem that way now that I look back on it." "But how did you know?" Leaning back in his chair, Dumbledore sighed. "Severus reported that there seemed to be a spirit that possessed Mr. Potter when he was giving him occlumency lessons. But there were no signs of such." As he frowned, Dumbledore step-led his hands in front of his face. When Madame Pomfrey examined him, she could find no signs as well. "But there have been benign possessions before, though almost unheard of, which can grant things to the one being possessed." Nick straightened some. "Truly?" Despite the interest that the various portraits were giving him, Albus summoned a book to him and placed it onto the desk. "Yes, in particular from beings known as shade specters." Moving behind the headmaster, Nick looked down to see the picture in the book, which showed a being composed of shadow. "It took me a while to find information due to their rarity, but all signs point to the two beings that are following Mr. Potter being such." Interested, Nick looked down. "It says here that shade specters are something between the legendary shade and a specter?" Nodding, Dumbledore frowned. "Yes, they are beings that straddle the line between a shade and a specter, much like specters themselves straddle the line between a ghost and a poltergeist. They are beings of shadow and, much like their normal specter kin, are able to possess non-living objects such as suits of armor. However, they are also able to possess the living. Thankfully, unlike with wraiths, such possessions never truly harm those being possessed. In fact, they can give their hosts large amounts of physical strength and durability. And like ghosts and wraiths, they were once living people, except unlike those two, they were muggles killed with certain kinds of dark magic involved." That revelation caused Nick to recoil with his eyes wide. "Do you mean to say that Harry?" However, the headmaster cut that thought off immediately. No, Mr. Potter was not the one who created either of them, though I suspect that he did free them from the one who did. Which mayhaps be why they are so protective of him." A sigh escaped him as he frowned in thought. "No, I believe it best to allow this situation to continue for now. Very little is known about them, but these two are highly protective of Mr. Potter. And sadly, he shall need all the protection that he can need for what is coming. Smelling something, Harry poked his head out of his bed curtains and smiled at the three animatronics that were there. Come on in, you three. A moment later, Rose, Veronica, and Vicky climbed onto his bed and closed the curtains. Then Harry cast privacy charms over it before looking at the boxes and the bag that Rose had. Is that it? With a chuckle, Rose opened the box to reveal the pizza inside. Yup, one of Chica's special pizzas straight from the oven. Reaching into the bag, she pulled out paper plates as both Veronica and Vicky laid down beside Harry to give everyone room. After she placed a slice onto a plate, she handed it over to Harry, who gratefully took it. And here you go. Gratefully taking it, Harry inhaled the steam and let out a sigh. I love the house elf's cooking, but I really miss Chica's pizza at times. He took the paper cup of soda and nodded. Thanks. In the light provided by the wand he had placed on top of his headrest, Harry could just see the lips inside the golden Freddy costume turn upwards a bit. You're very welcome, Harry. Though you might get items from Chica besides pizza pretty soon. She's been working on learning some other recipes since when we reopen there's going to be more than just pizza on the menu. Having gotten her own slice, Vicky bit down on it. Once she swallowed, she gave a grin. Yeah, she's pretty hard at work for it. Though at the moment it's mostly in the form of pizza ingredients like sausage and bacon. Those she can cook pretty good. Oh man, have got to try her breakfast pizza. It's amazing. After she chewed her own bite, Veronica nodded some as she lazed back on the bed. I've been teaching her some of what I know of cooking different things. There was a surprise though, seeing that Harry was watching her. Veronica smiled as she continued. Turns out that Chelsea has a real talent for baking. Give her a recipe and some time to work on practicing, and you'll find she'll make something amazing. That caught Harry's attention as he polished off his slice and went for another. Really? She's that good at baking? A serious expression was on Rose's face as she nodded. Harry, she's proven good enough that Chica said if they're allowed to cook at the new place, she'll be leaving a lot of baking up to her. His eyebrows raising, Harry let out a low whistle. Now that is high praise indeed. It was then that a smell hit him which caused his mouth to water even more. Is that, slowly, Rose nodded with a chuckle. Treacle tart that Chelsea made for you? It is, so save some room as she wants your opinion on it. While he grinned, Harry shook his head. That you can be sure of. Veronica sighed a bit as she looked at her paw. She certainly did not mind that her suit was repairing itself, and had already shed years' worth of decay. The dead woman had to admit it itched at times like nothing else. But Veronica shrugged it off and took a sip of her drink as she got more comfortable where she laid next to Harry. Other than that, no all that much interesting things on our end. Yours? Frowning, Harry shrugged a bit. With Umbridge gone, the ministry was forced to bring in an Auror until further notice. Not that I mind Professor Shacklebolt in the least. They waited until he took another bite of his pizza slice for him to go on. I've still been doing DA meetings, by the way. That caused Vicky to blink at him. Really? I thought that with a proper teacher you wouldn't have them anymore? All Harry did was scoff at it. Blame Michelle. I mentioned it to her and she said that I should continue with it. After all, any little bit helps. Not to mention that if they saw me take this seriously, then it might bring some doubters over to my side having seen that. He then frowned some, though she could be right as the whispers of me being crazy went down when I said that we were going to continue. A lot of them thought that I was going to just stop. All Veronica did was reach across and pat him on the hand. And that's a good idea. If it helps them survive what's coming, then I'm all for it. There was a crackling sound that caught their attention, and they all looked to see that Rose's costume's broken ear had fully repaired itself. Wonder why we keep repairing ourselves here. She only got shrugs in return before the conversation returned to other topics. Walking into the former auto shop out of the cold and damp early winter air, Erica shook her jacket before she hung it up. Behind her, Olive took off her little rain jacket and did the same as her mother before she reached down and took off her boots. Seeing this, Erica bent down with a chuckle and helped her, which caused the otter animatronic to smile. Thank you, Mommy. As she patted her on the head, Erica smiled back. You're welcome, honey. Making her way through the garage area, Erica paused only to grab a cup of coffee and to glance around where various animatronic parts were placed onto tables while Olive followed. The two did wave at various members of the crew though. Eventually she managed to reach her destination, a cubicle set up in one corner which she knocked on. Davis? Lauren? You two wanted to see me? The two machinists shared a look before Lauren gave her a nod. Yeah, we found something that you might be interested in. Seeing the curious look on Erica's face as well as Olive's, she continued. You know how we've been looking over the various notes and journals that Fazbear had? With a grin, Erica chuckled as she nodded. Yes, and boy were you guys surprised. For a moment there I didn't know if you were going to faint or catching herself, Erica coughed. Or organize everything right there. Once more, Lauren and Davis shared a look, this time of amusement. After all, one of Erica's quirks was that she treated Olive like she was a little girl, which included clean language around her. Though the animatronic did act that way. Nonetheless, Lauren shook herself out of such thoughts and scoffed. You try not having that reaction to be given the holy grail of animatronics. The guy, despite being utterly bonkers later on in life, was a genius. There's a reason why he's considered the Leonardo da Vinci of animatronic engineering. Coughing, Davis gave Lauren a small smile. Anyways, we were looking through his notes and we came across something of interest. Apparently the small animatronics like Olive were only a Generation 1 design. He designed a smaller Generation 2. That caught Erica's attention, though she still reached down to gently stroke Olive's head as she guessed she would be uncomfortable with this topic. A smaller version of the puppets? Like Polly? However, Davis just shook his head. Not really puppets, as these could walk around with ease, just like the larger versions could. And they were even smaller. In fact, they would come up to about our knees. The plush traps, Erica interrupted him with a raised eyebrow. Plush traps? All Lauren did was snort. They didn't have the shells like Freddy and crew or the toys. Instead, they were placed into what amounted to large plushies. Issue being that the stuffing at times had a bad habit of getting trapped in the joints and needing to be manually removed. Hence the name.